Chapter 795. Rokudo Shinkuin's Bounty. The whole world was in an uproar. At the same time, all the major sects started to search. Almost the whole world was hunting down this group of devils that came out of nowhere. Gu Hai put on a simple disguise, temporarily calmed down, and continued to fly toward the Peacock territory. Peacock Shrine. A group of Peacock tribe elders came to see the Peacock tribe's sovereign with a portrait. As soon as they entered the shrine, the 20 elders looked at the green-robed man wrapped in a green light not far away. It was Kong Xian. This, no mistake, it's him. One of the elders looked at the portrait in his hand and said in surprise. Sovereign, Rokudo Shinkuin's bounty is on a group of devils, he is one of them. Sovereign. All the elders cried out in alarm. Cough, 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 cough. Sovereign Peacock coughed. All the elders were anxious, no longer paying attention to the bounty, but looking at Sovereign Peacock worriedly. Sovereign Peacock, why did you suddenly become so old? You weren't like this yesterday. One of the elders said with a shocked expression. But they saw that Sovereign Peacock's face had many wrinkles, and countless age spots appeared on his skin. The stench around him was even stronger, as if he would die at any time. Plop! All 20 elders suddenly knelt down together. Sovereign Peacock, why are you like this? Everyone suddenly cried bitterly. Don't cry, this old one is happy, this old one can finally safely reincarnate. The old man smiled gently. Sovereign Peacock, this shouldn't be, isn't there still a few more days? Isn't there still a few more days? All the elders said in fear. You are all here, that's great, listen to me. From today onwards, I will pass on the title to him, Kong Xian, the new sovereign Peacock tribe. The old man said weakly. What? Sovereign Peacock tribe can't, this person's origin is unknown, moreover, Rokudo Shinkuin has issued a bounty, how can we hand over the Peacock tribe to him? One of the elders suddenly opened his eyes wide and said in surprise. He is my descendant. The old man said weakly. Everyone's face sank. If I hand the Peacock God to you, it will take at least 3 years to integrate into the body. It's too late, so I passed it on to Kong Xian. He is now a supreme being. The old man said weakly. How can this be? How can this be? Supreme One, we. The elders were anxious. Listen to me, so that I can die in peace. The old man slowly breathed his last. Ji Zun. Everyone started to cry and wail. Buzz. The green light on Kong Xian's body suddenly receded and he let out a sorrowful cry. Screech. A sorrowful cry seemed to spread in all directions. Suddenly, the entire peacock race heard this sorrowful cry. It was the voice of the Peacock God. The voice of the Peacock God could reach all peacocks. Endless Peacock's expression changed. Supreme Being has fallen. The Peacock God wails. The sovereign is dead. No. Woo, sovereign. Starting from the Peacock Temple, the countless peacocks all knelt down and wept as they knelt, as if they had suddenly lost their backbone. At the same time, outside the Peacock Palace where the Peacock Palace was located, a group of black-robed men was coldly staring at the Peacock Palace. The old thing is dead. He died so early. Inform the Lord and get ready to act. A black-robed man said in a deep voice. Yes. Boom. A group of black-robed men immediately rushed to the sky and flew in all directions. Inside the Peacock Palace, Kong Xian sat cross-legged. After talking with the old Supreme for an entire night, the old Supreme wanted to pass the Peacock God to him. Kong Xian did not hesitate. He immediately agreed. Suddenly, a huge Peacock God flew from the old Supreme's forehead to Kong Xian's. Kong Xian also had a Peacock God between his eyebrows, but Kong Xian's was smaller. One was a great god, and the other was a lesser god. The two gods looked at each other. The great god said in a deep voice, "In that case, I will be destroyed soon." A trace of my divinity was left in the peacock's body, and a new god was formed after 800,000 years. The little god nodded. "You are the main body, and I am a clone. However, I am merged with Kong Xian. If I die, he will be injured." The great god was silent. The two gods confronted each other. After a while, the great god suddenly felt that the old supreme was dead, and he immediately panicked. Screech! A sorrowful cry spread throughout the world. All the peacocks heard it. "Forget it. If I am going to die, I might as well merge with you. After all, you are also formed by my divinity. Eat me, quick." The great god said coldly. Screech! The little god opened his mouth and swallowed the great god. However, the great god's divinity was too big. It was not easy to digest it after being swallowed. Screech! The little god screamed in pain. "I'll help you." Kong Xian's voice suddenly sounded. Boom! Billowing demonic energy rushed into the little god. Kong Xian tried his best to help the little god refine the great god. For a moment, demonic energy surged out from Kong Xian's body again. The peacock elders beside him cried and looked at Kong Xian together. Their faces were ugly. The elders wanted to become the next supreme, but the person in front of them beat them to it. Kong Xian. I don't know him at all. How did he become the supreme's descendant? Rokudo Shinkuan wants him dead. Will our peacock tribe be destroyed because of him? No, the peacock deity is in his hands. We must get it back. Stop, you want to go against the supreme's will? Are you going to rebel once the supreme is dead? The 20 elders quarreled, but they couldn't come to a conclusion. Let's deal with the supreme's funeral first. We'll talk about it later. A man said in a deep voice. Yes, great elder. The elders nodded their heads. The great elder looked at Kong Xian with a complicated expression. Turning around, the elders were about to instruct the other peacocks. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from outside. Who is it? How dare you? Who? Countless peacocks cried out in anger. Boom, boom, boom. A series of loud noises came from outside as the group of elders rushed out of the peacock sacred hall. They were shocked to find that the peacock sacred island was surrounded by pillars. These pillars were so tall that they seemed to be connected to the heavens and the earth. It was as if they had formed a super array that covered the entire peacock sacred Tao. Break the formation. The peacocks roared with ferocious expressions. The supreme had just fallen, and someone dared to cause trouble on the peacock divine island? A peacock flew to the formation's formation. It seemed to want to tear the formation apart. Roar! Immediately, a huge toad demon rushed out and swallowed the peacock that rushed out into its mouth, chewing for a while. He swallowed the peacock king of Maocheng. Kill him! How dare you act so presumptuously on the peacock divine island? You're courting death. Suddenly, another large group of peacocks rushed forward. The 20 elders standing at the entrance of the peacock palace were also shocked. Toad demon. Wasn't it destroyed by the solar divine palace? An elder's expression changed. However, when the group of peacocks rushed forward, more ferocious beasts suddenly rushed out from the formation. Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, the peacocks that rushed forward were all torn apart and swallowed. How dare you! A peacock clan elder's expression changed, and a 5-colored divine light swept past. Boom! Immediately, the toad demon was sent flying. The toad demon was also instantly covered in blood, but he didn't die. One monster king after another rushed out from the formation. Peacock clan. Ha 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 ha, that's all you got. A group of monster kings laughed sinisterly. Just as the surrounding peacocks were about to continue to rush forward, the Great Elder's expression darkened. Stop! The Great Elder stopped the group of peacocks and looked around with a gloomy expression. More and more monster kings were attacking from all directions. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded the Peacock Divine Island and trapped it. Humph, a bunch of rabble. Do you know that the Peacock Divine Island is the center of the Peacock clan? There are countless powerful peacocks on the island. How dare you be so presumptuous here? Everyone, do you not want to leave today? The Great Elder said with a cold expression. Wah! Suddenly, a crow's cry sounded in the sky. It was as if a sun was swooping down. It was extremely fast and arrived in front of the Great Elder in an instant. What? The Elder's expressions changed. This was because the aura of this expert was too ferocious. It was almost above the Great Elder's head in an instant. 3 golden claws slashed down, as if it was going to rip the Great Elder's head off. 5-colored divine light. The Great Elder's expression changed as he cried out in shock. Swoosh! Boom! The 3 golden claws tore through the Great Elder's 5-colored divine light and landed on the Great Elder's extended right arm. Rip! It grabbed and tore at the arm. Immediately, the Great Elder's right arm was torn off. Blood splattered everywhere. 5-colored divine light. Swoosh! The 19 elders attacked at the same time and forced the attacker to retreat. Master! The group of ferocious beasts said respectfully. The Great Elder had lost an arm, and his expression was pained. However, at this moment, he did not scream. Instead, he covered his wound and looked at the master of the ferocious beasts in horror. It was a huge 3-legged golden crow. Dong Huang Tai. The Great Elder was sweating profusely as he said in shock. Buzz! The 3-legged golden crow transformed into Tai's appearance. He sneered and said, "The old thing is dead. Who has the peacock god? Tai, you want to steal the peacock god? Back then, Supreme Being spared your life. How dare you bite the hand that feeds you?" The Great Elder said hatefully. Bite the hand that feeds me? Humph, the old thing hurt me back then. Today is the time for revenge. Super Peacock God. It is indeed a big threat. Sieve-colored divine light, invincible. Humph, the Peacock tribe has no reason to exist in this world. Tai said coldly. What did you say? The Great Elder's expression suddenly changed. You came so soon. You have been waiting for Supreme Being to die. You are not stupid. Hand over the Peacock God, and I will spare the Peacock tribe's bloodline. Otherwise, today, I will exterminate the Peacock tribe, and not leave a single one alive. I will kill them all. Tai said ferociously. Chapter 796. Peacock Palace. Kong Xian was in the midst of refining the Peacock God. His mind was immersed in his body, and he didn't seem to hear the battle outside the palace. After a few days, the great Peacock God was slowly refined. Kong Xian's consciousness slowly returned. Of course, if there was a great danger, Kong Xian could still wake up early. However, there hadn't been any great danger in the past few days. Ah! Help! Traitor, you want to destroy the Peacock tribe? I'll fight you. Be careful, that Peacock Elder is going to self-destruct. Boom! Chaos came from outside. Kong Xian got up and frowned slightly, but he didn't go out first. Instead, he looked at Peacock Sovereign lying there. The old man breathed his last breath, but his eyes were still wide open. Can't he die in peace? Kong Xian frowned slightly. The tragic sounds outside were getting louder and louder. Kong Xian waved his hand and opened the door of the palace. He saw that there was a layer of 5-colored divine light outside the palace. Obviously, it was to protect him from being disturbed. Looking at the outside world through the 5-colored divine light, it was like hell. Endless blue flames burned everywhere, and countless peacocks were struggling in the blue flames. Some of the stronger peacocks could resist the blue flames, but there were many fierce beasts killing them quickly. Blue flames? Heavenly cycle star formation. How is that possible? The one who destroyed the peacock tribe was Solar Divine Palace. Kang Xian's expression suddenly changed. After all, 800,000 years later, he was most loyal to Solar Divine Palace. And the Heavenly Cycle Star Formation was Solar Divine Palace's most powerful formation? Could it be that Tai, whom he was most loyal to, was the culprit who destroyed the peacock tribe? Kang Xian, run, run. Suddenly, someone shouted. It was one of the peacock elders, who was covered in blood and was being chased by a wolf demon. Although the elder didn't agree with Sovereign's decision, when it came to the inheritance of the peacock tribe, he stood on Kang Xian's side without hesitation. Perhaps the elder's shout had attracted the wolf demon. The wolf monster turned around and saw Kang Xian. Immediately, it showed a ferocious expression and pounced on him. No! That elder's complexion suddenly changed, and he instantly rushed in front of Kang Xian, blocking in front of the demon wolf. Boom! The wolf demon tore open the elder's chest. It seemed that the elder was about to be torn apart. The elder's expression was one of despair, but he had no regrets in blocking the attack for Kang Xian before he died. This was because Kang Xian had the peacock god, the future leader of the peacock race. As long as he was there, the peacock race would have a chance to rise again. Just as the elder was about to be torn apart, a voice rang out. Ka! A loud bang came from the elder's chest. The wolf demon's claw suddenly stopped in front of the elder. A hand wrapped in black gas grabbed the wolf claw. The wolf claw couldn't move. No matter how hard it tried, it was fixed there. Roar! Let go of me. The wolf monster's expression changed. It knew that it had met a tough opponent. You! That elder looked at Kang Xian in shock. Go and rest. I'm here. Kang Xian sighed softly. Swoosh! The wolf monster was instantly torn into pieces by Kang Xian's rainbow god light. Shattering the heavenly palace with a single light. This was too strong. They weren't even on the same level. When did such a strong existence appear in the peacock race? Yes. The severely injured elder retreated with tears streaming down his face. Before him, the Peacock God Island was like a purgatory. The peacock race seemed to be on the verge of destruction. When the Supreme was around, who would dare to cause trouble in the peacock race? But now, this Kang Xian before him was so strong. That elder saw a glimmer of hope, and he was excited. Kang Xian turned his head and looked up into the sky. In the starry sky, 361 stars shone brightly. Clearly, there were many demon kings controlling the stars to form the Heavenly Cycle Star Formation. Heavenly Cycle Star Formation. 800,000 years later, it was under the command of Kang Xian. Screech! Kang Xian roared fiercely as he suddenly transformed into a stream of light and shot into the sky, heading straight for the grand Heavenly Cycle Star Array's array source. Boom! His speed was too fast. In an instant, he was above the starry sky. Be careful. There's a tough one over there. Palm of the stars, hurry! On the stars, the demons roared. Suddenly, the Heavenly Cycle Star Formation rotated, and a gigantic blue palm descended from the sky, grabbing towards Kang Xian. Palm of the stars. You guys are still too inexperienced. Kang Xian's face was ferocious. Swoosh! The five-colored divine light soared into the sky like a divine whip, heading straight for the blue palm. With a loud bang, the divine whip hit the weakest point of the palm of the stars. Kang Xian was the clearest about that point. Boom! A resounding boom rang out as the massive astral palm exploded violently. What? The faces of the demon kings changed. Below them, Donghuang Tai, who was watching coldly, was also shocked. Who is it? Tai's pupils shrank. Screech. He saw that Kong Xian was already above the starry sky. In an instant, he turned into a gigantic peacock that was 3,000 feet long. What? All the demon kings were shocked. 3,000 feet. 3,000 feet. How is that possible? Tai was also shocked. The experts of the peacock tribe were also shocked. Then, they were overjoyed. 3,000 feet. Supremacy is 3,000 feet. Who is this peacock? Who is he? Why is he also 3,000 feet? Ha 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 ha, the peacock tribe is not destined to die. There's still a mighty figure. We're saved. We're saved. The peacock tribe was overjoyed. The new supremacy appointed by the old supremacy is the descendant of the old supremacy. He's the new supremacy of the peacock tribe, the supremacy. An elder shouted. Supremacy. Countless peacocks' eyes lit up. The descendant of the old supremacy. Suddenly, all the peacocks regained their spirits from their despair. As long as the peacocks were alive, the supremacy would be invincible. Screech. Kong Xian was already above the starry sky. He turned into a peacock that was 3,000 feet long. Immediately, billions of demonic auras burst out, dyeing the entire starry sky black. Oh no, quick! He knows the location of the massive heavenly cycle star formation. He's coming in. Ah, help! Whoosh! The massive heavenly cycle star formation could not stop Kong Xian at all. Kong Xian passed through it, opened his mouth, and sucked in a demon king on a star. Bastard! Tai's expression changed. He flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Above the starry sky, the five-colored divine light was like a chain of order. Wherever it went, the stars crumbled. Immediately, countless demon kings fled in fear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Black winds billowed. One demon king after another was swallowed into Kong Xian's stomach. Demonic aura filled the sky. Divine light lashed the world. Kong Xian unleashed his power above the starry sky. The massive heavenly cycle star formation crumbled instantly, but Kong Xian did not give up. Ton, ton, ton. Immediately, countless demon kings were swallowed into Kong Xian's stomach. Stop! Tai roared ferociously. He had painstakingly gathered these demon kings, but they were all swallowed by this peacock. The peacocks and demon kings fighting below were also confused. The new supremacy has such a strong demonic nature. Why do I feel that the new supremacy is even more ferocious than the old supremacy? He doesn't have the six-colored divine light, but only the five-colored divine light, and he's already a match for the supremacy. The new supremacy, the supremacy. The peacocks were very excited. While Kong Xian was swallowing countless demon kings, Tai also approached. Wah! The golden crow roared. A golden light flashed toward Kong Xian. True sunfire. Humph. Five-colored divine light. Kong Xian's expression was ferocious. Boom. The two beams of light collided in the void, tearing a small crack in the void. Who are you? The peacocks don't have someone like you. Demonic energy surging into the sky. Who are you? Tai said ferociously. Kong Xian, full of demonic energy, also paused and looked at Tai with narrowed eyes. After 800,000 years, this was the person he admired the most. For him, he could disregard life and death. Even when Tai wanted to kill him, he did not hold much resentment because he admired him. Why did he admire him? Because when he was young, Kong Xian remembered that when the peacocks were about to be wiped out, it was Tai who saved the peacocks and him. But now, Kong Xian's memory was overturned. He might have been tricked when he was young. Tai did it on purpose. Tai, you want to wipe out the peacocks? Why? Kong Xian's face was filled with hatred as he shouted ferociously. Tai had already shed all pretense of cordiality with the peacocks. He had nothing to fear. I don't care who you are. With such strength, you must die. I will rule over all the demons in the world. If the peacocks do not obey, then they will be wiped out from this world. What about that super divine peacock? What a scourge. That old thing had just died, and now a new fierce peacock was born. A super divine peacock every 10,000 years. We can't let the peacocks grow. Leave no one alive. We must wipe them all out. Tai said with a ferocious expression. Are you afraid of the super divine peacock? Is that why you want to wipe them out? Kong Xian said with a ferocious expression. Afraid? Me? Afraid? Tai's expression darkened. Although he was afraid of the super divine peacock, he could not bear it. Since you said so, then I will leave a small tribe of peacocks alive. I will raise them slowly and make them loyal to me. I will study the reason behind the super divine peacock's transformation. Ha, ha 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 ha, one day, the super divine peacock's transformation mystique will be mine. But today, there is no need for your peacock divine island to exist. And you swallowed so many of my subordinates. Today is the day you die, Tai said with a ferocious expression. I see. Ha 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 ha, I was so stupid. I was so loyal to you. So I was really just a dog. You killed my entire tribe. No, my parents were killed by you too. My father was loyal to you, but in the end. Ha, ha ha ha. Kong Xian's eyes turned red again. Loyal to me? Tai was puzzled. Now, I don't miss it anymore. Tai, I will take revenge for the peacocks. I will kill you. Roar. Kong Xian roared with a ferocious expression. Boom. The two peerless beasts began to fight. Chapter 797. When Gu Hai reached the vicinity of the Peacock Sea. It's already the 9th day. Gu Hai's expression suddenly darkened. This was because Gu Hai's heart suddenly skipped a beat, as if there were two presences pressing down on his heart. Rokudo Shinkun. Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. These two presences were from two Rokudo Shinkun. Gu Hai could even clearly sense who these two were. One was Rokudo Shinkun, who had fused with the 9th young master, and the other was Guqin. Now, he could only sense them. Presumably, he would be able to confirm their location tomorrow. Similarly, they would also be able to confirm his location. Gu Hai wasn't clear about Rokudo Shinkun's current strength, but that didn't stop him from guessing. How strong would he be if he could kill the heavens in a year? Would the two great experts be able to confirm his location tomorrow? Old man Guanqi. Ha, what a dangerous game. Gu Hai's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. The world was very big, but with Rokudo Shinkun's strength, it wouldn't be very slow for him to go somewhere. Compared to the long Zhangguo back then, he could reach the infinite celestial capital in a very short time after the Qin Terracotta notified him. Now, wouldn't he be able to reach him in the blink of an eye? This was no longer a game, but a great hunt. Being hunted by Rokudo Shinkun. Gu Hai's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. Not only Gu Hai, but all the experts who had helped Guanqi's 9 sons with their thoughts in the past had the urge to curse. How could he have been so careless as to help Guan Zhuko? Were they going to die soon? They had to find Kong Xian immediately. Gu Hai had already pushed his speed to the maximum. He flew into the Peacock Sea, but saw countless peacocks crying out in grief. What happened? Gu Hai was slightly startled. He could vaguely hear what sounded like a crying Jizun. Gu Hai's expression changed slightly. The supreme being of the peacock race had fallen. At the periphery of the Peacock Sea, the peacocks only cried and wailed, but as they got closer and closer to the Peacock God Island, they could gradually hear the sounds of battle in the distance. Buzz! Waves of holy light shone in all directions. They formed thousands of holy light nets that covered the entire Peacock Divine Island. The Peacock Divine Island was now shrouded in endless fog. Clearly, there was also a super great array within. Tai Chu, your solar divine palace is so bold. You want to snatch the peacock god the moment Jizun fell. Kill Tai Chu, or my peacock clan will be finished. Quick, let's fight it out with him. Countless peacocks rushed towards the Peacock Divine Island with all their might, but countless angels were waiting for them with their nets. In an instant, the peacocks were enveloped by the holy light nets. The powerhouses of the Peacock clan are all on the Peacock Divine Island. You're just a ragtag bunch? Watch my holy light trial. Tai Chu sneered as he waved his hand. Instantly, thousands of spear-shaped white lights appeared in his right hand. Go! The spear-shaped white lights immediately shot towards the peacocks trapped in the nets. Boom, boom, boom. Ah! 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 Amidst a series of screams, the peacocks were instantly pierced through by the spears. Then, the surrounding angels strangled the peacocks. The pierced peacocks cried out in pain as they were torn to pieces. Tai Chu's strength completely suppressed the peacocks. The peacocks revealed looks of despair, but the decline of their clan made the peacocks continue to charge without hesitation. Charge, charge, charge! Break the array and let the elders out. Demon, my peacock clan will not rest until you die. Screech! The peacocks let out sorrowful cries as they charged towards Tai Chu like moths to a flame. Tai Chu set up the array and led the angels to kill countless peacocks, protecting the peacocks from the inside. The peacocks cried out in grief. In the distance, Gu Hai's face suddenly sank. Tai Chu. Gu Hai clearly remembered how strong Tai Chu was. However, he was now strong as well. Furthermore, this was 800,000 years ago. He did not have many opponents in the Go Dao. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and took out the life entrapment saber. The moment the life entrapment saber appeared, it seemed to merge with the void. Gu Hai's Go energy immediately sensed the vast Go Dao laws through the life entrapment saber. Go Dao array, activate! Gu Hai shouted as he held the life entrapment saber. Boom! From the life entrapment saber, hundreds of millions of transparent beams of light suddenly emerged, as if weaving into a large emerald green net that spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, an area of 10 million miles was wrapped up by this emerald green net. Huh! The expressions of Tai Chu and the peacocks suddenly changed. Why is someone else here? Who are you? Tai Chu's expression changed, becoming ferocious. A few days ago, Rokudo Shinkuan had put up a bounty for Gu Hai's portrait. However, Solar Divine Palace had been lying in ambush in the Peacock Sea, so they had not paid much attention. I am an old friend of the peacock race's sovereign. Gu Hai said simply. Immediately, the peacocks around them recognized friend and foe, and they all became excited. Senior, please save our peacock race, the peacocks immediately said anxiously. Leave Tai Chu to me. You guys start breaking the array. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, countless peacocks said excitedly. Humph, brat, aren't you being too confident? Kill him. Tai Chu said with a ferocious expression. Roar. Immediately, a large number of peacocks charged at Gu Hai. Buzz, 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 buzz. Suddenly, the emerald net formed by the life entrapment saber moved, and countless angels were caught in the net. A blazing aura came from the green net, causing the angels to scream. Ah, there's poison on the net. Save us. True Lord, save us. Ah. Pissed, 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 pissed. While the angels screamed, the peacocks were stunned for a moment, and then they looked overjoyed. This senior was too strong. This is retribution. You killed my brother with the holy light net, and now you're caught in the senior's net. This is retribution. Some peacocks who had just lost their brothers were filled with grief and hatred. Quick, break the array that's shrouding the Peacock God Island and save the elders. Boom, boom, boom. The peacocks immediately rushed at the array. A Godao array. Who are you? Tai Chu's expression changed as he charged at Gu Hai. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and sneered, if I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Gu Hai reached out and twisted his hand. The Godao array immediately spread out, covering an area of 10 million miles. The angels could not escape at all, and they were instantly enveloped by the emerald green net. For a moment, there were countless screams. The power of the array was too strong. Tai Chu appeared in front of Gu Hai in an instant with a ferocious expression. He was about to strike at Gu Hai with a palm strike. Ning, Tai Chu! Gu Hai shouted. Buzz! A huge figure suddenly appeared in front of Gu Hai. It looked exactly like Tai Chu, but the difference was that it was more mature. The two Tai Chu faced each other. What? The real Tai Chu's expression changed. The cloud beast, Tai Chu, suddenly struck out with a palm strike. Boom! The two Tai Chu's palms collided in the air. Suddenly, the void trembled. The real Tai Chu's figure retreated, and the cloud beast stood there coldly. Oh! It seems that you are not as strong as my cloud beast. Gu Hai sneered. One was the Tai Chu from 800,000 years ago, and the other was the Tai Chu from 800,000 years later. Gu Hai had killed Tai Chu before, so there were 3 souls of Tai Chu in the transformation pool. Gu Hai had also studied these 3 souls, so he naturally had a certain understanding of Tai Chu's abilities. Although this cloud beast could not compare to the real Tai Chu from 800,000 years later, it was still slightly stronger than the one from 800,000 years ago. Impossible. A Godao cloud beast. Furthermore, it is imitating me. How can it be a match for me? Tai Chu refused to believe this and continued charging. Boom, 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 boom. The two Tai Chu fought in the air, but the cloud beast kept winning, gaining the upper hand. Gu Hai's Go skills were much stronger than before, so he could not suppress the cloud beast with his Go skills. Hence, this cloud beast was under Gu Hai's control. After a series of battles, the real Tai Chu finally accepted his fate. Humph. Godao cloud beast. I don't care who you are. Today, you provoked me, so you will pay the price. The real Tai Chu's expression turned cold. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and 10-direction destruction appeared in his hand. Boom! 10-direction destruction suddenly transformed into a 12-winged angel, exuding a terrifying aura that was even stronger than Tai Chu's. Kill him, the real Tai Chu said savagely. The 12-winged angel immediately charged at the cloud beast. Boom! The 12-winged angel and Tai Chu clashed in the air, immediately suppressing the cloud beast. Ha! Again? Reckless thing. The real Tai Chu snorted coldly. Boom! 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 The cloud beast and the 12-winged angel fought fiercely, rising higher and higher. As they clashed in the air, ripples appeared in the air. The real Tai Chu suddenly looked at Gu Hai with a sinister expression. Now, it's your turn. Is that so? Gu Hai suddenly sneered. Crack. The real Tai Chu's body froze. My body. Tai Chu's expression changed. At this moment, hundreds of stars suddenly bloomed with dazzling starlight in the starry sky, slowly rotating. Gu Hai's Godao ritual array connected to the starry sky, controlling the hundreds of stars. As it rotated, the power of the stars surged into the ritual array. A huge spatial power tore at Ka. 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 A Go Dao ritual array. How can you control a Go Dao ritual array so casually? Who are you? Since when was there such a Go Dao grandmaster in this world? Do you know the consequences of opposing my solar divine hall? Tai Chu roared with a ferocious expression. As the spatial distortion increased, Tai Chu felt like he was about to be torn apart. Not far away, the peacocks were very excited. They attacked Peacock Divine Island's ritual array while thanking Gu Hai. Xing. Gu Hai extended his hand and pulled out the Life Slayer blade. As soon as the Life Slayer blade was drawn, blood-red light seemed to dye the entire sky red. A ferocious aura rushed toward Tai Chu. Tai Chu's expression suddenly changed. The threat of death loomed over him. 10 directions annihilation. Come and save me. Tai Chu roared in shock. However, the cloud beast in the air firmly held the 12-winged angel back. Gu Hai held the Life Slayer blade and slashed at Tai Chu. It seemed like he wanted to kill Tai Chu. Amateus Buddha. A golden palm in the air struck at Gu Hai. Vajra Buddha, you old bald donkey. I saw that you were a kind person, so I didn't bother with you. Now, you're here to stop me. Gu Hai's expression turned cold as he looked at the monk who struck at him. Chapter 798. As the Vajra Buddha struck with his palm, Gu Hai's Life Slayer saber had no choice but to turn toward the Vajra Buddha. As soon as the Life Slayer saber struck, a blood-red illusion enveloped the Vajra Buddha. The Vajra Buddha felt as if he was suddenly in a sea of blood. Countless evil spirits were biting at him, as if he had fallen into an evil spirit's hell. Don't be so arrogant, demon. The Vajra Buddha's expression changed, and he increased the strength in his hand. His palm collided with the Life Slayer saber. After 800,000 years, although the Life Slayer saber was not one of the 16 great Dharma treasures, it was not far from it. Its biggest advantage was its sharpness. It was so sharp that even the Life Slayer saber could not compare. Boom! The saber and the palm separated. As the saber and the palm separated, the Life Slayer saber dragged out a huge cloud of blood. In that instant, the Life Slayer saber had cut open the Vajra Buddha's palm and forcibly extracted a large amount of blood. The Vajra Buddha's expression changed, and he looked at his palm. His skin, which had not been cut open by the Life Slayer saber's 5 cycles in the past, was now cut open. In just a short while, 1/3 of his blood had been extracted. You! The Vajra Buddha glared. Vajra Buddha, don't test my limits with your foolishness. Gu Hai said coldly. Vajra Buddha, save me. He's a demon. Tai Chu shouted anxiously. Tai Chu. The Vajra Buddha's expression changed, and he seemed to be about to attack again. Suddenly, a peacock screamed, Vajra Buddha, you want to destroy the peacock clan too? Huh? The Vajra Buddha was slightly stunned. He saw a large group of peacocks surrounding the Vajra Buddha. Vajra Buddha, when the Vajra temple was about to be destroyed, it was the honorable of the Peacock clan who helped the Vajra temple resolve the crisis. Now, you're helping the Solar Divine Palace to destroy the Peacock clan. Vajra Buddha, you'll die a horrible death. Vajra Buddha, you repay kindness with ingratitude. The Peacock clan will not let you go even if we become evil spirits. Honorable is famous. Why would he be so blind to save the Vajra temple? Senior, you'll have to step over my dead body. A group of peacocks blocked the Vajra Buddha with sorrowful cries. The Vajra Buddha's expression, and said, what? Solar Divine Palace wants to exterminate the Peacock clan. Although the Vajra Buddha accepted Rokudo Shinkuen's invitation to hunt down Gu Hai, he had no temper when facing the Peacock clan. After all, he owed the Peacock clan a huge favor. Kill the Peacock clan. But the Vajra Buddha could not do it. In particular, the Vajra Buddha's heart suddenly trembled when he heard the peacock's screams of hatred. What's going on? How could the Peacock clan be exterminated? How did he get involved with him? The Vajra Buddha said anxiously. Countless peacocks stared at the Vajra Buddha with no intention of being friendly. All of a sudden, the Vajra Buddha's hands and feet were tied. Vajra Buddha, quick, save me. Solar God Shrine will definitely reward you handsomely. No, I am helping Rokudo Shinkuan. Tai Chu shouted in fear. The tearing force of the array rendered Tai Chu immobile. Gu Hai's Life Slayer saber slashed at him again. Wait! The Vajra Buddha shouted anxiously. Screech! The peacocks immediately charged at the Vajra Buddha without regard for their lives, as if they wanted to perish together with him. It's too late. Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression. No! Bang! Tai Chu's head flew up, and his head separated from his body. His eyes widened. Even in death, he could not believe that he would die at the hands of a stranger. His blood was already drained. The three souls instantly entered Gu Hai's eye of life and death. You! The Vajra Buddha immediately showed anger. Thank you, Senior. Countless peacocks suddenly bowed to Gu Hai in gratitude. Roar! High in the sky, the 12-winged angel let out a sorrowful roar and attacked the cloud beast with all its might. Boom! There was a loud sound, and Tai Chu's cloud beast exploded into pieces. Without Tai Chu's control, the 12-winged angel suddenly shrank and turned into a cross. Gu Hai extended his hand and grabbing absolute annihilation. All annihilation? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. You killed Tai Chu. The Vajra Buddha said irritably. What? Does the Vajra Temple owe Solar God Palace a favor again? You're too cowardly, aren't you? You owe so many favors. Gu Hai said with a smile. Solar God Palace has nothing to do with me. However, aren't you afraid of retribution for killing so ruthlessly? The Vajra Buddha said angrily. Retribution? Tai Chu's cultivation is high. Killing him is ruthless. How many peacocks did Tai Chu kill? Why don't you call him ruthless? I killed Tai Chu and saved countless peacocks. That's great kindness, virtue, mercy, and compassion. Gu Hai said coldly. You? The Vajra Buddha did not know where to start. Or should I say that the lives of the Peacock clan are not worth mentioning in front of you? Only Tai Chu's life is worth mentioning. Great monk, I heard what the Peacock said just now. Your Vajra temple was saved by the Peacock clan. When the Peacock clan is in trouble, you don't want to repay the kindness and end the karma. Instead, you help the devil and repay kindness with enmity. What kind of Buddha are you cultivating? What kind of good person are you? Gu Hai glared at him and shouted. Me. The Vajra Buddha's face stiffened, and then a trace of bitterness appeared. Now, the Peacock clan is suffering inside. Have you ever thought of helping the Peacock clan to break the array and save the elders? Gu Hai shouted. The Vajra Buddha took a deep breath and immediately rushed toward the array. He was about to strike with his palm. Wah! Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from the array. Boom! However, a huge hole was torn in the formation. A huge ball of fire shot out. What? The Vajra Buddha paused. Three-legged golden crow, Tai. Gu Hai's expression changed. He reached out his hand and summoned the stars. Where's Tai Chu? Absolute beginning. Tai roared. I've killed Tai Chu. You're next. Gu Hai said coldly. He waved his hand. Buzz. The grand matrix of chess was once again activated. The 100 stars in the sky immediately formed a massive killing force, tearing Tai apart, intending to keep him in place. Wah! Tai roared. His strength was not something that Tai Chu could compare to. He flapped his wings, and Gu Hai's Go array shattered. Boom! 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 The 100 stars controlled by the Grand Tao of Chess formation in the starry sky exploded with a loud rumble. Huh! Gu Hai's face sank. This Tai was very strong. Tai, don't think of leaving. A shout came from the array. It was Kong Xian's furious voice. Humph! Kong Xian, when I get the bell of primal chaos, it will be the time of your clan's destruction. When I return, none of you will leave. Wah! Tai flapped his wings and suddenly disappeared into the horizon. Boom! The 3,000-meter-long Kong Xian gave chase. However, by the time he came out, Tai was already at the horizon. Kong Xian showed a ferocious expression as if he wanted to give chase. Kong Xian, stop chasing! Gu Hai shouted. Buzz! With a jolt, Kong Xian recovered from his rage. He turned his head and saw Gu Hai holding the absolute annihilation, protecting the peacock race members behind him. Buzz! Kong Xian immediately turned into human form. Whoosh! With a flick of his sleeve, the grand formation that was trapping the Peacock God Island behind him exploded. It exploded, revealing the tragic scene of the Peacock God Island. Countless peacocks were torn apart in pools of blood, and countless animal kings were dead or injured. Only 100-odd animal kings survived, and they were currently fighting the peacock race elders. What? When the peacocks outside saw the bloody scene, they were horrified. Roar! Kong Xian roared with a ferocious expression. Billowing black winds swept the animal kings in the distance, trying to suck them into his mouth. No! The Vajra Buddha could not bear it. Vajra Buddha, don't you think you're being too merciful? Gu Hai frowned. The Vajra Buddha's expression froze, but he did not interfere in the end. Rumble! In an instant, a large number of animal kings were devoured by Kong Xian. The battle was over, and the peacock race relaxed. However, the moment they relaxed, countless peacocks started to cry. Big brother, don't die, don't die. Father, the supreme martial artist has avenged you, father. Mother, don't leave me behind. Cries shook the heavens. The Peacock clan had suffered great losses. In this battle, 70% of their experts had died. If not for Kong Xian's sudden appearance, the Peacock clan would have been wiped out. Whoosh! Kong Xian immediately appeared in front of Gu Hai. Your Majesty! Why are you here? Kong Xian looked at Gu Hai in surprise. When I arrived, the first thing I did was to look for you. Unfortunately, I'm still one step too late. Gu Hai sighed. Absolute Beginnings 10 Direction Annihilation. Kong Xian asked in surprise. It seems like Tai Chu was killed by your Majesty again. Gu Hai nodded. Who's this monk? I've never seen him before. Kong Xian looked at the Vajra Buddha. He thought he was with Gu Hai. A good guy who doesn't know what's right or wrong. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Huh? Kong Xian looked at the Vajra Buddha in confusion. The Vajra Buddha recognized Kong Xian. This was because there was a portrait of Kong Xian in the 6 Tao Realms bounty. For a moment, the Vajra Buddha did not know what to do. Thank you, Supreme Martial Artist. All thanks to Supreme Martial Artist. Supreme Martial Artist. After the initial tearful complaint, the 5 surviving elders flew over with blood all over their bodies. They bowed to Kong Xian with gratitude. When the Supreme Martial Artist passed the throne to Kong Xian, the elders were still unconvinced. But now, how could they be unconvinced? If it wasn't for Kong Xian, the Peacock tribe would have been wiped out. Collect the corpses of the peacocks. Kong Xian ordered. Yes. All the elders replied. Immediately, the elders arranged for the peacocks to collect the corpses. Huh? The Vajra Buddha. Your Vajra temple also received the news and came to help us defend against Solar God Shrine. Although you're a little late, the Peacock tribe is grateful. An elder said gratefully when he saw the Vajrabuddha. Elder, the Vajrabuddha is on the same side as Solar God Shrine. Suddenly, a peacock said. What? The elder's face changed. The Vajrabuddha's face stiffened. He didn't know how to explain. Huh? Your Majesty, he went against you just now. Kong Xian's face darkened. The monk must have uncovered Rokudo Shinkuen's bounty. He's here to capture the two of us and ask for credit from the 6 Dao realms. Gu Hai said with a smile. What? He's here to deal with the supreme martial artist. Suddenly, the peacocks looked at the Vajrabuddha with hatred. The Vajrabuddha suddenly felt awkward. He opened his mouth several times but didn't know what to say. Alright, don't make it difficult for him. He doesn't know. Gu Hai said with a smile. Chapter 799. What? We are here to deal with the Supreme. Immediately, all the peacocks looked at the Vajrabuddha with hatred. The Vajrabuddha suddenly felt awkward. He opened his mouth a few times, but didn't know what to say. Alright, don't make things difficult for him. He doesn't know. Gu Hai said with a smile. Oh. The peacocks were slightly startled. Phew. The Vajrabuddha secretly sighed. For a moment, he was really afraid that Gu Hai would hit him when he was down. He wasn't worried that the peacocks would attack him, but that he couldn't bear the resentment. When he looked at Gu Hai, a trace of gratitude flashed in his eyes. Your Majesty, I would like to send Old Supreme off first. Kong Xian pleaded. Gu Hai nodded. The group quickly flew to the entrance of the Peacock Palace. Supreme. Greetings to the Supreme. Supreme, along the way, the peacocks who were collecting the corpses saw Kong Xian fly over and bowed respectfully. After the battle just now, all the peacocks on the Peacock Island had already recognized Kong Xian. If it weren't for him, the peacocks would have been finished. After the 5 seriously injured elders were arranged, they followed Kong Xian back to the Peacock Palace. The eyes of the old Supreme were still open. Supreme. The elders cried and bowed again. Although they recognized Kong Xian, the prestige of the old Supreme couldn't be erased so easily. Amateus Buddha. The Vajrabuddha suddenly chanted. Under the Buddha's chant, the Vajrabuddha sat cross-legged and started chanting scriptures. Chanting scriptures. Vajrabuddha, release the old Supreme. The peacocks looked at the Vajrabuddha gratefully. Kong Xian walked closer and gently touched the eyelids of the old Supreme, making him close his eyes. The peacocks have me. You can rest in peace. Solemnly Kong Xian said Vajrabuddha. Wang. As the Vajrabuddha chanted, strands of golden light surged into the corpse of the old Supreme. A blue transparent figure slowly emerged from the corpse. Human soul. Gu Hai frowned slightly. After a person died, their soul would remain in their corpse or grave. The mortal soul of the old supremacy appeared. Sovereign. Countless peacocks immediately knelt down in excitement. The old supremacy looked at Kong Xian with gratitude in his eyes. Solemnly, he bowed to Kong Xian. No. Kong Xian frowned. You deserve this bow of mine. In the past, this old man let Tai go, but who would have thought that Tai would exterminate my peacock race? If it weren't for you, my peacock race. Many thanks to you. The old paragon bowed gratefully. Kong Xian frowned, sighed slightly, and finally nodded. All members of the Peacock clan, listen up. From now on, Kong Xian is the sovereign. You must listen to his orders and not disobey. The calamity of the Peacock clan has only just begun. You must not have the slightest thought of betraying him. The old sovereign instructed. Yes. Countless peacocks answered. At this moment, how could they have any thoughts of betrayal? All of them approved of Kong Xian to the extreme. Old supremacy, I have something to ask, I wonder. Kong Xian suddenly frowned. Speak. The old supremacy's mortal soul looked at Kong Xian. I heard that the peacock race will produce a super divine peacock every 10,000 years. His power is peerless, and he can even tear the reincarnation cycle apart. Kong Xian asked doubtfully. The old supremacy looked at Kong Xian and nodded, there is such a thing. However, I believe that with your strength, as long as you comprehend the peacock god, you should be able to reach the level of super divine peacock. Oh. Comprehend the peacock god? But we don't have much time. Rokudo Shinkuin is about to kill heaven. Is there a shortcut? Kong Xian was worried. The Vajra Buddha opened his mouth. Kong Xian. Don't talk nonsense. How can Rokudo Shinkuin kill heaven? Great monk, you still don't believe it. Gu Hai frowned. Nonsense. The Vajra Buddha glared. Vajra Buddha, I believe it. The old supremacy's mortal soul sighed. Ah. What? How can you believe it? What kind of person is Rokudo Shinkuin? How can he do such a disgraceful thing? The Vajra Buddha was still unwilling to admit it. Previously, I used a part of my lifespan to ask the peacock god to meet Fuxi. Fuxi also confirmed the peacock race's great calamity today. He also said that a great calamity will befall the world. The old supremacy's mortal soul sighed. Impossible, how is that possible? The Vajra Buddha finally hesitated. The Vajra Buddha respected Rokudo Shinkuin, but he respected the old supremacy even more because he had saved the Vajra temple. Gu Hai's one-sided words made the Vajra Buddha unwilling to believe, but the old supremacy's certainty made him panic. Old supremacy, time is limited. Do you know how to become a super peacock god? Kong Xian frowned. The old supremacy shook his head. Every peacock's comprehension is different. It's useless to tell you my experience. Instead, it will mislead you. However, I have sealed a power in the peacock god. You should have noticed it. That power can help you tear apart a path of reincarnation. Oh. Kong Xian's expression changed. Which path? You can see for yourself. The old supremacy sighed. Old supremacy, may I ask, have you decided on a proper burial place? Gu Hai asked. Oh. You are the great Emperor Dahan that Kong Xian spoke of. Thank you very much. The old supremacy suddenly bowed to Gu Hai. Old supremacy, you don't need to do that. Gu Hai immediately helped the old supremacy up. You asked me about a proper burial place. What do you plan on doing? The old supremacy was puzzled. Although Kong Xian has saved the peacock race, the calamity of the peacock race may continue. Rokudo Shinkuin might even vent his anger on them. I have an idea. I want to move the entire peacock race to my immortal dome. Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh. The old supremacy's pupils shrank. Immortal dome? The Vajra Buddha's expression also changed. When Gu Hai was fighting with him, he didn't use his full strength. Otherwise, if he were to move to the immortal dome, he would. The old supremacy was silent for a while. After all, Rokudo Shinkuin wanted to kill Gu Hai. What if Gu Hai died? Gu Hai wasn't in a hurry. He waited patiently. After a while, the old supremacy nodded solemnly. All right. Don't worry. I will do my best to protect them. If I really die at the hands of Rokudo Shinkuin, I will release them to the divine continent before I die. Gu Hai said solemnly. Many thanks, ancient emperor. The old supremacy bowed gratefully. Then I will choose a good burial place for you in the immortal dome. Gu Hai said solemnly. Thank you. The old supremacy's human spirit nodded. Perhaps this appearance had weakened the old supremacy's human spirit a little. Instantly, the human spirit disappeared. Gather as many peacocks as you can as soon as possible. After tomorrow, maybe. Gu Hai said solemnly. Kong Xian's pupils shrank. Tomorrow is the 10th day. Taking a deep breath, Gu Hai nodded. He stepped out of the peacock shrine and looked up at the sky. Kong Xian followed him out, while the Vajra Buddha continued to chant scriptures in the shrine. I have already sensed 2 Rokudo Shinkuan. Tomorrow, Rokudo Shinkuan will discover me. Gu Hai said with a wry smile. Your Majesty, don't you have the Immortal Dome? Can you hide inside and wait for the right time? Kong Xian asked worriedly. Rokudo Shinkuan also has the Immortal Dome. Have you forgotten? We can't hide. He can sense the location of the Immortal Dome, and might even tear it apart. Gu Hai said solemnly. Then. Kong Xian said worriedly. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Compared to 800,000 years later, this world has an additional Tao of chess. Gu Hai's face flashed with killing intent. Yes. Kong Xian answered. Although the world is vast, with Rokudo Shinkuan's strength, he will definitely be able to move unhindered. We need to end this quickly and kill one of them before the other Rokudo Shinkuan arrives. Gu Hai said with a sullen expression. That Rokudo Shinkuan should be a Go expert. Otherwise, he would not be competing with old man Guanqi. Kong Xian said with a frown. I heard that you can tear open a cycle. Gu Hai looked at Kong Xian. Yes. Your Majesty, which cycle do you want to enter? We will return to the 18 layers of hell and wait for Rokudo Shinkuan there. Gu Hai sternly said. Yes, this subject will immediately enter seclusion to figure out how to tear open a cycle. Kong Xian said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded. The 18 layers of hell and the divine continent's time were not symmetrical. Only by attacking there could he prevent the other Rokudo Shinkuan from interfering. After Kong Xian gave the order to the Peacock tribe, he quickly entered seclusion. Gu Hai, on the other hand, was sensing the 2 Rokudo Shinkuan. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong wind blew. In the blink of an eye, it reached Gu Hai. Who's there? A large number of peacocks flew up. It's fine. Go about your business. Gu Hai said with a wave of his hand. The surrounding peacocks looked at Gu Hai, nodded, and retreated. Tongtian sect master, you actually came? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with surprise. The person who suddenly appeared was naturally the Tongtian of the Jie school. Last time, I used a secret technique on you. It made it easier for me to find you. In less than a day, the Rokudo Shinkuan will come looking for you. If I didn't come to help you, I was worried that you couldn't handle it alone. The Tongtian sect master said with a smile. Many thanks, sect master. Gu Hai said gratefully. These few days, I went to the Wanshou Taoism and Lingshan sect. The Tongtian sect master said solemnly. Oh. Lingshan sect and Wanshou Taoism have both chosen to submit to the Rokudo Shinkuan. The Tongtian sect master said. They've defected. Gu Hai's face darkened. Solar Divine Palace. Tai returned in a sorry state. It was a huge barrier. A giant bell was suspended in the air above the barrier. It was the bell of chaos. Dang! Tai waved his hand, and the bell of chaos rang out. The surrounding demons quickly gathered. Master, why did you come back alone? Where's Tai Chu? A demon asked in surprise. Tai's expression was ferocious. Kong Xian. Kong Xian, where did Kong Xian come from? I'll definitely kill you. Tai ignored his subordinates. He grabbed the bell of chaos and was about to return to the Peacock Sea. Kong Xian. Master, is it this Kong Xian? Suddenly, a subordinate held out a portrait. Tai's pupils constricted. Why do you have a portrait of Kong Xian? Not only Kong Xian, but also these. Rokudo Shinkuan put up a bounty. They're all Rokudo Shinkuan's enemies. The subordinates immediately took out the portraits. Oh. Tai's expression changed. He immediately saw the familiar Gu Hai in the portrait. The subordinates immediately told him about the bounty. Rokudo Shinkun. That's great. Ha ha ha, Kong Xian. Gu Hai. You're dead. I'll join forces with Rokudo Shinkun and put you to death by 1,000 cuts. Tai let out a ferocious roar. Chapter 800. Return to the 10th day of 800,000 years ago. Peacock Sacred Island. Under Kong Xian's orders, all the peacocks left the Peacock Sea and stayed away from this place. In the Peacock Palace, there was a rift in the void that led to the path of hell. Gu Hai stood in the rift and looked at the Vajra Buddha sitting outside the palace. Vajra Buddha, aren't you going to leave? Gu Hai frowned. There are some things that I need to clarify. The Vajra Buddha took a deep breath and shook his head. So what if you clarify? That Rokudo Shinkun will definitely kill you. You're sitting here waiting for him, but... Gu Hai frowned. It's just a facade. Mr. Good, you don't have to worry too much about it. I've cultivated the 10 lifetimes golden body, so I'm different from ordinary cultivators. Although I can be a little pedantic at times, it's because I'm pedantic that I investigate things thoroughly. I didn't believe what you said before, but now, my resolve is shaken. I need to clarify. Otherwise, what use is my Buddha body? Mr. Good, are you sure that Rokudo Shinkun will be here soon? The Vajra Buddha frowned. I can sense 2 locations. One is in the southwest, and the other is in the northwest. The Rokudo Shinkun in the northwest is getting farther and farther away from me. It seems that he's gone to kill others. The Rokudo Shinkun in the southwest is getting closer and closer to me. He's coming to kill me. Gu Hai nodded. Mr. Good, do what you need to do. Don't worry about me. The Vajra Buddha put his palms together and said firmly. All right, be careful. Gu Hai nodded. Whoosh. Gu Hai stepped into the rift in the Peacock Palace. Bang. The door of the palace closed with a bang. The Vajra Buddha carried the door of the Peacock Palace and put his palms together. This wait lasted for about 2 hours. Boom. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed toward Peacock Island. Wah! Where's the peacock? A crow's caw came from the sky. The Vajra Buddha looked up into the sky. A 3,000 feet tall golden crow suddenly transformed into a human form. It was Donghuang Tai, who had left yesterday. Beside Tai, there were 20 other experts. There were monks, Taoists, emperors, and monster kings. All of them looked at the Vajra Buddha at the entrance of the Peacock Temple with a cold expression. There were 3 figures surrounded by a group of experts. The one leading them was none other than Rokudo Shinkun, who wore a Taoist robe and had a compassionate expression on his face. As for the other 2, they were dressed in black robes, but their appearances could not be clearly seen. Rokudo Shinkun stood in the air with everyone at the center. Amateus Buddha. The Vajra Buddha chanted. At this moment, Rokudo Shinkun was here. Even Tai didn't cross the line and only looked coldly at the Vajra Buddha. Vajra Buddha, how have you been? Is the ointment still effective? Rokudo Shinkun asked with a smile. Rokudo Shinkun's laughter was like a spring breeze, filled with warmth. The Vajra Buddha had a complicated expression. If Rokudo Shinkun really came, wouldn't that confirm what Gu Hai had said? Could it be that Rokudo Shinkun was really going to kill the heavens? Thank you, Rokudo Shinkun, for the ointment. My injuries have healed. The Vajra Buddha smiled bitterly. That's good. I heard that you went to the Peacock Sea for my bounty. I wonder how Gu Hai is doing now. Rokudo Shinkun asked with a smile. They are in the hall behind me, the Vajra Buddha said solemnly. Ha, Vajra Buddha, well done. Among the experts, a monk laughed. Perfected Lord, you don't need to do anything to these demons. We will take care of them for you, the experts said. The Vajra Buddha stared at Rokudo Shinkuan. Rokudo Shinkuan, I have something to ask of you. Solemnly, the Vajra Buddha said. Oh. Rokudo Shinkuan frowned slightly. A hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. The Vajra Buddha should know the reason. Have you ever thought of going against the heavens? Have you? The Vajra Buddha suddenly shouted. As he shouted, the Vajra Buddha's eyes suddenly turned golden. He stared at Rokudo Shinkuan as if his golden eyes could see into his heart. Rokudo Shinkuan's expression did not change. However, the experts around him suddenly changed their expressions. How dare you slander the perfected Lord, Vajra Buddha? Vajra Buddha, you are possessed. Have you been bewitched by the demons? The crowd of experts suddenly roared in anger. Vajra Buddha, it seems that your character is not strong enough. You have been bewitched by the demons. Rokudo Shinkuan's eyes flashed with a hint of regret. Vajra Buddha, you are the enemy of the entire world by harboring the demons. Today, I will subdue you on behalf of the common people. The monk who greeted the Vajra Buddha earlier glared at him. He took a step forward, took out a stick, and hit the Vajra Buddha. The Vajra Buddha stared at Rokudo Shinkuan as if he was still trying to figure out what Rokudo Shinkuan was thinking. Buzz! The moment the stick hit, the Vajra Buddha's body suddenly turned golden. Boom! With a loud bang, the stick was knocked back. The Vajra Buddha stood up, his expression ugly. Rokudo Shinkuan, I can see that you are tempted. Fortunately, I did not make a big mistake. As he spoke, the Vajra Buddha's body suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a 10,000 feet tall giant. The dominator of 6 paths narrowed his eyes. Vajra Buddha, you have been bewitched by the demons. Humph, you are the demon. Today, I will subdue the demons on behalf of the heavens. The Vajra Buddha glared at Rokudo Shinkuan and grabbed him. With his 10,000 feet tall body, he was not slow at all. In an instant, he was in front of him. Vajra Buddha. You burned your 10 lifetimes of good just to protect them. Rokudo Shinkuan's face darkened. Don't waste your breath on him, perfected cultivator. Let me do it. Tai suddenly roared. As he spoke, Tai suddenly turned into a 3,000 feet tall 3-legged golden crow. He spread his wings and flew toward the Vajra Buddha. Tai, be careful. This is his 10 lifetimes of golden body, the indestructible body of Vajra. Rokudo Shinkuan shouted. The golden crow's claws grabbed the Vajra Buddha's head. Dog! The Vajra Buddha roared and struck with his palm. Boom! With a loud bang, the two powerhouses separated. The Vajra Buddha's head was still there, but there was an additional scratch mark. The Vajra Buddha's palm hit Tai's wings, but Tai's wings were broken. 10 lifetimes of cultivation combined? What a good Vajra Buddha! However, you dare to protect the demons? Only death awaits you. Tai roared. With a roar, he opened his mouth and spat out a huge bell. Clang! The bell of chaos rang loudly, forming a huge yellow sound wave that rushed toward the Vajra Buddha. Bzzz. The Vajra Buddha held his head in pain. Bell of chaos, watch as I scatter your 3 souls and 7 spirits. Tai rang the bell again. Clang! Ah! The Vajra Buddha screamed in pain. As he screamed, he knew that he could not stop the bell of chaos. He leaped and grabbed Rokudo Shinkuan, as if he wanted to kill Rokudo Shinkuan with one claw. Be careful, perfected cultivator. Everyone shouted. Rokudo Shinkuan's face darkened. Vajra, you have been brainwashed by the demons. Pray for a better reincarnation in your next life. As he spoke, Rokudo Shinkuan extended his right index finger and tapped lightly. Whoosh! Rokudo Shinkuan's right index finger shot a beam of red light toward the Vajra Buddha's glabella. What? Boom! With a loud bang, the Vajra Buddha's body froze. He looked at Rokudo Shinkun in shock. There was a bloody hole in the Vajra Buddha's glabella. Billions of golden auras were emitted from his body, as if his cultivation had been completely drained. Whoosh! The Vajra Buddha shrank back to his original size. He sat cross-legged on the ground and stopped breathing. He was dead. One finger. The powerhouses felt a chill in their hearts, but more than that, they felt admiration. Perfected cultivator, the Vajra Buddha had it coming. Let's take down the demons quickly, Taiyi said in his human form. Rokudo Shinkun nodded. He ignored the Vajra Buddha's corpse and walked to the entrance of the Peacock Palace. Kwang! The entrance of the Peacock Palace opened with a loud bang. The crowd immediately saw the crack in the void. This is... The crowd was shocked. Hell Dao reincarnation. Let's go. Rokudo Shinkun said in a low voice. Yes. The crowd followed Rokudo Shinkun and stepped into the crack. Buzz. After everyone stepped into the spatial crack suddenly disappeared. Peacock Sacred Island became quiet again. Only the Vajra Buddha's corpse was left. He sat there alone. Buzz. At that moment, the golden aura that had just dissipated from the Vajra Buddha's body returned and slowly condensed into a transparent figure. That transparent figure was the Vajra Buddha. However, it was transparent and could not be seen by outsiders. The transparent Vajra Buddha looked at his corpse in front of him and said bitterly, God-slaying finger? Destroying my 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls with 1 finger? If I hadn't cultivated the 10 lives golden body and the great virtue body, I would have been completely destroyed. Rokudo Shinkun is so powerful. Mr. Good, you have to be careful. Looking at his corpse, the Vajra Buddha's great virtue body sighed slightly. He took a step, rushed into the sky, and disappeared into the void. As for the physical body, he no longer cared about it. Hell Dao reincarnation. The 18th level of hell. On a planet. Gu Hai, Kang Xian, and the Tongtian master of the Jia sect were looking at an image in front of them. In the image was the battle between the Vajra Buddha and Rokudo Shinkun. 1 finger. Kang Xian's eyelids twitched wildly. Rokudo Shinkun is really powerful. The Tongtian sect master said with a solemn expression. As he spoke, the Tongtian sect master waved his hand, and the image disappeared. Gu Hai, the next battle is going to be dangerous. The Tongtian sect master said with a bitter smile. Yes, the Vajra Buddha's skills are so superb, but his strength is not the same as Rokudo Shinkun's finger. Rokudo Shinkun has brought a group of helpers. It is indeed dangerous. If you don't want to participate, you can leave now. Gu Hai said in a low voice. What are you saying, Your Majesty? Back then, when Kang Xian was in danger, Your Majesty did not retreat. How can Kang Xian retreat now? Kang Xian said firmly with a solemn expression. Gu Hai, don't say such things. No one can escape from 800,000 years ago. Besides, I have never escaped before. The prime of Tongtian's eyes flashed with a hint of determination. Gu Hai nodded. Suddenly, his expression turned cold as he looked at the entrance to the 18th level of hell. Buzz! Rokudo Shinkun led the 23 powerhouses into the 18th level of hell. Chapter 801. Rokudo Shinkun led the 23 experts into the 18th layer of hell. The 18th layer of hell, also known as the boundless hell, contained the densest baleful aura. It was a land of death surrounded by countless planets. One day in the outside world was 130 million years here. Gu Hai stood on a planet and looked coldly at Rokudo Shinkun's group in the distance. Whoosh! Rokudo Shinkun also flew to a nearby planet. The two sides looked at each other from a distance. Just these 3. There are portraits of these 3 on the True Lord's bounty. 3 demons? What can they do even if they hide in the 18th layer of hell? Everyone looked at Gu Hai's group of 3 with disdain. Tai Yi looked coldly at Kang Xian, who was not far away. In the past battle, he did not gain the upper hand and was even suppressed by Kang Xian. Among all the birds in the world, other than the old supreme of the peacock race, how could anyone compare to him? Even the Phoenix clan would not be a match for him. Where did this Kang Xian come from? Was he another super peacock god? Rokudo Shinkuan glanced at Gu Hai, then turned to look at the surrounding planets. He saw that countless planets were rotating rhythmically. Chess formation. Rokudo Shinkuan sneered. Ninth young master, I have repaid the favor you owed me at the Thousand Island Sea. We don't owe each other anything now. Gu Hai said after taking a deep breath. Thousand Island Sea. Everyone was puzzled. Only Rokudo Shinkuan understood what Gu Hai meant. Because the Rokudo Shinkuan in front of him was the Rokudo Shinkuan that the ninth young master had fused with. Naturally, it retained all the memories of the ninth young master. I don't know what you're talking about, but, Gu Hai, I value you a lot. Rokudo Shinkuan said coldly. There's no need to complicate this game set up by Guanqi. If you want to kill us, then come. Gu Hai said coldly. True Lord, I'll kill him. Tai said anxiously. Rokudo Shinkuan nodded. Wow! Tai suddenly became 30,000 feet tall. Billions of golden flames emerged from his body. He was like a star, falling toward the planet where Gu Hai was. The 6 paths and the other powerful beings looked on coldly. The dominator of 6 paths was not a reckless man. He did not underestimate Gu Hai at all. Tai's attack was a test. Dang! He spat out the bell of chaos. The bell of chaos rang, and a soul-stirring vibration rushed into everyone's hearts. As the bell of chaos rang, countless planets in the surroundings trembled. Clearly, the bell of chaos was extremely powerful. The sound waves formed ripples in the void and rushed toward Gu Hai's head. Eastern Emperor Tai. I'll do it. The Tongtian sect master sneered and stepped into the sky. As he rose into the sky, the fairy-slaying sword suddenly appeared in the Tongtian sect master's hand. The bell of chaos. Cut off the sword. The Tongtian sect master shouted with a ferocious expression. Boom! With a slash of the sword, endless light in the void gathered toward the fairy-slaying sword. It was like a heavenly sword that slashed forward. Selah. The sound waves in the void were torn apart by the sword. The fairy-slaying sword went straight for the bell of chaos. Dang! The sword collided with the bell of chaos. With a loud bang, the bell of chaos suddenly stopped. At the place where the sword collided, billions of sword chi exploded and rushed toward Tai. Roar! Tai immediately released countless golden flames to burn the purple sword chi. Break! The Tongtian sect master shouted. Boom! The power of the sword increased exponentially and blasted Tai and the bell of chaos apart. What? The expressions of the powerful beings in the distance changed. The bell of chaos is a good treasure. Unfortunately, you're still not strong enough. The Tongtian sect master said coldly. At the beginning of chaos, the 10 bodies are separated. Tai roared ferociously. Dang! The bell of chaos rang again. This time, the sound waves did not rush toward the Tongtian sect master, but toward Tai himself. Ah! Tai felt as if his entire body was being torn apart. He screamed in pain. In an instant, Tai was torn into 10 parts. All 10 parts were complete and looked exactly the same as the 3-legged golden crow. The 10 Tai suddenly lined up. Wah, 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 wah. The 10 Tai roared and the primordial sun fire around him suddenly surged. A terrifying aura suppressed the Tongtian sect master. 10 bodies. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Tongtian Sect Master, be careful. The Bell of Chaos has separated Tai's 3 souls and 7 spirits into one body. It's like 10 Rokudo Shinkuan. 10 bodies with the same strength. Be careful, he can set up the 10 sun sky traversing formation. Kong Xian's expression changed. Wah! As expected, with Kong Xian's roar, the Tai enveloped by the Bell of Chaos began to dance around. A scorching formation immediately enveloped the Tongtian Sect Master. As soon as the 10 sun sky traversing formation appeared, the entire star system seemed to be roasting. The water on some planets instantly evaporated. Under this scorching heat, the void started to distort slowly. As space twisted, the 10 golden crows no longer looked like 10, but hundreds, thousands, and even tens of thousands of Tai swarming toward the Tongtian Sect Master. Using the Bell of Chaos to set up the 10 sun sky traversing formation. 10 Tai is much more powerful than 10 golden crow princes. Gu Hai said with a sullen expression. Yes, the formation of 10 golden crow princes after 800,000 years is nothing compared to the 10 sun sky traversing formation. The Tongtian Sect Master is in trouble. Your Majesty, should this subject go and help the Tongtian Sect Master? Kong Xian asked worriedly. No need, I trust him. Gu Hai said gravely. Countless Tai instantly surrounded the Tongtian Sect Master. The Tongtian Sect Master's expression twisted. Ha, the 10 sun sky traversing formation. This Sect Master loves killing suns. The Tongtian Sect Master's expression chilled. He twisted his body and slashed with the Immortal slaying sword. Boom! One of the golden crows exploded, but it was only a blazing fireball. Humph, that's just an illusion. You don't even know where my real body is, yet you want to kill me? Ha ha ha! The 10,000 Tai snarled. It's just 10,000. Can't we just kill them all? Why do we need to know which one is the real body and which one is an illusion? The Tongtian Sect Master said coldly. As he spoke, only the afterimages of the Tongtian Sect Master were left in the formation. Kill, 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 kill. Boom, 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 boom. The Tongtian Sect Master was extremely fast. He swung the Immortal slaying sword as if it was the end of the world. Every slash of the sword caused the golden crows to explode. The golden crows shrieked and grabbed at the Tongtian Sect Master. However, the Tongtian Sect Master's sword was too fast. It was so fast that only afterimages were left. The golden crows could not catch the Immortal slaying sword at all, let alone catch the corner of the Tongtian Sect Master's clothes. The golden crows missed every time. Every time they saw the Tongtian Sect Master pounce, he was already gone. Within the 10 sun sky traversing formation, it was as if the Tongtian Sect Master's location could not be seen. It was as if the Tongtian Sect Master was everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. All they could hear was the sound of suns exploding one after another. The speed of the explosions was like a machine gun firing. Everyone was dazzled by the scene. The Tongtian Sect Master was too strong. He was so strong that even if Tai Yi were to create 10,000 clones, he would still be no match for him. I am the peak of all swordsmanship. When my sword strikes, all swords will be destroyed. The Tongtian Sect Master shouted with a ferocious expression, destroy. Ah! Tai Yi suddenly screamed in pain. Boom! In an instant, almost all the golden crows exploded. The countless afterimages of the Tongtian Sect Master suddenly gathered into one and slashed at the Bell of Chaos. Hong! A super loud sound reverberated through the starry sky of the 18th layer of hell. The huge Bell of Chaos was cut in half by the Immortal slaying sword. The second Bell of Chaos in the world. How could it be destroyed? Kong Xian's expression froze. No matter how strong a treasure is, it needs a person to use it. Long Zhanggua can destroy the Bell of Chaos, the cauldron of heaven and earth, and the 10-sided annihilation in one hit. Why can't the Tongtian sect master destroy the Bell of Chaos? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Hong! The Bell of Chaos exploded into millions of fragments that scattered in all directions. Wherever it went, the nearby stars were instantly pierced through. No! Tai Yi screamed in pain. The moment the Tongtian sect master slashed the Bell of Chaos, the 10 blood-soaked Tai Yi merged into one. Tai Yi was completely defeated. The Tongtian sect master grabbed his sword and looked coldly at Tai Yi. He was about to slash again. The experts around Rokudo Shinkuin turned gloomy. Tongtian? How can he be so strong? The expressions of the experts changed. There was no need for Rokudo Shinkuin to speak. The 20 experts immediately swarmed forward. They each took out their treasures and weapons and slashed at the Tongtian sect master. Boom! In an instant, swords and sabers flew out, each of them tens of thousands of feet long. It was as if the heavens were charging at the Tongtian sect master. 800,000 years ago, there were indeed many experts. These people are not much weaker than Tai Yi. Kong Xian's expression changed. How can the experts invited by Rokudo Shinkuin be weak? Gu Hai's expression darkened. Gu Hai was more concerned about the 2 black-robed men behind Rokudo Shinkuin. Who were they? Were they Rokudo Shinkuin's greater trump card? You destroyed my Bell of Chaos. Die! Tai Yi roared with grief and anger. The 21 experts immediately charged at the Tongtian sect master. The powerful impact tore a huge crack in the void. Before the swords and sabers arrived, the crack in the void was already in front of the Tongtian sect master. 21. The Tongtian sect master was not afraid. Fairy-slaying sword formation. The Tongtian sect master said with a ferocious expression. 3 long swords flew out from his sleeves. Together with the fairy-slaying sword, they spread out in 4 directions and suddenly became tens of thousands of feet long. They stood in the void and emitted sword aura waves like the explosion of a star. Boom! The 2 forces collided in the void, creating a huge black hole in the void. Tai Yi and the others were pushed back by the impact. What? Everyone took a step back from the recoil. Their expressions changed. The Tongtian sect master stood in the middle of the fairy-slaying sword formation with a ferocious expression. He looked coldly at the 21 people in front of him and said, "Numbers don't necessarily make you strong. Come at me together. If 1 comes, I'll kill. If 21 come, I'll still kill." The Tongtian sect master's ferocious expression made Tai Yi and the others grimace. They were all ambitious and ruthless people. When had they ever been afraid of anyone? How dare this person humiliate them like this? The group of ambitious and ruthless people was about to pounce on him. Everyone. Rokudo Shinkuin suddenly said. Everyone looked at Rokudo Shinkuin in surprise. Tongtian. Let the Tongtian deal with him then. Rokudo Shinkuin said calmly. A black-robed man behind Rokudo Shinkuin suddenly lifted his black robe and revealed his true appearance. The Tongtian sect master of Wanshou Taoism. Kong Xian's expression suddenly changed. He's really defected. Gu Hai's expression darkened. What a fairy-slaying sword formation. Slaying sword formation. You only have 4 swords. Wanshou Tongtian sect master sneered. The Tongtian sect master's expression darkened. He said coldly, "I didn't expect you to be such a spineless person. I'm ashamed to have the same name as you." Chapter 802. One of the 2 black-robed men behind Rokudo Shinkuin was the Tongtian sect master of the Wanshou Taoism. Ashamed to have the same name as me? There is only one Tongtian, and that is me. You, a cloud beast, want to compete with me for the title? You overestimate yourself. Wanshou Tongtian said coldly. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Whoosh! Suddenly, 7 long swords flew out instantly. Boom! They surrounded Tongtian's immortal slaying sword formation in an instant. Buzz! Each of the 7 long swords became 10,000 feet long, like 7 pillars of the universe, forming a circle. Countless sword chi burst out. Slaying, annihilating space. The 7 immortal slaying swords of the Wanshou Taoism. Boom! The 7 immortal slaying swords formed a large formation, and instantly burst out billions of sword chi, surrounding the 4 swords in the center. That's the 4 immortal slaying swords formation, and mine is the 7 immortal slaying swords formation. Let's see who is more powerful. Wanshou Tongtian's eyes were cold. Humph! The Tongtian from the Jie school snorted and waved his hand. Similarly, hundreds of millions of sword chi burst out. The power was stronger than the one that attacked the 21 experts just now. Boom! With a loud sound, the void was instantly torn into countless pieces. The 7 immortal slaying swords surrounded the 4 swords, but the void at the center of the 2 sword formations was instantly shattered, leaving only a vacuum zone like a black hole. One attack, and the outcome was actually not decided. Not far away, Tai's expression changed. Impossible, when did Tongtian become so powerful? Wanshou Tongtian alone blocked the Tongtian of the Jie sect. This was not only the power of the past, but also the power from 800,000 years in the future. In just 10 days, he had recovered the power of 800,000 years. Tongtian of the Jie school suddenly pulled out the immortal slaying sword. Strangely, the fairy slaying sword was still in the fairy slaying 4 swords formation. The Tongtian from the Jie sect had a copy of it in his hand, as if it was formed by the fairy slaying 4 swords formation. The same strange scene happened to Wanshou Tongtian. Wanshou Tongtian also had an immortal exterminating sword in his hand. The 2 Tongtian stepped forward almost at the same time, rushing straight to the black hole region in the center of the 2 formations. Both of them had a ferocious look on their faces, the fairy slaying sword in their hands brazenly slashed down. Boom! The 2 swords were extremely fast and powerful. When the 2 swords clashed, the black hole that had just recovered tore even more apart. Good sword technique. Wanshou Tongtian's expression turned sinister. Boom, 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 boom. The battle between the 2 heaven-span experts instantly became extremely ferocious. For a moment, the black hole was filled with the afterimages of the 2. They were too fast, and their strength was also extremely ferocious, just like when the Tongtian from the Jie sect killed the Golden Crow. The terrifying combat power made the faces of Tai and the others twitch wildly. Buzz! The fairy slaying 4 swords formation and the fairy slaying 7 swords formation slowly rotated, each releasing billions of sword chi, crushing countless planets and comets, and enveloping the 2 people fighting in the center along with the black hole. From afar, it looked like a planet that was completely piled up by sword chi. Everywhere it went, everything was shattered. The 2 Tongtian sect master are actually evenly matched. Kong Xian's face darkened. Previously, when the Tongtian from the Jie sect attacked, it could be said that his momentum was soaring. Originally, he wanted to use him to deal with Rokudo Shinkuan, but now, Rokudo Shinkuan had not moved, and the Tongtian from the Jie sect could not free himself. The battle between the 2 Tongtian clearly could not be resolved in a short time. Rokudo Shinkuan suddenly looked at Gu Hai and Kong Xian again. The Tongtian has already stopped one of them. I'll have to trouble you to deal with the remaining 2. Rokudo Shinkuan looked at the 21 experts who had been sent back by the Tongtian sect master. Don't worry, perfected lord. I'll do my best. Tai immediately replied. Good. When they're done, I'll help you find the fragment of the Bell of Chaos and repair it. Rokudo Shinkuan said in a deep voice. Good. Tai immediately said excitedly. Wow. Tai Yi was the first to transform into a 3,000-foot-long golden crow and rushed out. Don't worry, perfected lord. This time, we won't fail again. The 20 experts also swore. Boom! The 21 experts rushed toward Gu Hai. Your Majesty, I'll stop them. Be careful. Kong Xian immediately shouted. Screech! With a loud shout, Kong Xian transformed into a 3,000-foot-long peacock. Billowing demonic aura instantly dyed the endless void black. Black winds blew violently, and Kong Xian immediately rushed over with a scarlet face. Hong! Kong Xian and Tai Yi were the first to collide. With a loud bang, Tai Yi was knocked back by the powerful impact. At the same time, Kong Xian flapped his wings, and 2 streaks of 5-colored divine light shot toward the group of experts like 2 towering whips. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Kong Xian blocked the 21 experts. The peacock displayed its greatest battle talent. Wherever it went, divine light would destroy the world. When it opened its mouth, a boundless suction force was released. Black winds blew violently as if it was going to swallow the experts. Be careful, this peacock is tricky. When did the peacock race have such a freak? I thought the peacock race was in decline after the fall of the peacock supreme. Who would have thought that there was still such a demon? Be careful, don't be swallowed by him. The group of experts fought Kong Xian, but Kong Xian was not afraid at all. He was not even at a disadvantage and was actually fighting to a draw. What a ferocious bird. Gu Hai, you're really lucky. Rokudo Shinkun suddenly laughed. No matter how lucky I am, I can't compare to you. You can even kill the heavens. Gu Hai said coldly. Rokudo Shinkun was not angry. Instead, he looked at the last person beside him, who was also the second black-robed man. Now, only Gu Hai, Rokudo Shinkun, and this black-robed man had not moved. One of the black-robed men was Wan Shou Tong Tian, so who was the second one? The black-robed man slowly lifted his black robe. It was an old man wearing a robe with a taiji pattern. A red gourd hung on his waist. His face was extremely scholarly. He turned his head and looked at Gu Hai with a frown. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Red gourd. In his body, the fire god also had a fire gourd, the true fire gourd. However, when his true fire gourd sensed the other party's presence, it trembled as if it was being suppressed. True fire gourd. Taishang Taoism's 8 trigrams furnace. Gu Hai's face sank. True fire gourd. This person's identity was obvious. The current chief of the Wanshou Taoism, Taishang. The first Taishang. The real Taishang sect master. Taishang sect master, I'll have to trouble you with this person. Rokudo Shinkun said with a smile. The Taishang sect master looked at Gu Hai, then at Rokudo Shinkun. Suddenly, he shook his head. Rokudo Shinkun said with a frown. My junior brother Tong Tian compromised with you and listened to your orders because he wanted to protect me and the Wanshou Taoism. My junior brother has done so much for me. I can't let him bear all the responsibility alone. Moreover, his fate is uncertain. The Taishang sect master shook his head. What do you mean? Rokudo Shinkun said coldly. I want to protect my junior brother Tong Tian. No one can kill my junior brother. I can help you if it's someone else. However, if my junior brother Tong Tian is in danger, I can't just stand by and do nothing. The Taishang sect master shook his head. Rokudo Shinkun looked coldly at the Taishang sect master. The sovereign sect's master shook his head and said, moreover, if you were to make a move, then how much of a storm would Gu Hai be able to cause? The Taishang sect master wanted to protect the Wanshou Tong Tian. Even if Rokudo Shinkun ordered him to do so, he would still ignore it. The dominator of the 6 paths looked at the Taishang sect master angrily. However, they had an agreement. The Wansho Taoism would listen to his orders. The Taisheng sect master's request was that as long as Tong Tian was with them, he had to follow them. What a troublesome Wansho Taoism. Alright. Just wait and see. However, I only have one request. After I kill Gu Hai, I want to see you and Tong Tian kill that cloud beast. Rokudo Shinkun said coldly. Give it your all. The Taisheng sect master nodded. Humph. Rokudo Shinkun snorted and turned to look at Gu Hai. Whoosh. Without wasting any time with Gu Hai, Rokudo Shinkun turned into a ray of light and rushed toward Gu Hai. Rokudo Shinkun was already planning to slay the sky, and his strength was at the peak of the heavenly palace. His speed was not something that Gu Hai of the middle heavenly palace could compare with. In the eyes of the dominator of the six paths, Gu Hai did not even see what he was doing before his head was twisted off. Just as he was about to reach Gu Hai, the dominator of the six paths' expression turned cold, and he threw a punch. Boom! A loud noise was heard in the void. There was a transparent crystal wall in front of the planet where Gu Hai was. It was a defense that Gu Hai had set up to prevent Rokudo Shinkun from ambushing him. Whoosh! Rokudo Shinkun threw a punch, and the crystal wall shattered, along with the 300 planets in the sky. Another Tao of Chesare. Gu Hai, how many Go matrices have you set up? Rokudo Shinkun said coldly. I don't know how many, but I dare not underestimate your strength. This is the first one, and there are many more. You better be careful, Gu Hai said coldly. Rokudo Shinkun smirked coldly and said, how many times can you stop me with Go matrices of this level? Since the ambush was no longer effective, Rokudo Shinkun slowly flew toward Gu Hai. That was a sign of absolute confidence. He was so confident in his own strength that no one in the world was a match for him. In this era, he was the number one in the world. Gu Hai had set up so many Go matrices, but the most he could do was buy him some time. Boom! He threw another punch, and another crystal wall shattered, along with another 300 planets. Boom! 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 In the later stages, Rokudo Shinkun did not even need to make a move. He simply unleashed his aura, and the crystal walls shattered one after another in an instant. The planets in the sky exploded one after another. The sky was dazzling, and the starry sky exploded. In the distance, the Taisheng sect master, Kang Xian, Tai, and the others all looked shocked. How could Rokudo Shinkun be so powerful? His aura. Just the impact of his aura alone was enough to shatter a sky full of stars. He was getting closer and closer to Gu Hai, and it seemed that he was about to reach the planet where Gu Hai was. Gu Hai was forced into a corner. Be careful, Your Majesty. Kang Xian looked worried as he fought. Gu Hai's eyes were cold as he stared at Rokudo Shinkun, who was getting closer and closer. Chapter 803. Rokudo Shinkun was getting closer and closer to Gu Hai. Everywhere he went, his aura alone crushed all the Go formations. Gu Hai, is this not the extent of your Go skills? If I recall correctly, that Tong Tian sect master was created by you using a Go formation. What's wrong? You can't do it now. Rokudo Shinkun sneered. Gu Hai watched Rokudo Shinkun fly over. Although there were layers of crystal walls between them, he still felt immense pressure. However, pressure was only pressure. Gu Hai did not show any fear in his eyes. You want a cloud beast? Very well, then. Take a look. Gu Hai sneered. However, Gu Hai extended his hand, took out the life entrapment saber, and spun it gently. Boom! Suddenly, thousands of stars spun rapidly in the cluster of stars, and a 33 great formations materialized. The moment the great formation appeared, a powerful aura immediately gathered in front of Gu Hai. Buzz! Boundless spiritual chi in the surroundings quickly gathered, gradually forming a strong humanoid figure. A mass of spirit chi converged to form a dense chi. This figure was blurry, as if it was transparent. Oh. Who is this? Rokudo Shinkuan frowned as he looked at this transparent figure. Long Zhanggua. Kang Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. The face of that transparent figure was that of Long Zhanggua. Long Zhanggua. Rokudo Shinkuan's pupils suddenly shrank. In the next moment, Rokudo Shinkuan sneered. Long Zhanggua. Do you really think that the Great Formation can materialize a Long Zhanggua? Long Zhanggua was indeed powerful, but he is already dead. This is just a materialization of the Great Formation, the Long Zhanggua in your mind. Do you think that he is the same as the real Long Zhanggua? Ridiculous. I know. The reason why Long Zhanggua is so strong is because of his strong willpower. My formation may not be able to condense his willpower, but it doesn't matter. Gu Hai sneered. However, he saw that Gu Hai had taken out a pen. No, it was half a pen. Rokudo Shinkuan was confused. This brush was very strange. It was not a writing brush, but a kind of hard brush. It was a hard pen. In the past, when Gu Hai went to Earth, he got it from Leo, a lackey of the 30s. This pen could seal a person's short memories, and it contained a bit of the law of time. Gu Hai was still unable to grasp the laws of time, but he had spent more than 200 million years in the 18 levels of hell, so he had not come out empty-handed. The pen had been split into two halves. One half was in Gu Hai's hands, while the other half was hidden by Gu Hai in the 18th layer of hell 800,000 years in the future. At the same time, he used the surrounding stars to make certain arrangements. He gently activated this half of the brush. At the same time, the other half of the brush in the 18th layer of hell suddenly moved 800,000 years in the future. The 18th layer of hell was empty, except for countless stars. At this moment, the half of the brush touched the array that Gu Hai had left in the past. In an instant, the stars there could not form a 33 array that was identical to this one. Rumble. The array rotated, and the two arrays seemed to have reached the same frequency. Gu Hai could not use the law of time to transfer objects, but there was a thread-like connection between the two halves of the brush. This thread was enough for Gu Hai. Gu Hai did not want to transfer objects, but a trace of will. A trace of will from the 33 deity Firmament. In the past, when Gu Hai had summoned Sun Wukong and fought against the Qing Emperor, he had been able to summon a trace of third Prince Neza's will. At that time, Neza had a dream in the Earth's immortal realm, and his will had entered the 6th deity Firmament. At that time, Neza's body was formed by an array. Gu Hai was doing the same thing now. Although he could only summon one person from each of the 33 deity Firmament at a time, he could still summon a trace of will. For example, now that the Tongtian sect master had been summoned, Gu Hai could also summon a trace of Long Zhanggua's will. Earth's immortal realm. Long Zhanggua had just finished dealing with some matters when his head suddenly swelled. He was a little dizzy, as if he wanted to sleep. Sleep? Long Zhanggua immediately thought of Gu Hai's instructions. Oh, Gu Hai, you really know how to cause trouble. You can't even settle it after summoning the Tongtian sect master. Long Zhanggua had a trace of doubt, but did not resist. I want to rest for a while, no one is allowed to disturb me. Long Zhanggua said to a secretary in front of him. Yes, boss. The secretary respectfully retreated. Long Zhanggua lay on the boss's chair in a comfortable position and slowly entered his dream. Wang. In an instant, his will was transported to the 18th level of hell in the 6th deity Firmament 800,000 years in the future. Then, the half-pen instantly transported Long Zhanggua's will to the 18th level of hell 800,000 years in the past. Long Zhanggua's will instantly entered the transparent body formed by the array in front of him. Boom! The surrounding spiritual energy suddenly dispersed, and the transparent Long Zhanggua's pupils suddenly shrank. Wang! A strong aura suddenly burst out. What? Rokudo Shinkuen's face darkened. This aura was too similar to Long Zhangguo's aura. How could it be? This is my spiritual body. The transparent Long Zhangguo looked at Gu Hai in shock. Greetings, Boss Long. Gu Hai nodded. Ha ha ha, you used the 33 great arrays to form a spiritual body for me? Why is that? Where is this? Long Zhangguo's eyes were filled with doubts. Suddenly, Long Zhangguo's spiritual body looked at Rokudo Shinkuen, who was not far away. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and a dangerous aura enveloped him. The 33 great arrays to form a physical body for you is probably far from enough, so I used the limited power to form the strongest spiritual body for you to control. Gu Hai said in a low voice. What about the physical body? Long Zhangguo asked in a low voice. Gu Hai waved his hand, and a cross appeared in front of him. 10-direction annihilation. Long Zhangguo's expression changed. Yes, 10-direction annihilation. You can imitate its form and try using it as your physical body. Gu Hai said solemnly. Long Zhangguo nodded. Wang. In an instant, Long Zhangguo's spiritual body entered the 10-direction annihilation. After Tai Chu's death, the 10-direction annihilation became an ownerless object. In the blink of an eye, it was refined by Long Zhangguo, and slowly formed the body of Long Zhangguo. Boom, boom. Long Zhangguo stepped on the ground, and a strong force rushed to the planet below, causing the entire planet to tremble. Slow down. Gu Hai said with a wry smile. Long Zhangguo took a deep breath and said, not bad. Although this body is not as tough as my original body of the past, it is much harder. I'll just have to use it. Who is he? Long Zhangguo suddenly looked at Rokudo Shinkuen on the other side of the crystal wall. Rokudo Shinkuen's pupils constricted. A cloud beast? Is this really a cloud beast? This aura felt real. More importantly, Long Zhangguo's will, the domineering aura that looked down on all the experts in the world, could be seen clearly. How could a Go Array be so strong? The person you wanted to kill the most when you were alive. Gu Hai said solemnly. Immortal of the Six Paths. Long Zhangguo's expression darkened in shock. No, he is not an immortal yet. In this place, 800,000 years ago, Old Man Guanqi came back to life and sent all of us here to kill Rokudo Shinkuen. This is the Rokudo Shinkuen from before the heaven splitter. One of the 10 Rokudo Shinkuen. Gu Hai said solemnly. 800,000 years ago. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Old Man Guanqi. You are really playing with fire. You killed Rokudo Shinkuen at the source? Good. 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 Long Zhangguo showed a murderous expression. I don't have the heaven-splitting axe. Just make do with it. Gu Hai said. Long Zhangguo nodded. The crystal wall was one-sided. Rokudo Shinkuen wanted to use his aura to shatter the crystal wall, but Long Zhangguo flew through it as if it was nothing. Rumble. Long Zhangguo's aura slowly erupted. In an instant, the void of the 18th layer of hell shook violently, and the stars in the surroundings seemed to pulsate. A Go Array. Impossible. In the distance, Tai Yi was shocked. Earlier, he had learned from Rokudo Shinkuen that the Tongtian of the Jia sect was a cloud beast formed by a Go Array. Tai Yi had been shocked, but after seeing the strength of the Tongtian of the Jia sect, he did not quite believe it. After all, the Tongtian of the Jia sect was too strong. However, now, Tai Yi had no choice but to believe it. Gu Hai had created another expert from nothing in a short period of time, using the Tao of Chess array formation. Furthermore, that burst of aura was no weaker than that of Tongtian from the Jia school. A cloud beast against Rokudo Shinkuen. In the past, this would have been ridiculous. But now, the truth was right before his eyes. Rokudo Shinkuen, you are currently the strongest person in the world. Long Zhangguo, he will be the strongest person in 800,000 years. I wonder which one of you is the strongest? Gu Hai said with a cold expression. Long Zhanghua had already flown to Rokudo Shinkuan. The strongest people of the two eras stared at each other, their eyes burning with the flames of war. Long Zhanghua. Ha, I don't believe that you can create an identical Long Zhanghua with a Go array. Rokudo Shinkuan said with a cold expression. He extended his right finger and tapped lightly. Whoosh! A beam of scarlet light shot toward Long Zhanggua's forehead, just like the one that killed the Vajra Buddha not long ago. God-slaying finger. I can do that too. Long Zhanghua sneered. At the same time, Long Zhanghua extended his right index finger and tapped lightly. A beam of scarlet light shot toward him. Whoosh! Boom! The two beams of light collided in the void. The void trembled at the point of collision, and a huge crack was torn open. Long Zhanghua did not stop moving. In a flash, he appeared in front of the dominator of the six paths and threw a punch. Humph, come on then. Explode. Rokudo Shinkuan also threw a punch with a ferocious look on his face. Hong! With a loud bang, a huge black hole was torn open in the void with the two of them at the center. It was even bigger than the black hole created when the two Tongtian sect masters' fairy-slaying sword array clashed. Within the black hole, Long Zhanghua and Rokudo Shinkuan both had ferocious looks on their faces. Their fists were locked in a stalemate, and it was hard to tell who would win. This slight stalemate caused everyone's expression to change. That's impossible. How could anyone block Rokudo Shinkuan's punch? Tai Yi exclaimed. Tai Yi was not the only one who was shocked. The 20 experts who were with him were also shocked. Roar! It was during this moment of distraction that Kong Xian flapped his wings and swallowed a monk into his stomach. What? B****. Don't get distracted. Let's deal with this peacock first. The experts' expressions changed as they shouted in shock. On the other side, the Taisheng sect master squinted his eyes as he looked at the black hole. He was clearly shocked by Long Zhanggua's strength. After a moment of shock, the Taisheng sect master squinted his eyes and looked at Gu Hai in the distance. Gu Hai also seemed to feel something and turned his head. The Taisheng sect master and Gu Hai's eyes met in the void. Chapter 804. Roar! The Long Zhanghua had a ferocious look on his face, and his fists and palms began to attack. When one reached the dragon warring state's level of strength, weapons and treasures were already insignificant. This was because his entire body was filled with divine weapons. Although his physical body was not as strong as before, the 10-direction annihilation physical body was still extremely powerful. The Rokudo Shinkuan was only 1/10. Although the 10-6 Dao masters were equally strong, that was only in relative terms. Compared to the rest of the divine continent, the 10-6 Dao masters were the strongest. But facing the Long Zhanghua, the strongest after 800,000 years, they felt pressure for the first time. Long Zhanghua, are you really a cloud beast? The Rokudo Shinkuan asked with a ferocious look. Boom, boom, boom. The two fought fiercely, and the black hole in the void grew bigger and bigger. Whether it was speed or strength, it was beyond everyone's expectations. They were too strong. Their repeated collisions not only tore through the void, but also shook the void in places that had not been torn. The two Tongtian sect masters were both very strong, and it was hard to tell who would win in a short time. Kong Xian, on the other hand, had once again devoured an emperor-like man. As time passed, Kong Xian's battle became more and more ferocious, and a trace of superiority slowly tilted towards Kong Xian. Tai Yi snarled, if not for the Bell of Chaos being destroyed by the Cloud Beast, if not for my heavy injuries, you would not be a match for me. Tai Yi roared, but Kong Xian ignored him. At this moment, Kong Xian wanted to kill. The battle was crazy. Gu Hai and the Taishang sect master in the distance exchanged glances. The Taishang sect master frowned as he scrutinized Gu Hai. Gu Hai's expression also darkened. The advantage of choosing the 18 levels of hell was that the time here was not symmetrical with the outside world. The Rokudo Shinkuan would not be able to exchange information. Gu Hai was on guard against the Taishang sect master. At this moment, Gu Hai's face suddenly darkened. Long Zhanggua, be careful. As it turned out, the battle between Rokudo Shinkuan and Long Zhanggua could not be decided for the time being. After a series of heavy blows, it was impossible to tell who was the winner. However, the battle was slowly moving in the direction of the Taishang sect master. Ha! With a loud shout, Long Zhanggua and Rokudo Shinkuan raised their palms and pushed against each other with ferocious expressions. Long Zhanggua! You should be dead by now. Rokudo Shinkuan roared ferociously. At this moment, Rokudo Shinkuan started to believe that this cloud beast was exactly the same as the Long Zhanggua. It was just that the power was slightly weaker. Although he still had the upper hand, there was a limit to it. If you don't die, how can I die? Long Zhanggua said with a ferocious expression. Long Zhanggua's expression turned ugly. When the two of them exchanged palms, his power was slightly inferior. After all, this body was not his own body. Even if it was formed by the 10-direction destruction, it was still not enough. Crack. Long Zhanggua felt as if a hidden crack had appeared in his body. If this continued, would Rokudo Shinkuan shatter it? However, on the surface, Long Zhanggua still looked domineering and did not show any signs of backing down. Rokudo Shinkuan could not tell what was going on with Long Zhanggua. However, Rokudo Shinkuan did not want to wait any longer. The battlefield slowly shifted until it was near the Tongtian sect master's battlefield. Near the Tongtian sect master's battlefield was the Taishang sect master, who had nothing to do. Taishang, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Rokudo Shinkuan glared at him and roared. Despicable man. You are still the same even after 800,000 years. Long Zhanggua's expression changed as he roared. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. Long Zhanggua, you are too stupid. Rokudo Shinkuan sneered. Now that the two of them were in a deadlock, it was easy for the Taishang sect master to make a move. Long Zhanggua, be careful. Gu Hai shouted from afar. You want to withdraw your palm? Just wait for me to kill you. Rokudo Shinkuan said with a ferocious expression. As long as Long Zhanggua withdrew his palm, Rokudo Shinkuan would attack Long Zhanggua with all his might, forcing Long Zhanggua to be unable to withdraw his palms. At this moment, the Taishang sect master made his move. The Taishang sect master extended his hand and struck out with his palm. Boom! A half-black, half-white palm suddenly appeared in the void. It seemed to have crossed the void and reached Rokudo Shinkuan's back in an instant. What? Rokudo Shinkuan's expression darkened. Taishang, you are courting death. At this moment, Taishang did not attack Long Zhanggua, but Rokudo Shinkuan. This sudden turn of events stunned Gu Hai. Taishang, are you crazy? There are 10 Rokudo Shinkuan. Do you want to annihilate Wancho Taoism? Tai Yi also exclaimed. Tai Yi was not the only one. All the cultivators were astonished. At this moment, the Grand Supreme had turned traitor. Kong Xian was not distracted. He opened his mouth and swallowed 2 peerless experts. Boom! The Taishang sect master's black and white yin-yang palms struck 6 paths back. A powerful shockwave spread out in all directions. Poof! 6 paths spat out a mouthful of blood. But this was not the end. Shing! Shing! Suddenly, 2 swords shot out from the Taishang sect master's side. They were 2 fairy-slaying swords. They suddenly appeared on Rokudo Shinkuan's back. You're also rebelling? Rokudo Shinkun said with a ferocious expression. Suddenly, the two Tongtian sect master seemed to have cooperated. They both slashed their swords at 6 paths back. Boom! Boom! Thunder and lightning exploded. The two fairy-slaying swords pierced Rokudo Shinkun's back. The sovereign sect's master and the two sect masters of Tongtian had joined forces to launch a sneak attack on true monarch dominator of 6 paths. Long Zhanghua and Gu Hai were stunned. The Tai Yi experts in the distance were stunned. How could this be? Weren't the two Tongtian sect masters fighting each other? Weren't they fighting each other to the death? Why did they suddenly form a united front? The Taishang sect master also attacked. The terrifying strength of the three could be seen from how Rokudo Shinkun spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood in a row. Puff! 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 The 3 mouthfuls of blood made Rokudo Shinkun's face contort. The two fairy-slaying swords didn't explode Rokudo Shinkun. Instead, they were stuck in Rokudo Shinkun's body. The Taishang sect master didn't withdraw his strength. He was still as ferocious as ever. Long Zhanghua exerted all his strength. The 4 experts stuck Rokudo Shinkun in the center. Waves of destructive power surged into Rokudo Shinkun's body. Was Rokudo Shinkun really going to die this time? This was a group of peerless experts. Gu Hai in the distance clenched his fists tightly. Did it work? Did it work? Die! Long Zhanghua roared with a ferocious expression. He exerted more strength in his hand. Rokudo Shinkun spat out another mouthful of blood. His ferocious face contorted. Why? Taishang, how dare you betray me? Tongtian from the Jia sect said coldly, because I went to Wanshou Taoism 3 days after you went to Wanshou Taoism. So what if you went? Rokudo Shinkun said with a ferocious expression. The Taishang sect master took a deep breath and said, my junior brother didn't tell the truth. He said that it was enough to submit to you. He said that after 800,000 years, Wanshou Taoism would submit to you. However, he didn't say that if you didn't die, he would be killed by old man Guanqi's power of time in a year's time. So, you don't care about the consequences for your junior brother? Rokudo Shinkun roared. If my junior brother can die for me, why can't I fight for him? The Taishang sect master said coldly. Ha 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 ha, junior brother saving senior brother saving junior brother. I have 10 bodies. Did you think that if my body is destroyed today, I still have 9 bodies left to destroy Wanshou Taoism? Rokudo Shinkun said with a ferocious expression. Since you've made your choice, you have no regrets. The Taishang sect master said coldly. I've already said that when I succeed, I will obtain the law of time and break old man Guanqi's trap. If you don't believe me, believe him. Rokudo Shinkun said with a ferocious expression. I believe in this Tongtian sect master. The Taishang sect master said coldly. Taishang believed in the Tongtian of the Jia sect. This was because other than the fact that the Tongtian of the Jia sect would be killed a year later, he also said that Taishang would regret it in the future and create the Taishang's long life voice. Since he would regret it in the future, why didn't he work hard today? Previously, he pretended not to know the Tongtian of the Jia sect so that he could deal a fatal blow at this moment. Taishang sect master, don't waste your breath. Do your best. Destroy this Rokudo Shinkun first to prevent any changes. The Tongtian of the Jia sect roared. Okay. The Taishang sect master replied. Boom. Suddenly, the Taishang sect master's black and white palms formed a Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish pattern and rushed toward Rokudo Shinkun's back. Suddenly, a tearing sound came from Rokudo Shinkun's back. Roar! Rokudo Shinkun suddenly roared. As he roared, he looked extremely ferocious, and the aura around him expanded again. Today, you will definitely die. Break! The Long Zhanghua roared with a ferocious expression. Boom! An even stronger force pressed against Rokudo Shinkuin. Rokudo Shinkuin was attacked from both sides, but he ignored everyone. As he roared, cracks appeared on his body. However, Rokudo Shinkuin's pupils suddenly shrank. When he opened them again, a gentle glow slowly appeared. His left eye glowed white, while his right eye glowed black. The gentle light was accompanied by a heart-palpitating destructive power. As soon as the glow appeared, Gu Hai, who was on the distant planet, suddenly changed his expression. The Eye of Life and Death? Impossible. Rokudo Shinkuin has the Eye of Life and Death. Gu Hai suddenly felt his scalp go numb. His technique, the great compassion poem of heaven and earth, had been cultivated to the third heaven before he had the Eye of Life and Death. It could see through illusions and directly hit the vital points. Could it be that Rokudo Shinkuin also had the great compassion poem of heaven and earth? Be careful of the Eye of Samsara. Gu Hai's expression changed as he shouted. As he shouted, the immortal slaying flying dagger suddenly flew out. Whoosh! The immortal slaying flying dagger went straight for Rokudo Shinkuin's right eye, which was emitting a black glow. However, the situation of the battle changed rapidly, and it was too late. The Eye of Life and Death. Once it appeared, it would be more than terrifying. The situation of the battle would be turned upside down. As expected, as soon as the Eye of Life and Death opened, the world in Rokudo Shinkuin's eyes suddenly changed. Not only did he receive a heavy blow from the back, but Rokudo Shinkuin instantly saw through Long Zhangguo's palm. Humph! With a cold snort, Rokudo Shinkuin suddenly withdrew his palm. You're courting death? Long Zhangguo was slightly stunned. Rokudo Shinkuin withdrew his palm, leaving an opening. How could he let it go? Hong! Long Zhangguo's palms were like two heaven-splitting axes as they heavily struck Rokudo Shinkuin's chest. Kacha! Kacha! Rokudo Shinkuin's chest suddenly caved in, and his ribs burst out. His internal organs were displaced, and blood spurted out. Long Zhangguo thought that Rokudo Shinkuin was going to explode, but Rokudo Shinkuin's palms turned into daggers and slashed at Long Zhangguo's shoulders. Explode! Long Zhangguo's eyes widened, and he was about to explode Rokudo Shinkuin. Hong! A super loud explosion sounded. However, the one who exploded was not Rokudo Shinkuin, but Long Zhangguo. Gu Hai's immortal slaying flying dagger had only flown close before it was blown back. What? The Taishang sect master and the two Tongtian were shocked. Long Zhangguo, who was on par with Rokudo Shinkuin a moment ago, exploded in an instant. Chapter 805. With a loud bang, Long Zhangguo exploded. Apart from Gu Hai, no one had expected such a huge reversal when they were about to win. Rokudo Shinkuin was in a terrible state. His chest was shattered, his internal organs were ruptured, and his ribs were exposed. One could even see two holes in his chest caused by the fairy-slaying swords and the Taishang sect master's yin-yang palm. If it were anyone else, they would have been dead by now. However, Rokudo Shinkuin was different. He didn't die, but his face was even more ferocious and furious. Roar! With a loud roar, Rokudo Shinkuin released a huge wave of energy around him. Boom, boom, boom. The Taishang sect master and the two Tongtian sect masters were instantly sent flying by the shockwave. After all, Long Zhangguo had restrained almost all of Rokudo Shinkuin. Now that Long Zhangguo had exploded, there was no one to restrain him anymore. In the distance, Kang Xian's expression changed. Perfected Lord. Tai Yi and the others were overjoyed. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. He stared at Rokudo Shinkuin's eyes of life and death. The body of the Divine King, thanks to your eyes of life and death. That's enough. Rokudo Shinkuin suddenly said. The eyes of life and death suddenly disappeared. Rokudo Shinkuin's eyes returned to normal. He didn't look at the shocked Taishang sect master and the two Tongtian sect masters. Instead, he looked at Long Zhangguo's shattered body. Only a single head remained floating in midair. It was staring at Rokudo Shinkuan. However, even that head was heavily damaged. Long Zhangguo, it seems like you are still not good enough. Ha ha ha, I am the number one in the world. Rokudo Shinkuan was about to smash Long Zhangguo's head with his palm. Attack! The Taishang sect master shouted. As he shouted, the Taishang sect master suddenly took off his jacket, which had the yin-yang symbol of the Tai Chi symbol on it. Boom! The jacket flew out and suddenly turned into a huge Taiji diagram. When the Taiji diagram appeared, yin and yang were split into two. Immediately, it enveloped Rokudo Shinkuan. Waves of yin and yang strangling power seemed to want to suck Rokudo Shinkuan into it. Taishang, you're courting death. Rokudo Shinkuan struck out with a ferocious palm. Boom! The palm landed heavily on the Taiji diagram, causing it to stop abruptly. At the same time, the two Tongtian sect master immediately arranged the fairy slaying sword formation again, trapping Rokudo Shinkuan in the center of the formation. Shing! Shing! The two fairy slaying swords once again rushed towards Rokudo Shinkuan. Don't hold back. Kill! The Taishang sect master roared. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a series of loud noises came from the void. Once again, a super black hole was torn open. Without Long Zhangguo, the Taishang sect master and the two Tongtian Zhangs found it difficult to fight against Rokudo Shinkuan. However, Long Zhangguo had also severely injured Rokudo Shinkuan. For a moment, the two sides were in a deadlock. The aftermath of the collision sent Long Zhangguo's head flying. Gu Hai waved his hand, and Long Zhangguo's head flew towards him. Screech! Kong Xian fought even harder in another place. For a moment, the pressure on the other experts multiplied. Whoosh! Long Zhangguo's head arrived in front of Gu Hai. What powerful eyes! He saw the vital points that even I didn't know about. Long Zhangguo stared at the distant battlefield in astonishment. This is called the Eye of Life and Death. It can see the trajectory of all things clearly and see the vital points. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. The Eye of Life and Death. Long Zhangguo's eyes flashed with surprise. You were powerful enough just now. You injured Samsara so badly. Gu Hai exclaimed. So what? He's not dead yet. Long Zhangguo's face turned gloomy. Just a little more. Now that the Tongtian sect master and the others have made their move, perhaps. Gu Hai frowned. It's useless. The Tongtian sect master and that Taishang? They are just a little bit away from reaching the peak of Heavenly Palace. Even if Rokudo Shinkuan is severely injured, they can only hold on for a while. Long Zhangguo said with a gloomy expression. Even the three of them are not enough. Then can you? You're just a sliver of your consciousness. How about I help you reconstruct your physical body with the Go Dao array? Gu Hai looked at Long Zhangguo. You can reconstruct a physical body with 10 direction destruction strength? Long Zhangguo looked at Gu Hai. 10 direction destruction level. Gu Hai frowned slightly and shook his head. Gu Hai had heaven replenishing energy, but the higher the grade of the artifact, the more heaven replenishing energy it required. Gu Hai had plenty of heaven replenishing energy. After slaughtering the two Samsara secret realms, he had replenished a boundless amount of heaven replenishing energy. However, Gu Hai was sure that his heaven replenishing energy was not enough to repair 10 direction destruction. Without a strong physical body, I can't fight him anymore. You'd better leave quickly. Rokudo Shinkuan will win soon. Long Zhangguo said with a frown. Sure enough, even though Rokudo Shinkuan's chest had exploded, he was still ferocious. Two Tongtian sect master and the Taishang sect master were still unable to suppress Rokudo Shinkuan. Leave. You can't. Old man Guanqi set up a trap. No matter where I go, he can sense me. Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. Oh. Long Zhanghua looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded affirmatively. Then, he looked up at the starry sky. That was where the 33 great formations were. The 33 great formations could not do anything to Rokudo Shinkuan. Maybe I can use 34. However, I can't control 34. What if? Gu Hai fell into deep thought. However, I remember now. You can still fight him. Long Zhanghua said solemnly. Oh. Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. Your human soul is at great perfection, right? Long Zhanghua looked at Gu Hai. 490 zhang. Accumulation of divinity. Perfection. Gu Hai nodded. Then split your soul. Long Zhanghua said solemnly. Split soul. Gu Hai was confused. Rokudo Shinkuan has 10 bodies. Do you know which 10? 3 souls and 7 spirits, 1 body for each? That's right. 3 souls and 7 spirits, 1 body for each. Moreover, his 3 souls and 7 spirits should have all reached great perfection. That's why he can do this. I didn't walk this path back then, but I know how to do it. Long Zhanghua said solemnly. What do you mean? In fact, your human soul is at great perfection. This is the strongest power. Moreover, you are different from me. You reached great perfection in Celestial Palace. It's the purest accumulation of divinity. This means that your foundation is better than mine. If you can split your body successfully, you will be fierce and powerful. Long Zhanghua said affirmatively. Then how do I do it? Actually, you don't need to split your body. You just need to stimulate the human soul to dominate the body. To stimulate the latent power of the 3 souls and 7 spirits, you need a kind of Qi of Pinnacle. Coincidentally, I have it. I can help you stimulate it. Long Zhanghua said solemnly. Qi of Pinnacle. Human soul monopolizing the body. Gu Hai's expression changed. My consciousness contains this kind of qi. Once this qi is given to you, my consciousness will slowly melt away. Therefore, after I help you stimulate the human soul, you must send me back immediately. Long Zhanghua said solemnly. Okay. Gu Hai nodded. Boom. However, Long Zhanggua's head suddenly fell on Gu Hai's shoulder. In an instant, it was as if countless tentacles had grown from his neck and pierced into Gu Hai's shoulder. Ah! Gu Hai screamed in pain. It was too painful. These tentacles didn't simply pierce into the skin, but into the nerves. All the pain nerves in his body were connected in an instant. Boom! Gu Hai felt a strong aura rushing straight to his mud pill palace. In an instant, it rushed to where the heavenly palace was and rushed towards Gu Hai's human soul. The human soul was stimulated by this Qi of Pinnacle, and then it started to swell crazily. Rumble. The strong expansion seemed to have torn apart Gu Hai's mud pill palace and rushed towards his body. Emptiness. Gu Hai suddenly felt a great emptiness. His body seemed to have turned into a black hole in an instant, crazily absorbing the boundless spirit qi. At this moment, Long Zhanggua's head withered and turned into a fragment of a cross. A ray of green light appeared. The qi of Pinnacle has helped you stimulate the human soul. The power will come soon. Quick, send me back. The green light said. Gu Hai, who was in pain, waved his hand. Swish. Long Zhanggua's consciousness followed the power of that half of the brush and rushed to the other half of the brush 800,000 years in the future. Then, with the help of the array 800,000 years in the future, it suddenly withdrew. It disappeared. Earth's immortal world, Long Zhanggua's office. Rumble. Long Zhanggua, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly woke up. Roar. Long Zhanghua roared in cold sweat. His body trembled, as if he had a nightmare. Kwang! The door opened, and the beautiful secretary who had left earlier came in again. Boss, what's wrong? Are you okay? Get out. Long Zhanghua said in a low voice. Okay. The secretary walked out. Long Zhanghua took a few deep breaths to calm his breathing. Gu Hai, I wonder what your human soul will look like. Ha! Long Zhanggua's eyes flashed with anticipation. After a while, Long Zhanggua's expression suddenly changed. Oh no, I forgot to tell Gu Hai. My chi of pinnacle can only allow the human soul to occupy my body for 2 hours. Where Gu Hai was, his body was empty and torn apart. It was torn apart in extreme pain. Then, his body, which was as empty as a black hole, suddenly absorbed countless amounts of spiritual energy to fill up his body. It was as if he was constantly strengthening Gu Hai's body. Ah! Gu Hai roared in pain. At this moment, it was as if he was being torn apart and pieced back together. If Long Zhanghua was here, he would definitely laugh and scold, serves you right. Who asked your human soul to be so strong? Gu Hai, who was in pain, stretched out his hand and sprinkled hundreds of millions of spiritual stones. However, once the spiritual stones were taken out, the spiritual energy in them was sucked dry by Gu Hai's body. The human soul occupied the body, but the body was not strong enough. It had to be strengthened. Rumble. Gu Hai sprinkled countless spiritual stones, but it was still not enough. Your Majesty, are you okay? Kong Xian showed a hint of surprise. Spiritual stones. Gu Hai roared in pain. Boom. At this moment, Kong Xian was distracted, and his wings were torn apart by Tai Yi. Your Majesty, this subject just took over the peacock race's spiritual stone storage. Here, take it. Kong Xian flapped his wings, and a 5-colored divine light shot 100 storage bracelets to Gu Hai. Boom! Gu Hai shattered the bracelets with one punch. Whoosh! Countless spiritual stones immediately spread out in the starry heavens. The Go ritual array in the sky immediately gathered these spiritual stones around Gu Hai's body. Rumble! After being torn apart 7 times and reassembled 7 times, Gu Hai's body finally adapted to the human soul's domination. The human soul was a consummation human soul. Gu Hai instantly felt his body brimming with boundless power. This was a kind of fulfillment that he had never felt before. Gu Hai felt invincible. Yes, invincible. At this moment, the strong strength made his heart swell. Even when he looked at Rokudo Shinkuan, he felt that this was all there was to it. Gu Hai did not reflect on this invincible belief. Instead, he wanted to maintain it. He stomped on the ground. Boom! The huge star under his feet suddenly exploded. This was an extremely horrifying power. Back then, he killed all the Asuras in the Asura secret realm. In the Beast Path secret realm, he killed all the fiend gods. However, this was all there was to it. This was the peak power. Xing! After pulling out the life-killing saber, Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression as he charged towards Rokudo Shinkuan's battlefield. Chapter 806. So what if he was severely injured by Long Zhanghua? He was the most powerful cultivator in the world. Rokudo Shinkuan still had the upper hand in the battle against the 3 powerful cultivators. The wound on his chest was slowly healing. Of course, it was only on the surface. It would take a long time for him to fully recover. Boom! The Taishang sect master was pushed back hundreds of feet by Rokudo Shinkuan. Suddenly, a powerful energy wave came from Gu Hai. Everyone turned to look. They saw that the energy from the spiritual stones around Gu Hai was quickly being sucked into Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai's aura was getting stronger and stronger. Oh. Long Zhanghua can't rest in peace even when he's about to die. He used his peak chi to help Gu Hai stimulate the power of his human soul. Rokudo Shinkuen's face darkened. In the next moment, Rokudo Shinkuen's face changed. He suddenly remembered that Gu Hai's human soul was 490 feet tall. After 800,000 years, many people in the world knew about it. 490 feet tall, wouldn't that be the perfect human soul? Humph, you're too early to deal with me. The dominator of 6 paths' face turned cold. He was about to rush toward Gu Hai. Stop him, the Taisheng sect master said coldly. Sword severing. Tong Tian of the Jia sect roared and slashed with his sword. Rumble. Humph, what a troublesome thing. Rokudo Shinkuen's face turned cold as he struck with his palm. Boom. The 4 immortal slaying sword formation shook. The powerful immortal slaying sword formation was still no match for Rokudo Shinkuen. Stop the dominator of 6 paths. Don't let your guard down. The Taisheng sect master roared. The Tai Chi diagram spun even faster. The yin and yang strangling power was dragging Rokudo Shinkuen along as the 3 of them continued to attack. However, Rokudo Shinkuen beat them back again and again. The 3 of them were considered very powerful in this world, but compared to Rokudo Shinkuen, they were still a little lacking. Immortal slaying sword formation. Golden god body, lend me your sacred sword. Rokudo Shinkuen coldly shouted. With a cold shout, his left palm pushed back the Taisheng sect master and Wanshou Tongtian. His right hand immediately straightened into the shape of a sword. Xing! Suddenly, an invincible sword intent condensed in the void and turned into a dazzling white giant sword, charging straight at Tongtian from the Jie school. Boom! As soon as the white sword intent appeared, a dazzling white light instantly rushed into the entire starry sky world. The 2 sword chi of the fairy slaying sword formation were almost instantly shattered. It was shattered. The fairy slaying sword formation represented the pinnacle of swordsmanship. However, in front of the 6 sacred swords, this sword intent could not withstand a single blow. Boom! The fairy slaying 4 sword formation suddenly exploded. The fairy slaying 7 sword formation also exploded. Even with the restriction of the Tai Chi diagram, Rokudo Shinkuen's sacred sword still revealed its monstrous power. It charged straight at Tongtian from the Jie school to kill. Impossible, I am the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the world. Tongtian from the Jie school roared with a ferocious expression. In the eyes of Tongtian from the Jie school, no one could compare to him in swordsmanship. This Wanshou Tongtian was an exception because he represented another version of himself from the immortal Dome realm. He was just a copy of himself. At most, he would be ranked first. However, even if he was ranked first, he would still be ranked first. No one could compare to him. However, in front of the sacred sword, the fairy slaying sword formation was actually so weak. No, 2 fairy slaying sword formations were not even a match for the sacred sword. Tongtian from the Jie school did not believe it. With a ferocious expression, he slashed out with all his might. Break for me. Tongtian from the Jie school roared with a ferocious expression. Humph. Rokudo Shinkuen revealed a ferocious expression. Clearly, he was extremely confident in his sacred sword. Hong! The sacred sword and the fairy slaying sword collided in the void. Under the huge collision of swordsmanship, the surrounding void instantly turned into the shape of a sword and pierced in all directions. Boom! Countless stars were torn apart by the sword-shaped void and exploded. As the 2 swords collided, Tongtian from the Jie school was instantly shocked. This was because he saw an indomitable and invincible edge in the sacred sword. Impossible! Tongtian from the Jie school exclaimed. The sacred sword is a sword of will condensed by my golden god body. My heart is invincible, and my sword is invincible. In heaven and earth, there is no one that it does not kill. There is nothing that it does not cut. Break! Rokudo Shinkun shouted with a ferocious expression. Boom! The fairy-slaying sword suddenly shattered. Not only the fairy-slaying sword, but also the celestial trapping sword, celestial culling sword, and celestial extinguishing sword. They all exploded at the same time. Tong Tian from the Jie school's sword was not a simple sword. Instead, it was combined with the fairy-slaying sword formation. The combined power of the four swords could be said to be the strongest sword of the Tong Tian from the Jie school. However, it was still no match for the sacred sword of the Six Tao. The power of the sacred sword was too strong. Although most of the power of the four fairy-slaying swords had been reduced by the sword, the remaining small part was still very strong. It went straight for the Tong Tian from the Jie school. Tong Tian from the Jie school had just used all his strength. How could he resist? Die! Rokudo Shinkun roared with a ferocious expression. It seemed like he was going to kill the Tong Tian from the Jie school with one sword. Zhou Tian Ba! A loud shout came from the Tong Tian from the Jie school. Suddenly, countless saber auras appeared in the void and gathered at a huge saber aura. It tore the void apart and collided with the sacred sword. Hong! With a loud sound, the aftermath of the power sent the Tong Tian from the Jie school flying hundreds of miles away. Pfft! The Tong Tian from the Jie school spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the sacred sword was knocked back by the purple saber aura. The saber and the sword were evenly matched. Phew! Gu Hai suddenly appeared in front of the Tong Tian from the Jie school. Tong Tian sect master, are you okay? Gu Hai asked worriedly. Ha, ha 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 ha, the fairy-slaying sword formation, the best swordsmanship in the world. The Tong Tian from the Jie school smiled bitterly. The injuries on his body were not serious, but the injury in his heart was serious. He had always thought that his swordsmanship was the best in the world. How ridiculous was that? How ridiculous was that? Not only did the sword just now hurt him, but it also broke his invincible sword heart. It was not only the Tong Tian from the Jie school. The expression of the Wanshou Tong Tian in the distance also changed. This was because the Wanshou Tong Tian knew how powerful the Tong Tian from the Jie school was. His swordsmanship was evenly matched with his. However, his full-powered attack just now was not as good as Rokudo Shinkun's swordsmanship. It was a huge blow to him. The sacred sword is too powerful. I can't beat it, the Tong Tian from the Jie school said bitterly. The four immortal slaying swords exploded, and the sword heart collapsed. The Tong Tian from the Jie school's hands were full of blood from the backlash. He was extremely sad. Gu Hai could see the pain of the Tong Tian from the Jie school. He took a deep breath and asked, Tong Tian sect master, although you tried your best, was the swordsmanship just now all you have? What did you say? The Tong Tian from the Jie school looked at Gu Hai. If your swordsmanship is not as good as yours, just practice again. Why are you sad? This is not your character as the Tong Tian sect master. Gu Hai shouted. But, my immortal slaying sword formation is already at its limit. The sword just now is already at its limit. I can't break through. The Tong Tian from the Jie school said in pain. Limit? Why is the sacred sword stronger? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. The Tong Tian from the Jie school's pupils constricted. His expression suddenly became serious. Yes, the sacred sword is stronger. I can only say that my swordsmanship is wrong. I can still be stronger. Where did I go wrong? Where did I go wrong? Even if I have to practice the swordsmanship again, I won't hesitate. The best swordsmanship can only be me, Tong Tian. The Tong Tian from the Jie school immediately said with a ferocious expression. The arrogance returned to the Tong Tian from the Jie school again. In the distance, Rokudo Shinkun looked coldly at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's attack just now blocked my sacred sword. Even if only a small part of the sacred sword's power was left, it was still not something that Gu Hai could block. 8th cycle. Humph, Gu-hai, your power is really increasing. Rokudo Shinkun said coldly. Sacred sword. Borrowed it from your golden god body? Let's use your golden soul of the 7 souls. The power of the I just now was borrowed from the body of the deity king. It should be the spiritual mother's soul in your dantian. I'm curious. Which part of Rokudo Shinkun does this body of yours belong to? Gu-hai said coldly. As he spoke, Gu-hai slashed with the life-extinguishing saber again. 8th cycle was unleashed, and a huge saber aura suddenly condensed in the void. It suddenly slashed toward Rokudo Shinkun. Boom! In an instant, the saber and the sword collided, and Gu-hai was instantly knocked back. Attack! The Taishang sect master shouted. Wan Shou Tongtian and the Taishang sect master immediately attacked together. Rokudo Shinkun grabbed the sacred sword and immediately unleashed dazzling sword chi. Boom! 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 Billions of sword chi were unleashed, and the stars around them exploded. The sword chi of the 7 fairy-slaying swords formation could not withstand a single blow, and only the 7 fairy-slaying swords could barely withstand it. The Taishang sect master waved his hand, and the gourd at his waist flew out, and billowing flames rushed out. It melted the countless sword chi around them. Gu-hai slashed with the 8th cycle time and time again, destroying the sword chi. However, it was blocked by the sacred sword time and time again. 8th cycle. You're powerful, but that's all there is to it. I still don't have the metal god's body. The sacred sword is the strongest when it's used by the metal god's body. Even so, you're still no match for me. Sacred sword, slash. Rokudo Shinkun said with a ferocious expression. Your sacred sword isn't at its peak. Ha! My 8th cycle isn't at its peak either. 9th cycle. Gu-hai glared and slashed with his saber. Rumble. Rumbling sounds came from Gu-hai's fleshly body. Clearly, this saber strike had taken too much of a toll on him. Large numbers of lacerations appeared on his back. 9th cycle. He had spent more than 200 million years in the 18th level of hell. He had not only reached the 8th cycle, but the 9th cycle. There were only 10 chessboards left on his glabella. The 9th cycle could only be used when the mortal soul had occupied the body. With 100-fold amplification, its might broke through the heavens. A huge energy saber that spanned across the galaxy crashed into the sacred sword. Hong! When the saber and the sword collided, the entire galaxy seemed to collapse along with the energy saber. All the stars in the galaxy exploded. The might of the mortal soul's body occupation, coupled with the explosive power of the 9th cycle, suppressed the sacred sword's might. At this moment, the purple starry sky belonged to Gu-hai's slash. Rokudo Shinkun, the Jia sect's Tongtian, the Taishang sect master, and the Wanshou Tongtian widened their eyes. This was because when Gu-hai slashed with his saber, the sacred sword was knocked back. Rokudo Shinkun was also knocked back. The ferocious saber intent even tore a huge wound on Rokudo Shinkun's shoulder. Blood spurted everywhere as if his right arm was about to be torn off. That's impossible. Tai Yi exclaimed in the distance. How could Gu-hai be so strong? How could he suppress Rokudo Shinkun? What a powerful mortal soul. You're indeed a scourge. Rokudo Shinkun said with a ferocious expression. Gu-hai was also shocked. You're already so heavily injured. How can you block my saber? In order to execute the 9th cycle, Gu-hai had paid the price of tearing his own body. Every slash of his saber was self-inflicted. However, Rokudo Shinkun was fine apart from his right arm being torn off. After all, the 9th cycle could only be executed a few times. Chapter 807. Rokudo Shinkun was in a terrible state. Long Zhanghua was severely injured, and Gu Hai's slash almost tore his right arm off. However, his body was still in good condition. Gu Hai's slash of Zhou Tianjiu might have forced Rokudo Shinkuan to retreat, but he did not have an absolute advantage over him. Moreover, Zhou Tianjiu was a self-destructive move. At the very least, Gu Hai's body could not withstand it too many times. Even though it was dangerous, Gu Hai had no choice but to attack again. Don't just stand there. Attack. Restrain the dominator of samsara and let Gu Hai attack, the Taishang sect master shouted. Boom. The Taishang sect master and Wanshou Tongtian used their respective dharma treasures to attack. The Tongtian of the Jia sect's 4 fairy-slaying swords exploded into pieces, but he was still in good condition. He used his hand as a sword to restrain Rokudo Shinkuan. Zhou Tianjiu. Gu Hai's eyes widened as he slashed down with his sword again. Crack. 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 Gu Hai gritted his teeth as he felt a tearing pain in his back. He looked even more ferocious. Sacred sword. Rokudo Shinkuan glared as he slashed down with his sword. At the same time, he used his injured right hand to attack Taishang and the other two. It was the same move as before. Zhou Tianjiu slashed down with an unstoppable force that could destroy galaxies. Even the sacred sword could not withstand it. Hong. The Taishang sect master and the other two were forced to retreat. However, Zhou Tianjiu tore off one of Rokudo Shinkuan's arms ferociously. Boom. Rokudo Shinkuan's right arm flew off, and his eyes widened in shock. Gu Hai's hands were trembling. Zhou Tianjiu's burden was too great. Samsara's right arm is broken. Quick, don't stop. Taishang shouted. Gu Hai naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity and continued to move forward. I'm going to have to borrow the body of the Divine King from you again. Rokudo Shinkuan said with a sinister expression. Buzz. Suddenly, Rokudo Shinkuan's pupils shrank. His left eye emitted a white light while his right eye emitted a black light. The eye of life and death had appeared. Even one arm's eyes were cold as he looked at Gu Hai. Ignoring the interference of Taishang and the other two, the sacred sword instantly slashed towards Gu Hai. A huge threat rushed towards Gu Hai. Not good. Gu Hai's expression changed. At this moment, the third Zhou Tianjiu slashed out. However, Gu Hai knew that the most terrifying threat had appeared. The eye of life and death could see through the vital points. This slash was aimed at his vital points. Without hesitation, the Divine King's eyes in his dantian glowed with a black and white light. The Divine King controlled his eye of life and death to look at the situation. In an instant, everything turned into black and white lines in Gu Hai's eyes. Rokudo Shinkuan's sacred sword was slashing towards one of the black lines on his body. Once the slash landed, he would instantly collapse like Long Zhanghua. Roar, no. Gu Hai roared with a sinister expression. Zhou Tianjiu slashed out again. This time, it wasn't to attack Rokudo Shinkuan. Instead, it was to protect the black lines on his body. Rokudo Shinkuan's expression changed. Gu Hai's life-extinguishing saber suddenly blocked the black lines. Boom! The saber and the sword clashed for the third time. The void continued to explode. However, Gu Hai managed to protect his vital points. Although the sacred sword retreated, it didn't cause any damage to Rokudo Shinkuan. Gu Hai was anxious. This was because the Zhou Tianjiu could only slash twice more. No, if he slashed once more, he might not be able to wield it anymore. However, Rokudo Shinkuan's sacred sword was still there. Gu Hai blocked Rokudo Shinkuan. On the other side, Wanshou Tongtian seemed to have found an opportunity. His fairy-slaying sword once again pierced Rokudo Shinkuan's back. Boom! The sword pierced through Rokudo Shinkuan's body. This was an unprecedented battle. After the sacred sword blocked the Zhou Tianjiu, Rokudo Shinkuin roared furiously. He twisted his body and the fairy-slaying sword tore an even bigger hole in his body. However, Rokudo Shinkuin didn't care. He wanted to kill Wanshou Tongtian. Rat, you're courting death. Rokudo Shinkuin slashed at Wanshou Tongtian with a ferocious look on his face. Be careful. Gu Hai's expression changed. He slashed the Zhou Tianjiu again. In the distance, Taishang's expression also changed. He struck out with his palm. However, Rokudo Shinkuin didn't care. He wanted to kill Wanshou Tongtian. He opened his eye of life and death and instantly saw Wanshou Tongtian's vital points. He slashed his sword at Wanshou Tongtian. Fairy-slaying sword formation. Wanshou Tongtian exclaimed. Boom! Under the sacred sword, he couldn't withstand a single blow and exploded. The fairy-slaying sword met it head-on. Boom! The immortal slaying sword was destroyed, and the sage sword was like a deadly talisman. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Heavenspan. Heavenspan's eyes were filled with despair. Zhou Tianjiu couldn't save him in time. The Taishang sect master couldn't save him in time. Wanshou Tongtian was about to be killed. However, at this moment, a black shadow blocked in front of Wanshou Tongtian. With the body as the sword, with the world as long as I live. The black shadow roared and turned into a Tongtian sword. It collided with the sacred sword. The black shadow wasn't anyone else. It was the Tongtian of the Jie sect. At the moment of Wanshou Tongtian's death, the Tongtian of the Jie sect actually blocked in front of him. All of you will die together. Rokudo Shinkuin roared. The Tongtian turned into a sword. It wasn't much weaker than the fairy-slaying sword. It suddenly emitted a dazzling black light and blocked the sacred sword. Boom! He blocked it. The black sword formed by the Tongtian blocked the sacred sword. However, a large number of cracks appeared on the black sword's body. Tongtian sect master. In the distance, Gu Hai's expression changed. Zhou Tianjiu suddenly slashed at Rokudo Shinkuin. Ha 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 ha, as expected, the sword Dao has no limits. Rokudo Shinkuin, I won't lose to you. Roar. Tongtian of the Jie sect roared with a ferocious expression. Hong. The Tongtian of the Jie sect couldn't withstand the power of the sacred sword and exploded. It turned into countless needle-like sword qi and stabbed into Rokudo Shinkuin's injured body. Boom! Rokudo Shinkuin roared in pain. Especially his left eye, it was blinded by the sword qi condensed by the Tongtian of the Jie sect. At the same time, Gu Hai's Zhou Tianjiu slashed at him. Boom! The powerful force caused Rokudo Shinkuin's left arm and a small part of his body to explode. Taishang's palm even penetrated Rokudo Shinkuin's back. Boom! Rokudo Shinkuin flew to one side. The sacred sword flew out and suddenly disappeared. Clearly, it had returned to the golden god body. His left eye was blinded, and the white light in his right eye disappeared. The eye of life and death was also withdrawn. Both his arms were destroyed. There was a palm hole and a sword hole in his chest. A small part of his body and half of his leg were torn off. He was in a miserable state. However, he was still alive. Ha, ha 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 ha. Rokudo Shinkuin's miserable body let out a ferocious roar. At this moment, Gu Hai's body was also bleeding. On the other side, the Tongtian of the Jie sect exploded. He had completely died using the method of mutual destruction. Wanshou Tongtian looked at the center of the fragment in disbelief. There was a ray of blue light, but it was like a strand of the Tongtian's wandering soul. Why? Why did you save me? Wanshou Tongtian shouted in disbelief. Even if his eldest senior brother asked him to cooperate with him, Wanshou Tongtian never thought that he would save the Tongtian of the Jie sect because there could only be one Tongtian sect master in this world. Ha, you owe me one. Ha ha ha. The wandering soul laughed. The wandering soul waved his hand. Whoosh! Countless fragments rushed from all directions. They were the fragments of the 4 immortal swords that were previously destroyed by the holy sword. Although my 4 immortal swords are broken, I can let you merge them with the 7 immortal swords. Take care. Tong Tian of the Jia sect waved his sleeve. Boom! The fragments of the 4 immortal swords seemed to melt and merged with Wanshou Tongtian's 7 immortal swords. Oh Yuan! This sect master hates owing others the most. How can I return what I owe you? You are already dead, and your 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls are shattered. Only this strand of wandering soul is left. How can I return it to you? Wanshou Tongtian said angrily. If you can't return it to me, then return it to Gu Hai. The wandering soul sighed slightly. Buzz! The wandering soul arrived at Gu Hai's place. Gu Hai was covered in blood. He looked at this strand of wandering soul in shock. No, it should be a strand of broken soul. It was just a strand of sword will that retain Tongtian's last will. Tongtian sect master, it's my fault. If I didn't summon you, you wouldn't have. Gu Hai said bitterly. Ancient Emperor, you don't have to apologize to me. I was born for the sword, and I die for the sword. That's my destiny. I also thank you for bringing me to a stronger sword Dao. I have the Annihilation Slayer, and so does your saber. I've left a design in your limitless celestial capital's 3 Pristine's palace. I hope it will be useful to you. The wandering soul said bitterly. Gu Hai could only gather strands of heaven replenishing power for the wandering soul. However, it was useless. The wandering soul was slowly dissipating. Gu Hai was anxious. The 18 levels of hell have the ability to repair the soul. Why can't it be repaired? Could it be that those killed by the 6 Dao can't be revived? It's a pity that I haven't been able to understand the strongest sword Dao. It's a pity that my 3 souls and 7 spirits are all broken. If only I had the chance. If I could be reborn, I would definitely cultivate a peerless sword Dao, the #1 sword Dao in the world. I wouldn't lose to anyone. The wandering soul slowly dissipated with a strand of obsession. His obsession did not stop. The #1 sword Dao in the world. As he chanted, the wandering soul slowly turned into a green sword lotus. The green sword lotus seemed to contain an unyielding sword will as it slowly dissipated. Gradually, the green sword lotus dissipated into nothingness. In this world, there was no trace of Tong Tian from the Jia sect. In the distance, Wanshou Tongtian's expression was ugly. Roar! With a roar, Wanshou Tongtian wielded the 7 immortal slaying swords and charged towards the heavily injured Rokudo Shinkuan. The Taishang sect master also charged towards Rokudo Shinkuan once again, wanting to completely destroy him. Gu Hai looked at the place where the green sword lotus disappeared and let out a bitter sigh. However, in the next moment, Gu Hai was suddenly stunned. That's not right. The Tongtian sect master wasn't completely destroyed. Gu Hai's expression changed. Gu Hai had seen this green sword lotus before. There was also an identical green sword lotus between Qi's brows. Qi, one of the peerless sword cultivators under the Tongtian lineage of the Wanshou Taoism. He was also known as Young Master Green Lotus. He had interacted with Gu Hai many times. Qi learned the 4 sword Daos of Dongfang Bubi, Zhang Sanfeng, Dugu Qiubai, and Shimen Chui Xue after only seeing them once. That green sword lotus was the will of the prime clear lineage. As expected of the Tongtian sect master. In order to pursue the sword Dao, he was willing to give up his 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. Ever since the Tongtian discovered his problem, Gu Hai had already noticed his abnormality. So, he had already planned to recultivate from then on. The world had lost a Tongtian from the Jie sect, but gained a Qi. No wonder Qi was so obsessed with the sword Dao. Chapter 808. Rokudo Shinkuen's left and right arms were gone, and his face was covered in blood. His left eye was blinded, and the bones in his legs were torn out. His chest had also exploded. He was in a terrible state. Despite his terrible injuries, Rokudo Shinkuen still had a strong fighting strength. The sovereign sect's master and Wan Shou Tongtian attacked at the same time. Even though True Monarch Six Paths was pushed back repeatedly, he was still able to counterattack with his legs. Moreover, he even spat out beams of energy that resembled lasers from his mouth. They were extremely ferocious. Gu Hai flew over with blood all over his body. When he saw Rokudo Shinkuen's tenacious vitality, his face froze. Rokudo Shinkuen is so fierce. Rokudo Shinkuen. The Taishang sect master suddenly shouted. As he shouted, he held the red gourd in his hand and aimed the mouth of the gourd at Rokudo Shinkuen. I'm here. Taishang, I'm going to turn you into ashes. Rokudo Shinkuen shouted angrily. However, as soon as he shouted, he was suddenly sucked into the red gourd. What? Rokudo Shinkuen's expression changed. However, it was too late. He was instantly sucked into the gourd. Taishang immediately sat down cross-legged and used the Taiji diagram as a cushion. He quickly activated the red gourd with both hands. Boom! The red gourd suddenly emitted a raging fire. 8 trigrams furnace. Taishang, you're courting death. Rokudo Shinkuen's angry roar came from the gourd. Burn! The Taishang sect master shouted. Boom! Suddenly, the flames of the gourd grew stronger. Ah, true Samadhi fire. True sun fire. True earth fire. Sinful heart true fire. So much primordial fire. Taishang, do you want to refine me? Rokudo Shinkuen's screams could be heard from the inside. Tongtian, quick, lend me a hand and refine it as soon as possible, in case anything happens, the Taishang sect master shouted. Yes. Wan Shou Tongtian immediately placed his hands on the Taishang sect master's back. Boom! The Taishang sect master's hand instantly emitted a torrent of mana that rushed straight into the red gourd. The burning within the gourd grew stronger and stronger. In the distance, Gu Hai was overjoyed. It was already very difficult for him to use the 9 revolving heavens. It would be great if the Taishang sect master could burn him to death. Ah! Rokudo Shinkuen's scream came from the red gourd. In the distance, most of the experts had already been eaten by Kong Xian. There were only a few left, and they looked into the distance in horror. Impossible, Rokudo Shinkuen is undefeatable. Tai Yi exclaimed. No one is undefeatable. None of you can escape today. Kong Xian continued to kill with a ferocious expression. Roar! He opened his mouth and swallowed another demon king. Everyone immediately panicked, as if they were about to escape. Isn't it too late to escape now? The demon descends. Kong Xian spread his wings, and black smoke instantly enveloped the surroundings. Eldest senior brother, is the dominator of samsara still alive? Wan Shou Tongtian asked anxiously. Soon, soon. The Taishang sect master's expression turned ugly. Half an hour had passed, and he was still alive. And he was still screaming. Something's not right. Gu Hai suddenly frowned. What's wrong? Wan Shou Tongtian looked at Gu Hai. A Dharma treasure. The dominator of samsara's golden god body had the sacred sword. The divine king body had the eye of life and death. What kind of body is that? Which of the dominator of samsara's 3 souls and 7 spirits? Doesn't he have his own Dharma treasure? Why does he have to borrow from others? Gu Hai's expression darkened. Wan Shou Tongtian's expression suddenly froze. Dharma treasure? This Rokudo Shinkuin really didn't have a Dharma treasure. He had to borrow it. Which body did he have? Is the heavenly god body used up? Is it used up? I'm going to die, I'm going to die, ah. The dominator of Samsara's painful voice came from the fire gourd. As expected. Gu-hai suddenly realized. This Rokudo Shinkuin had a Dharma treasure, but he had to lend it to others. Did he lend it to the heavenly god body? Buzz! The fire gourd suddenly trembled, and a void ripple spread in all directions. His natal Dharma treasure is back. The Taishang sect master's expression suddenly changed. Ha 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 ha, it's finally used up. It's back, break for me. A ferocious roar came from the fire gourd. Boom! A crack appeared on the fire gourd, and a large amount of primordial fire instantly spread out in all directions. Puff! The Taishang sect master was hit by this huge force, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Together with Wan Shou Tong Tian, they were instantly sent flying. Watch out! As they were sent flying, the Taishang sect master shouted in front of them. The fire gourd exploded, and a huge amount of cold air burst out in an instant. Ka 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 ka. The surrounding void was instantly frozen by endless cold, and the shattered stars around them were instantly frozen and cracked. The fire coming out of the red gourd was instantly extinguished by the freezing cold air. The overwhelming cold air seemed to have extracted all the heat in the world in an instant. Hundreds of stars in the distance were instantly frozen into frost and then cracked. Stars. In an instant, a huge blue gourd could be seen vaguely. Water god physique. This is Rokudo Shinkuin's water god physique. The Arctic gourd. The Taishang sect master's expression changed. Zhou Tian Jiu. Without hesitation, Gu-hai used all his strength to slash down again. As he slashed down, blood spurted out from all over Gu-hai's body, but he did not hesitate. As he slashed down, endless ice appeared in the void and blocked in front of Gu-hai. Hong! The ferocious slash cut through billions of layers of ice and landed heavily on Rokudo Shinkuin, who was in the middle of the blue gourd. Puff! Rokudo Shinkuin spat out a mouthful of blood, but he was not dead. Most of the force was blocked by the blue gourd. Endless ice and frost emerged from the blue gourd, but only a small crack appeared. Zhou Tianjiu caused Gu-hai to be severely injured. At this moment, he was like a bloodied man and was instantly sent flying by the force of the collision. Gu-hai had already damaged himself to the point where he did not have much energy left. Ha, ha ha ha. It's been a long time since someone forced me into such a miserable state. Come again, roar. Rokudo Shinkuin roared with a ferocious expression. The Taishang sect master and Tongtian sect master's expressions changed. Gu-hai was also very weak. More importantly, the peak aura left by Long Zhangguo seemed to have been depleted. Wang! Gu-hai's body trembled, and his human soul returned to the lower sky palace. Gu-hai instantly felt all the strength in his body receding, and he almost collapsed to the ground. What? Gu-hai's expression changed drastically. Misfortune never comes alone. His cultivation level returned to the middle sky palace. Ha ha ha, perfected lord is invincible. Tai Yi roared excitedly from afar. Rokudo Shinkuin looked at the Taishang sect master, Tongtian sect master, and the limp Gu-hai, and revealed a ferocious smile. How pitiful. I didn't know that I could be so close to death. Just a little bit more, and I would have been burned to ashes by the true fire gourd. Just a little bit more. Rokudo Shinkuin's body was charred black, and even the bones in his legs were charred. If it was anyone else, they would have died a long time ago. But the vitality of the dominator of the six paths kept him alive. The true fire gourd released a large amount of frost and connected the dominator of the six paths' ice arms, making it easier for him to control them temporarily. Although it still looked tragic, the Taisheng and Tongtian sect master saw despair in their eyes. At this moment, it was as if they were at the end of their rope. Rokudo Shinkun was too powerful. Now, it's my turn to torture you all. I will cut your bodies into pieces and slowly torture your souls to avenge today's hatred. Rokudo Shinkun coughed up blood as he was filled with hatred. Obviously, he was severely injured. Even so, Rokudo Shinkun was extremely confident that he could kill everyone. Gu Hai lay limp on one side, unable to fight anymore. He could only reach for the blade of entrapment as if he was going to control the Go formation again. At this moment, at the entrance of the 18th layer of hell. Whoosh! Suddenly, an old man in a white robe walked in. It was Old Man Guanqi. Old Man Guanqi was slightly stunned when he entered. What a fierce battle! Gu Hai actually forced Rokudo Shinkun to such a state. Old Man Guanqi was slightly surprised. Whoosh! In the next moment, Old Man Guanqi arrived at the center of the battlefield. The sudden appearance of another person changed everyone's expression. Old Man Guanqi. The Tongtian sect master glared at him, obviously very angry. Gu Hai was overjoyed. Ha, Old Man Guanqi, we are in big trouble because of you. The Taisheng sect master looked at Old Man Guanqi in surprise. Kong Xian was also overjoyed. Old Man Guanqi, quickly destroy the Dominator of Samsara. The Dominator of Samsara has been severely injured by His Majesty and the others. Quickly. Old Man Guanqi looked at Gu Hai meaningfully, then turned to look at Rokudo Shinkun. When Rokudo Shinkun saw Old Man Guanqi, his expression changed. Old Man Guanqi, have you been waiting outside? Waiting for this moment? If I were to attack alone, I wouldn't be able to defeat you. However, you are only left with the strength of a piece of paper. It seems that I will have to pick up a ready-made one. Old Man Guanqi said coldly. Extreme frost. Rokudo Shinkun's expression turned ferocious. In an instant, the extreme frost gourd in his hand spewed out a cloud of blue fog and rushed toward Old Man Guanqi. If it were any other treasure, I would have to be careful. But this extreme frost gourd of yours? Ha, do you know that because of you, my heart has become colder than this extreme frost gourd of yours? Cold is useless against me. Old Man Guanqi's body slowly turned transparent, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of Rokudo Shinkun. The cold air seemed to be unable to touch Old Man Guanqi. Old Man Guanqi reached out and squeezed. Half a white chess piece appeared on his fingertips. It was the heavenly Go chess piece. However, only half of it remained. The other half had already turned into Gu Hai's life-entrapping blade. The 33 unhindered worlds formation of the past has not been completed. Today, I will let you see it clearly. What is the limit of the 33 unhindered worlds formation? Old Man Guanqi shouted. Suddenly, thousands of huge stars appeared around the half of the heavenly Go chess piece. The stars rotated, and the stars connected, forming a huge net that wrapped around Rokudo Shinkun and tore him apart. Boom! The part of his body that had just been replenished with ice was torn apart by the huge net. Ah! Rokudo Shinkun roared in pain. It was as if he was about to be torn to pieces by this powerful force. If you were at your peak, you would have been able to break the 33 unhindered worlds formation. However, you are at the end of the road now. Die! Old Man Guanqi revealed a ferocious expression. In the face of death, he had to give up on his Dharma treasure no matter how good it was. Frigid gourd, explode! Rokudo Shinkun roared with a ferocious expression. Hong! The frigid gourd exploded. A powerful force shook the entire universe. The thousands of stars in the surroundings exploded. The powerful force impacted Old Man Guanqi. Puff! Old Man Guanqi spat out a mouthful of blood. He revealed a look of shock. Even if I die, I will drag all of you down with me. Rokudo Shinkun said ferociously. Crack. Only the charred bones of his legs were left. They stabbed into Old Man Guanqi's chest. Puff. Old Man Guanqi spat out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, he had been severely injured by this powerful force. In the distance, Gu Hai, Taisheng, and Tong Tian had already widened their eyes. They had thought that Old Man Guanqi would definitely win. However, in the next second, Rokudo Shinkun had turned the tables and won. Although he had exploded the frigid gourd, he had defeated Old Man Guanqi in one move. Was he going to tear him apart? Old Man Guanqi's life was hanging by a thread. Chapter 809. Rokudo Shinkun was severely injured, but Old Man Guanqi was able to turn the tables on him. He had lost his hands, but his charred legs stabbed into Old Man Guanqi's chest as if he wanted to tear Old Man Guanqi apart. Old Man Guanqi's life was hanging by a thread. The sudden change caused everyone's expression to change. Ha, I was careless. Old Man Guanqi said bitterly. He gripped the half-piece of heavenly go chess in his hand again. The stars in the distant starry sky suddenly moved. Carelessness leads to death. Now, it's too late to set up a chess formation. Rokudo Shinkun roared ferociously, as if he wanted to tear Old Man Guanqi apart. Wang! At this moment, Rokudo Shinkun suddenly trembled, and his body stiffened. Old Man Guanqi frowned slightly. He saw half of a blue soul emerge from Rokudo Shinkun's body. Ah. The blue soul looked pained, as if he was struggling. The ninth young master. Gu Hai, who was in the distance, changed his expression. Ha, only when Rokudo Shinkun is so weak can I regain my will. His will is too strong. I can't beat him. The ninth young master's soul was struggling. Rokudo Shinkun's physical face twitched. Little thing, what are you trying to do by seizing my body? If they don't die, we will. Rokudo Shinkun couldn't move. It was as if the ninth young master controlled his body. Pust. Under the control of the ninth young master, his legs were pulled out from Old Man Guanqi's chest. Puff. Old Man Guanqi spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with uncertainty. Guanzhou, you did well. Old Man Guanqi said with a frown after a moment of silence. However, ninth young master looked at old Mr. Guanqi, and a miserable smile flashed in his eyes. You did well. Ha, cabinet master, thank you for your praise. I can't accept it. Old Man Guanqi frowned slightly. Now that I've sacrificed my soul to seize the samsara's body, I've repaid the favor, right? From now on, we don't owe each other anything. Guanzhou said with bloodshot eyes. Old Man Guanqi was speechless to himself. When I was young, my family was facing annihilation. It was you who saved me and avenged my family. From then on, I saw you as my god and obeyed your every request. To be your disciple, I worked hard. Ha, I didn't expect that it was all a trap. A trap that I couldn't extricate myself from. I respect you, but I hate you even more. You saved my life, and I did my best to save you once. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. From now on, we are master and disciple. Guanzhou roared with great sorrow. What kind of despair was this? Guanzhou seemed to be burning his soul to suppress Rokudo Shinkun, all for the sake of repaying his debt of gratitude. However, it was also a great debt of gratitude that was extremely tragic. Old Man Guanqi sighed softly. Ancient Emperor. The ninth young master suddenly shouted again. In the distance, Gu Hai was also injured all over. He looked at the ninth young master, paralyzed. The ninth young master looked at Gu Hai and smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, ancient emperor. I implicated you when you helped me previously. Guanzhou, I don't distinguish between good and evil. However, I have never repaid kindness with enmity. I might not be able to repay what I owe you. Take this as a token of my guilt. I'm sorry. As the ninth young master spoke, a black chess piece flew towards Gu Hai. Whoosh! The black chess piece was the chess piece that contained the countless heavenly souls. Old man Guanxi did not stop it. The chess piece flew towards Gu Hai. Pa! Gu Hai reached out with difficulty and caught it. He looked at the ninth young master in the distance with a complicated expression. You didn't know the result. I don't blame you. Gu Hai sighed softly. Many thanks. The ninth young master's eyes flashed with gratitude. However, old man Guanxi suddenly waved his hand, as though he was going to attack Rokudo Shinkun again. Guanzhou, you bastard. If you wanted to die, you could have told me. I would have let you die completely. But now you want to kill me. Rokudo Shinkun bellowed malevolently. The ninth young master's spirit was also trembling violently. It seemed like he could not hold on any longer. Quick, Rokudo Shinkun is going to reclaim his body. The Taishang sect master in the distance was shocked. He won't make it in time. Old man Guanxi snorted and was about to attack. Explode! Rokudo Shinkun stared and roared. Hong! With a loud bang, Rokudo Shinkun's body actually exploded. The power of the explosion was extremely strong. It was comparable to Gu Hai's Zhou Tianjiu. Even old man Guanxi did not expect this explosion. In order to break free from the ninth young master's control, he would rather explode himself. The powerful impact instantly sent the Taishang sect master and Tongtian sect master flying. Puff! Gu Hai was also sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The ninth young master's spirit was naturally destroyed in an instant. The first to bear the brunt of the impact was old man Guanxi. Old man Guanxi's body also exploded in an instant. As it exploded, a look of disbelief flashed across his eyes. Rumble. Both sides suffered great losses and perished together. Gu Hai, who was seriously injured in the distance, was shocked. Old man Guanxi is dead. He was killed by the explosion. Gu Hai said in shock. Then how do we go back? The Tongtian sect master of the Jia sect was also shocked. Kong Xian had already devoured almost all the experts. Only Tai Yi, who was covered in injuries, was left. That's impossible. How could the perfected lord? Tai Yi said in disbelief. Kong Xian was also shocked. Rokudo Shinkun and old man Guanxi perished together. That was too cruel. Just as everyone was at a loss, laughter suddenly came from the center of the explosion. Ha 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 ha, you're dead. Old man Guanxi, your spirit is also shattered. Ha 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 ha. No one can kill me. Rokudo Shinkun's arrogant laughter came from the center of the explosion. He's not dead yet. Kong Xian looked desperate. He's not dead yet. He saw that there was still Rokudo Shinkun's head in the center of the explosion. It was now white and covered in blood. Even old man Guanxi was killed, but Rokudo Shinkun still had a head. Gu Hai, the Taishang sect master, and the Tongtian sect master felt their scalps go numb. Continue attacking. Don't let him escape, the Taishang sect master shouted. The Tongtian sect master and the Taishang sect master rushed forward. However, Rokudo Shinkun didn't want to fight anymore. His head turned into a ray of light and rushed toward the exit of the 18th level of hell. He was going to escape. How could he fight with one head left? The Taishang sect master and the Tongtian sect master couldn't catch up. Just as they were about to reach the exit, buzz. Another figure suddenly stepped out of the exit. Old man Guanxi. Gu Hai said in shock. Another old man Guanxi. You also have 10 clones. Rokudo Shinkun's head said in surprise. Old man Guanqi seemed to be very unfamiliar with this place. He looked at Rokudo Shinkuen's head flying toward him in shock. Humph, how tragic. There's still one head left. That's great. Old man Guanqi said coldly. As he spoke, he reached out and took out half a heavenly go chess piece. Why is there still half a heavenly go chess piece? Gu Hai was slightly surprised. Old man Guanqi took out half a heavenly go chess piece and pressed it. Whoosh! Suddenly, more than 1,000 stars appeared out of thin air and slowly arranged themselves into a huge formation. It looked like a huge chessboard. 34. In the distance, Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. The 33 great formations were not old man Guanqi's limit. As soon as the 34 great formations appeared, an aura of great destruction pressed down on Rokudo Shinkuen's head. Ha, ha ha ha, old man Guanqi. You really hid your strength well. Rokudo Shinkuen's eyes were dripping blood, and his expression was ferocious. In this hunt for Gu Hai, Rokudo Shinkuen had experienced an extremely painful battle. Explode! Rokudo Shinkuen shouted fiercely. In the end, the head exploded with a loud bang. Old man Guanqi's expression changed. He did not expect Rokudo Shinkuen to suddenly become so ruthless and self-destruct as soon as he appeared. Hong! Another huge crack appeared in the void, and old man Guanqi was blown to pieces again. It's over. Gu Hai looked at the black hole in the distance, and his eyes flashed with shock. This Rokudo Shinkuen is really fierce. He's not dead yet. The Taisheng sect master said in shock. He saw a blue light rushing toward the entrance of the 18th floor of hell. No physical body. That's the soul body. A rootless soul body. How can he escape? The Taisheng sect master's expression changed, and he seemed to want to catch him. Whoosh! Suddenly, another old man Guanqi stepped out of the entrance of the 18th floor of hell. Seeing the third old man Guanqi appear, even Rokudo Shinkuen was in despair. Is there no end to this? Whoosh! Suddenly, old man Guanqi took out a white chess piece and absorbed Rokudo Shinkuen's soul body. Old man Guanqi looked around. The 18th floor of hell was already in a terrible state. No, impossible, true lord. Tai Yi shouted in shock. Swish! Kong Xian's five-colored divine light enveloped Tai Yi. Kong Xian's sharp claws stabbed into Tai Yi's head. His expression was ferocious. No! Tai Yi screamed. Whoosh! Kong Xian swallowed Tai Yi in one gulp. The battle was over. Rokudo Shinkuen died, and his soul body was absorbed by the third old man Guanqi. Gu Hai looked at the distant old man Guanqi with a gloomy expression. What a thrilling game. Rokudo Shinkuen was extremely strong, but in the end, he couldn't escape old man Guanqi's scheme. Old man Guanqi was the biggest schemer in this battle. Gu Hai, you guys are really strong. Old man Guanqi sneered. Whoosh! In an instant, old man Guanqi stepped out of the 18th floor of hell and disappeared. In the 18th floor of hell, everyone fell limp. That's only one Rokudo Shinkuen. There are 9 more. 9 more. The Tongtian sect master's eyelids twitched. Your Majesty, how are you? Kong Xian was surrounded by black gas, but he swallowed all the experts and flew in front of Gu Hai. Rokudo Shinkuen's connection with me has disappeared. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. The sovereign sect's master glanced at the chaotic starry sky, and then he stretched out his hand and waved the Tai Chi diagram. Rumble. The Taisheng sect master immediately formed a huge suction force. In an instant, countless fragments in the entire universe gathered. In the blink of an eye, the fragments of the Bell of Chaos, Apocalypse, and Arctic Gourd arrived in front of the Taisheng sect master. There are no fragments of the heavenly Go chess. The Taisheng sect master frowned. Taisheng sect master, although the time here is not symmetrical with the outside world. After this battle, the other Rokudo Shinkuin must have reacted. We have to leave immediately, Guhai said with a bitter smile. Chapter 8:10. The Taishang sect master brought the Tongtian sect master and flew to Guhai. Ancient Emperor, the battle just now has truly broadened my horizons. The sovereign sect's master gazed at Guhai while a wisp of admiration flashed through his eyes. It could be said that most of the Rokudo Shinkuin's injuries were caused by Guhai. I wouldn't dare to say that it was an eye-opener. However, if we don't leave now, the rest of the Rokudo Shinkuin will be here, Guhai said with a bitter smile. Let's go then. Ancient Emperor, how are your injuries? The Taishang sect master asked worriedly. Very painful. I can't move for now, Guhai said with a bitter smile. Within his body, the heaven-replenishing energy was nourishing his physical body. However, as Guhai's physical body grew stronger, the amount of heaven-replenishing energy required also increased. He wouldn't be able to fully recover in a short period of time. Your Majesty, I'll support you. Kong Xian supported Guhai. Kong Xian, the demonic qi around you seems to have thickened. Guhai looked at Kong Xian. Kong Xian nodded. I ate so much, but I couldn't digest them all. However, I should be fine supporting your Majesty. Hell Dao reincarnation. You can't kill them, and they can be revived. Are they all dead? Guhai asked worriedly. Not completely dead, because they haven't fully digested. Rest assured, your Majesty. I'll make sure they die outside hell. NNLY, Kong Xian said solemnly. Guhai nodded. Let's go. The Taishang nodded. Guhai suddenly shook his head. Everyone looked at Guhai doubtfully. We can't go back the way we came. Guhai shook his head. Taishang, Tongtian, and Kong Xian nodded. But, can Kong Xian tear open another reincarnation crack? Taishang asked worriedly. At the very least, the Taishang sect master and the Tongtian sect master were unable to do so. Hell is different from 800,000 years later. At the very least, the 18th level hasn't been sealed yet, Guhai said with a smile. As he spoke, Guhai took out a white jade bottle with great difficulty. There were still 4 reincarnation lotuses in the jade bottle. Guhai gestured to Kong Xian. Kong Xian naturally recognized this reincarnation lotus. 800,000 years later, His Majesty had used it to bring him away once. Pa! Kong Xian plucked one of the petals, and in an instant, the reincarnation lotus withered rapidly. Below the reincarnation lotus, an exit appeared in the void. The reincarnation lotus? The Tongtian sect master's expression changed. I got it by chance. Everyone, let's go, Guhai said with a wry smile. All right. The Taishang sect master nodded. Whoosh! The 4 of them entered the exit and disappeared from the 18th level of hell in the blink of an eye. Wang! After a short while, the hole suddenly closed and disappeared. Not long after Guhai left. Outside the Peacock Palace. Boom! Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew, shattering the entire Peacock Palace and revealing a crack in the void. It was a man in a Taoist robe. He had a cold expression on his face as he arrived in an instant. Rokudo Shinkuin. Another Rokudo Shinkuin. Whoosh! Rokudo Shinkuin stepped into the crack in the void and entered the Hell Dao reincarnation cycle. Boom! Another strong gust of wind blew over. Another Rokudo Shinkuin rushed over. With a ferocious expression, he stepped into the crack in the void. The 2 Rokudo Shinkuin entered the Hell Dao reincarnation cycle together and rushed straight to the 18th level of hell. As soon as they entered, the 2 Rokudo Shinkuin's expressions turned cold. Escaped? One of the Rokudo Shinkuin said coldly. Gu Hai. Taisheng. Tong Tian. Guanqi. Humph, don't even think about escaping. The other Rokudo Shinkuin said with a ferocious expression. The two Rokudo Shinkuin looked at each other. At almost the same time, the two Rokudo Shinkuin said with great hatred, go to Wanshou Taoism. Whoosh! The two Rokudo Shinkuin turned around and left the Hell Dao reincarnation cycle. They left the Peacock Shrine and headed straight for Wanshou Taoism, their faces full of anger. Taisheng and Tongtian's betrayal had completely severed ties with the Rokudo Shinkuin. The reincarnation lotus brought Gu Hai's group out of hell, but they appeared at a random place. The group of people appeared in a valley, but the passage behind them suddenly disappeared. Tong Tian, go and find out where this place is. Taisheng ordered. Yes, sir. Tong Tian replied, and left. Ancient Emperor, it was all thanks to you. Junior brother said that there should be two Rokudo Shinkuin looking for you. If there's only one this time, doesn't that mean that there will be another Rokudo Shinkuin looking for you in 10 days? Taisheng frowned. Indeed. Taisheng sect master, you sent Tong Tian away. What do you want to say to me alone? Gu Hai said weakly. Weng. The Taisheng sect master flipped his hand and took out a pile of fragments. They were the fragments of the Bell of Chaos, Apocalypse, Arctic Gourd, and the broken True Fire Gourd. The Taisheng sect master flipped his hand and kept the broken True Fire Gourd. Although the True Fire Gourd is broken, it still contains Samadhi primordial fire. I can continue to use it to refine immortal medicines and weapons. These three treasures are useless to me. This battle was mostly the work of the ancient emperor. I'll leave these fragments to him. As he spoke, he handed the fragments to Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked doubtfully at Taisheng, but saw the sincerity in Taisheng's eyes. Taisheng sect master is wise. Gu Hai is ashamed. Gu Hai said with a wry smile. The Taisheng sect master was indeed observant. He had actually seen through Wu Yu's subtle expressions and had given them to him without hesitation. Many thanks to the Taisheng sect master for granting me my wish. Gu Hai did not reject pretentiously. He reached out and kept the fragments of the three treasures. This is what you deserve. I also saw that some time ago, the Purgatory Realm's boundless energy seemed to be converging towards you. The Grand Supreme was puzzled. Taisheng sect master is perceptive. Gu Hai exclaimed. Earlier, when Gu Hai's mortal soul took over his body, his strength reached its peak. He could actually control the Mortal Soul Book and the Earth Soul Book. Although he did not know how to use the Mortal Soul Book, he could use the Earth Soul Book to absorb energy. In one go, Gu Hai had extracted the wandering energy of the entire Naraka Dao reincarnation cycle. It was a pity that the current Naraka Dao reincarnation cycle was much less than it had been 800,000 years ago. After all, it was completely sealed off after 800,000 years, and the energy could not flow out at all. The Taisheng sect master did not pursue the matter. Instead, he asked, in 10 days, Rokudo Shinkuin will attack again. Can you still kill the 6 Dao reincarnation cycle? Gu Hai smiled bitterly. All the treasures are broken, and I'm heavily injured. The 6 Dao reincarnation cycle is on guard against me. But in 10 days, there's nothing we can do. At the very least, we haven't thought of anything yet. If it wasn't for your repeated attacks with the divine weapon, Rokudo Shinkuin would have been invincible. Even if Rokudo Shinkuin was on guard, no one in this world would be able to defeat him. The Taisheng sect master smiled bitterly. Rokudo Shinkuin is one thing, but there's also Old Man Guanqi. Gu Hai said with a frown. Old Man Guanqi. 2 of them have already died. Is he like Rokudo Shinkuin, who can split into 10 bodies? Kong Xian asked doubtfully. Gu Hai shook his head. I don't know. But I have a feeling that Old Man Guanqi doesn't just want to kill Rokudo Shinkuin. He seems to have a bigger plan. Gu Hai said with a complicated expression. Old man Guanqi. Oh, that's right. Besides you, I can't see through him. The Taisheng sect master was silent for a while. Whoosh. At this moment, the Tongtian sect master returned. Eldest senior brother, we are now beside a city in Dongfang of the Divine Continent. The Tongtian explained. Dongfang. Dongfang is good too. The Taisheng nodded. He turned to Gu Hai and said, Ancient Emperor, Rokudo Shinkuan's intention to murder the heavens has been confirmed. You still have 10 days. I believe you need to recuperate in these 10 days. Why don't you follow me to a place? Oh. Gu Hai looked at the Taisheng sect master. To see human Emperor Fuxi. The Taisheng sect master said solemnly. Fuxi. Taiwa's brother. Gu Hai's expression changed. That's right. The ancient emperor is strange. Others know about Fuxi before Taiwa. Why do you know more about Taiwa? Oh. That's right. After 800,000 years, there will be Taiwa and no Fuxi. The Taisheng sect master said with a smile. Gu Hai smiled wryly. Taiwa seemed to be his wife now. Was he going to see his brother-in-law? Human Emperor Fuxi. I've heard of him a few times. I wonder what's so special about this Fuxi. Gu Hai asked curiously. The Tongtian said solemnly, the Long Zhanggua is the most powerful person in 800,000 years. Six Dao is the most powerful person in this era. Fuxi was the most powerful person in the previous era. Oh. Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. In the past, Fuxi was close to ruling the world. But for some reason, he suddenly scattered all his imperial authority and went into seclusion. Since then, he has distanced himself from the world. Now that the great calamity is near, it's time to invite him back. The Taisheng said solemnly. Eldest senior brother, do you know where Fuxi is? Didn't I hear that Fuxi was completely cut off from the world? The Tongtian asked in surprise. The Taisheng shook his head. I only found out by chance. Alright, then I'll have to trouble the Taisheng sect master to lead the way. Gu Hai said solemnly. Your Majesty, I'll carry you. The Kong Xian said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded. Screech. The Kong Xian transformed into a giant peacock. This time, it was only a few dozen feet long. It was big enough for Gu Hai to sit on. Follow me. The Taisheng sect master shouted. Boom. Immediately, the group flew into the sky. Gu Hai sat cross-legged on the back of the Kong Xian. He closed his eyes and started to meditate. The heaven-mending energy was constantly healing his injuries. Since his physical body was not fully healed, the heaven-mending energy would not be wasted on the 3 magical treasure fragments. However, the 3 magical treasures had also reached the spiritual mother deity king. Weng. The Eye of Life and Death saw countless black lines on the 3 magical treasures. Whoosh. At this moment, the iceberg in the water deity king's body seemed to be projecting a wave of cold air towards the Arctic gourd. Oh. Cold air. Gu Hai's expression changed. He separated a strand of heaven-mending energy into the broken Arctic gourd. Immediately, the black lines connected. Rumble. The iceberg's cold air entered the Arctic gourd. Immediately, the Arctic gourd started to repair itself under the nourishment of the cold air. Since the Arctic gourd can be repaired by the iceberg, then the Arctic gourd belongs to the water deity. Immediately, the Arctic gourd flew into the water deity palace. Whoosh! The cracked Arctic gourd immediately sucked the iceberg into it. The iceberg emitted cold air, nourishing the cracks on its surface. Gu Hai's water deity king hugged the Arctic gourd and quickly refined it. Chapter 8:11. The iceberg became a great tonic, rapidly mending the Arctic gourd. And the shattering of the Arctic gourd made it much easier for Gu Hai to refine. The Earth Soul in the Middle Sky Palace controlled the boundless energy and quickly absorbed it. Another round of energy. Although it was much less than 800,000 years later, it was still a huge amount. 2 hours later. Boom! A powerful energy current surged out of Gu Hai's body. Oh! The Taishang sect master and Tongtian sect master turned to look at him at the same time. Phew! Gu Hai opened his eyes and exhaled lightly. Middle Sky Palace, 9th tier. His cultivation had broken through another tier. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. It was indeed difficult for him to increase his cultivation level. The energy of the entire Purgatory Tao reincarnation cycle had only increased by 1 tier. Congratulations, Ancient Emperor. Your cultivation level has increased by another level. The Taishang sect master smiled. Taishang sect master, you must be joking. It's still only the Middle Sky Palace. It's not worth mentioning. Gu Hai shook his head slightly. The Taishang sect master shook his head. I have a feeling that this tier of yours will surpass the cultivation of others by an entire tier. Perhaps. Gu Hai smiled slightly, but did not continue the conversation. The Taishang sect master was indeed perceptive. No wonder he would create a song like Taishang's Long Life's Melody in the future. The increase in cultivation level had healed Gu Hai's injuries greatly, but he was still a little weak. However, with the heaven replenishing power, Gu Hai was confident that he could fully recover within 10 days. This time, not only had his cultivation level increased, his physical body had also reached its peak due to the exclusive possession of the human soul. He was more than 10 times stronger than before. Perhaps fearing that it would affect Gu Hai's injuries, the group did not fly quickly. They only arrived after 4 hours. It was a huge island in the East Sea. The island was very low-key. It was shrouded in clouds, and there was no fate around it. There was nothing special about it. We're here. The Taishang sect master said in a deep voice. This is where Fuxi lives. The Tongtian sect master had a strange look in his eyes. Very normal. But don't underestimate them. Let's go. Taishang smiled. The group of 4 slowly flew towards the seemingly ordinary island. Flying, flying. They slowly entered the foggy area outside the island. Who? The moment he entered the fog, Gu Hai shuddered. The 3 people beside him had disappeared. Gu Hai's pupils shrank. He immediately stood up and looked around coldly. The scene in front of him had completely changed. The island from before had disappeared, leaving only a vast expanse of land. Gu Hai was standing in the middle of this land, surrounded by silence. An illusion? Gu Hai's face darkened. The 4 of them entered a large formation. Unfortunately, this was not a formation of the way of chess, so he could not understand it immediately. Gu Hai didn't run around randomly. Instead, he stayed where he was and sensed the array. Oh. So it's you, evil demon. How dare you come to Huashu Island? I'll take you to repay the kindness of the samsara. Ha 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 ha. A cold laugh suddenly came. Gu Hai's face darkened. The 4 of us sincerely request an audience with the human sovereign Fuxi. Who are you? How did you become the samsara's lackey? Could it be that Fuxi has surrendered to the samsara? How dare you slander my master? The voice suddenly shouted angrily. Master? Ha, you want to repay the kindness of the samsara. Looks like Fuxi is your master. However, you trapped Fuxi as a guest to please the samsara. You're abusing your position for personal gain. You're betraying your master for glory. How dare you call Fuxi your master? If I were Fuxi, I would be deeply ashamed of you. Gu Hai shouted coldly. Gu Hai was infuriating the person in the array because only when he appeared would he be able to find a flaw in the array. Humph, what a glib tongue. However, it's useless to me. Didn't you say so much just because you want to see me? So what if I let you see me? The voice was full of arrogance. Suddenly, a cloud of fog appeared not far away from Gu Hai. The fog slowly dissipated, revealing a man in a black robe. Gu Hai's pupils shrank. The black-robed man in front of him looked exactly like him. He looked exactly like him. Who are you? Gu Hai stared at him. I am you. The fake Gu Hai sneered. You are me. Ha, you think you're me just because you look like me? Gu Hai sneered. I look exactly like you. Do you believe me? The fake Gu Hai said with a smile. Gu Hai stared at the person in front of him. Indeed, he looked exactly like him. You don't believe me? Why don't you see what I can do? The fake Gu Hai sneered. As he spoke, he rushed toward Gu Hai. However, he had just taken a step forward. Cough, cough, cough. The fake Gu Hai spat out a mouthful of blood. Gu Hai was speechless. How did you get hurt like this? You made me pull on my wound when I tried to circulate my energy. Damn it, my back is all torn. Why didn't you say anything when you were seriously injured? The fake Gu Hai looked at Gu Hai gloomily and shouted angrily. Gu Hai looked at the fake person in front of him blankly. What kind of logic was this? His body was injured, so he couldn't circulate his energy. How unlucky. You're actually a sickly person. You made me do so much. Humph. The fake person looked at Gu Hai gloomily. Who are you? Gu Hai asked again in a deep voice. Humph, I said, I'm you. You look exactly like me. The fake person sneered again. Me? Ha, you've learned it quite well. Remove the array immediately. Otherwise, I don't care if you're Fushi's servant or not. Gu Hai said coldly. Then come at me. The fake person was not afraid at all. Gu Hai waved his hand, and an immortal slaying gourd appeared in front of him. The fake person waved his hand, and an immortal slaying gourd appeared suddenly. Treasure, please turn around. The real and fake Gu Hai shouted almost at the same time. Shing! Boom! An immortal slaying flying dagger flew out of the two gourds. The two immortal slaying flying daggers collided in the void and returned to the immortal slaying gourd. I said, you look exactly like me, right? The fake person sneered. What do you want? Gu Hai said coldly. Surrender, and I'll spare your life. The fake person said coldly. Ha, you! Gu Hai sneered. Gu Hai was indeed injured now. However, that did not mean that he could not fight. However, the fake person before him was extremely strange. Gu Hai did not use all his moves right away. Don't worry. I'll play along with you. In this ritual array of mine, I can last forever until you are willing to surrender. The fake person said with a smile. However, Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. This fake person's attitude was extremely strange. He wanted to capture Xiao Chen but was not in a rush to do so. You said that you look exactly like me? I'm the best at Go. Are you the same? Gu Hai said sullenly. Play Go? Ha, you can't beat me, the fake person sneered. Oh. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. In today's world, the Empress Dowager is the best at Go. Even she cannot beat me here, let alone you. As for that old Mr. Guanqi, he would not be a match for me here. Just you, the fake person sneered. Ha! What great confidence! Are you not afraid of biting your tongue? Gu Hai sneered. If you don't believe me, why don't you try me, the fake person smiled. Gu Hai frowned slightly and nodded. Whoosh! The fake person waved his hand, and a Go board appeared out of thin air. Then, he invited Gu Hai to play his Go stone. Gu Hai played his black Go stone. Without hesitation, Gu Hai played his Go stone, Tian Yuan. Like I said, I am you. No, in the Go Dao, I am better than you, the fake person sneered. Clack. The fake person played his Go stone, 9-5. The two played back and forth. At first, Gu Hai thought that the fake person was just boasting and was not using his full strength. However, as he continued to play his Go stones, the fake person suddenly struck his vital points. Gu Hai discovered that this person's Go skills were truly extraordinary. Gu Hai slowly turned serious. The fake person continued to play his Go stones. However, as Gu Hai grew increasingly serious, the fake person's Go skills also rapidly increased. Gu Hai suddenly goggled. What strange Go skills. As my Go skills increased, so did the other party. Furthermore, the fake person's Go style was so similar to mine. It was almost identical. The fake person's Go style seemed to be a copy of mine. Gu Hai's expression turned sullen as he became even more serious. However, the fake person's Go skills stuck to him like maggots. What strange Go skills. Like I said, I am you, the fake person sneered. However, Gu Hai ignored the fake person and continued playing his Go stones. How about this? If you can beat me in Go, I'll let you enter the island. If you can't beat me, you'll just surrender. That will save me a lot of effort, the fake person said with a smile. Ba. Suddenly, a Buddhist chant rang out not far from Gu Hai. Huh? The fake person's expression changed. Gu Hai turned his head and saw a plump monk holding a jade-green bamboo staff. The monk seemed to be tearing through space as he walked over. A bamboo staff? Gu Hai's expression changed. This bamboo staff is very familiar. It seems that Qin Zibai has one as well. The future Buddha. How did you cross my dream barrier? The fake person suddenly glared. Although this humble monk cannot see, this humble monk has a pair of eyes and a divine communication staff. That is how I can cross the dream barrier you left behind. Why? Mr. Hichu, did you not take on my appearance but someone else's? The plump future Buddha said with a smile. The future Buddha. Gu Hai felt slightly startled. This was not the future Buddha 800,000 years later but the previous future Buddha. The previous future Buddha, whom the evil Rulai, the past Buddha, and Bodhisattva Lianxing killed 800,000 years later. The fake person's expression changed. Great monk, you are still not giving up, are you? I already told you that none of these evil demons are good. This is especially so for that old man Guanqi. He is unpardonably evil. Why are you still looking for trouble? This humble monk only wants to meet Fuxi. The future Buddha solemnly said. My master is not receiving guests. Also, I already told you before. If you want to enter the island, you have to at least get past me. If you can't even get past me, what qualifications do you have to enter the island? The fake person said coldly. Gu Hai greets the future Buddha. Gu Hai said solemnly as he stood up. The future Buddha could not see with his eyes, but he could see with his eyes. You are also from 800,000 years later like the past Buddha and the present Buddha? The future Buddha frowned slightly. Oh. That's right. Gu Hai nodded. Future Buddha, how many times have I told you? That 800,000 years later is nonsense. Why are you so stupid? The fake person called out, feeling depressed. Stupid? Mr. Hichu, how can you be so sure that what they said is false? The future Buddha shook his head. Hichu? Gu Hai looked at the fake person in front of him. Mr. Good, this is Fuxi's servant, Hichu. He has the ability to predict the future. Right now, we are in a dream that he created. Therefore, he can become exactly like you in the dream. Even the details are the same as what you see in your heart. Oh, right. Are you playing chess with him? It seems that he cheated with his prediction again. Don't play chess with him. He can see your moves in advance. The future Buddha shook his head. Chapter 8:12. Hichu. Prophecy. Gu Hai furrowed his brows. This is the dream realm. No matter how much you use, he will be able to use the same amount. He will slowly wear you down until you are mentally and physically exhausted. The future Buddha explained. Wear me down. That's right. Apart from some superficial physical combat, if you don't use any techniques, he won't be able to use them either. However, as soon as you use them, he will be able to use them immediately. How troublesome. The future Buddha said bitterly. I see. My body is seriously injured, and so is his body. If I don't attack, he won't attack. Dream realm? He is like a shadow in a mirror. Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Hai, just surrender. You can't beat me in the dream realm, but here, I am invincible. Moreover, this is your deep dream realm. One glance outside is equivalent to 1,000 years inside. Let's see how long you can last. Hichu said smugly. Gu Hai looked at Hichu strangely. Although Hichu had strange abilities, he seemed to be quite impetuous. Gu Hai looked at the future Buddha. He gave him a look. Although the future Buddha couldn't see with his eyes, his mind could see more clearly. Was Gu Hai giving him a hint? I don't think so. Gu Hai turned to look at Hichu. Hichu was puzzled. Future Buddha, I am seriously injured and weak. Why don't you make a move? He is not your opponent. Gu Hai said solemnly. You want to deal with me in my dream? Hichu sneered. While they were talking, another fake future Buddha appeared beside Hichu. In the dream realm, I will deal with you. However, I can create an identical nightmare. This nightmare is exactly the same as the future Buddha. It will do whatever the future Buddha does. Hichu sneered. Amateus Buddha. The fake future Buddha put his palms together and sneered. Who said I would let the future Buddha deal with you? Gu Hai sneered. Hichu was slightly taken aback. However, he saw Gu Hai reach out and take out the life entrapment blade. Suddenly, a thick fog enveloped him and Hichu. Future Buddha, please close your mind's eye and attack me. Gu Hai said from within the fog. Oh. Okay, Mr. Good. The future Buddha smiled. What's going on? Hichu was slightly stunned. In the next moment, the future Buddha stabbed the divine scepter of wisdom into the fog. Boom! Aya! Immediately, Hichu let out a miserable cry. He asked you to stab him, why did you stab me? Hichu roared angrily. Under Hichu's control, the fake future Buddha bamboo staff instantly pierced into the fog. Boom! Aya! Why is it me again? Hichu suddenly exclaimed. The future Buddha had hit him with his staff, so why did the fake future Buddha also hit him? Because he can't see. Gu Hai laughed in the fog. Can't see? What do you mean? Hichu was slightly taken aback. If you can't see, then hit blindly. You and I both have the same probability of being hit, just like now. Gu Hai smiled. The real and fake future Buddha once again stabbed the bamboo staff into the fog. Boom! Boom! Ah, why is it me again? Hichu was shocked and furious. It seems that there's one thing you can't copy me. Gu Hai suddenly laughed. What? Hichu said angrily. Luck. Gu Hai laughed. Hichu was stunned. Boom! 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 Impossible, I never rely on luck. Why do you keep hitting me? Hichu was depressed. Of course, Guhai was hit by some sticks, but most of them landed on Hichu. The two moved around in the fog, and Hichu was hit again and again. Speaking of which, I also never rely on luck, but I know that my luck is definitely better than yours. Guhai laughed in the fog. Why? That's impossible. He too ran around gloomily. The two future Buddhas kept stabbing him. This fight lasted for an hour. Hichu was beaten black and blue, but in the end, only Hichu's screams could be heard in the fog. Guhai occasionally hit him with a few sticks, but it was not a big deal. I can't be so unlucky, it's impossible. Also, how did you get hurt so badly that I can't even block a few sticks? Hichu roared in shock. Guhai spoke again. Future Buddha, this concerns the world. You don't have to worry about such trifles. Since Hichu is in our way, you should kill him. Use all your strength and kill him with one hit. Guhai, you're so cruel. Hichu roared. You're wrong. Actually, you and I both have a 50-50 chance of being beaten to death, right? Let's see how lucky we are. Guhai said with a smile. See how lucky we are. Even though Hichu did not believe that his luck was bad, after an hour of beating, Hichu had a clear understanding that his luck was indeed not as good as Guhai's. That was strange. Alright, Mr. Good, you have to be careful. This fight of mine is destructive. The future Buddha nodded. Boom! The bamboo stick struck down, and even the void was torn apart. Although Hichu was in the fog, he suddenly felt the threat of death. Was this fight directed at Guhai? No, it was definitely directed at him. On the other side, the fake future Buddha also struck down with his stick. The void rippled, and the threat of death immediately rushed forward. One stick was enough to take his life. Now that it was two sticks, wouldn't it be over? Was it him or Guhai? Choose one of the two. No, he was more unlucky. It would definitely hit him. Guhai, you're so cruel. Hichu roared as the bamboo stick struck down. He reached out and lifted his hand, and the dreamscape around him exploded with a bang. Hichu flew into the distance in an instant. It looked like an old man with a mustache. Boom! The moment the fake future Buddha disappeared from the dream, he also collapsed. However, the real future Buddha's bamboo staff suddenly stopped above Guhai's head. What? It's Guhai this time. Hichu, who had removed the dreamscape, suddenly changed his expression. There was a kind of depressing feeling in his heart. Mr. Good, you're so wise. The future Buddha put away the divine scepter of enlightenment and praised. What do you mean? Hichu's expression darkened. He saw that Guhai's body was also full of stick marks at this moment. It wasn't because he was lucky that he was hit less, but because he was hit as much as Hichu. The future Buddha stabbed and hit two people at the same time. Future Buddha, you're really ruthless. Guhai smiled bitterly. He circulated the heaven replenishing power, and the wounds on his body slowly disappeared. Whoosh! In the distance, Kong Xian suddenly flew closer. The Taishang sect master and Tong Tian sect master also looked at Hichu with cold expressions. Hichu, you tricked us just now. The Taishang sect master's expression turned cold. Eldest senior brother, don't talk nonsense with him. He dared to transform into our appearance just now. Humph, just kill him. The Tong Tian sect master took out the fairy-slaying sword. Previously, in the dreamscape, Hichu could transform into his opponent's appearance, but not now. At the same time, he was very clear about the Tong Tian sect master's strength. He wanted to kill him. Ah, help! Hichu turned around and flew toward Huashu Island, which was not far away. His strength doesn't seem to be very high. The future Buddha smiled bitterly. Hichu's strength wasn't high, but he trapped everyone. If not for Gu Hai's trick of injuring himself to gain their confidence, they wouldn't have been able to get out of the dreamscape. Thank you, future Buddha. Gu Hai bowed slightly to the future Buddha. Previously, when he spoke, the future Buddha actually cooperated seamlessly. It was clear that the future Buddha was also very intelligent. I should thank Mr. Good. In such a short time, Mr. Good could see that Hichu's temperament wasn't good enough. Ordinary people can't compare to him. The future Buddha shook his head. Future Buddha, I heard that the Lingshan sect's third-generation Buddha has pledged allegiance to Rokudo Shinkoen. Why are you here? The Taishang sect master looked at the future Buddha with a frown. The future Buddha smiled bitterly. The Lingshan sect's third-generation Buddha. The future Buddha who pledged allegiance to Rokudo Shinkoen is not me. Oh. Gu Hai's expression changed. There's another future Buddha. They were going to kill me. Fortunately, I saw through it and escaped. Ha, what a joke. Third-generation Buddha. So that's how replaceable he is. The future Buddha said bitterly. While everyone was talking, Hichu's shout suddenly came from Huashu Island in the distance. Empress Taiwa, it's them. They came to make trouble and wanted to kill me. Hichu shouted angrily. The angry shout in the distance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Gu Hai turned his head to look. Then, he saw two figures in a white cloud. One of them was Taiwa. The moment Gu Hai saw Taiwa, he felt a sense of warmth in his heart. The tension he had been under for the past few days instantly relaxed. Taiwa still looked the same, but he looked younger. There was a flash of anger in his eyes. It's them. That evil demon Gu Hai, evil demon Kong Xian. Hichu pointed at Gu Hai and kept shouting. Greetings, Empress Taiwa. Kong Xian understood the emotional entanglement between Gu Hai and Taiwa. Naturally, he immediately bowed. Humph. It's useless to bow now. Hichu glared. When Taiwa saw Kong Xian's respect, her anger subsided a little. Didn't Hichu make it clear to you? Huashu Island is not open to the public. No one is allowed to enter. Taiwa glared at everyone. Empress Taiwa, do you still remember me? Taishang suddenly asked with a smile. Taiwa looked at Taishang, and her expression changed. It's you. The one that my brother borrowed the Taiji diagram from you? That's me. Taishang immediately said with a smile. Seeing Taishang, Taiwa frowned slightly. Clearly, she knew that Taishang had a certain relationship with Fushi. Greetings, Empress Taiwa. This monk once listened to Fushi talk about the Tao of longevity cultivation on Huashu Island. Fushi summarized what he had learned in his life and passed down the 8 meridians of longevity cultivation, corresponding to the innate 8 trigrams, 4 lives and 4 deaths. I was there. The future Buddha also said politely. Oh. It's you, that fat monk. Taiwa's expression changed. Gu Hai, who was standing at the side, was slightly stunned. Longevity Master. The unborn man was longevity cultivation, right? It was said that longevity cultivation had 8 meridians, 4 lives and 4 deaths. It was passed down by Fushi. That's right, Empress Taiwa. Now that the world is facing a great calamity, we came here to ask for human sovereign Fushi's help. Please forgive us, Empress Taiwa. The future Buddha solemnly bowed. Empress, don't listen to their nonsense. These people are with the evil demons Gu Hai and Kong Xian. They are definitely not good people, Hichu immediately shouted. Shut up. Taiwa glared at him. But Hichu still wanted to say something. Taiwa's eyes turned cold. Hichu's expression froze, and he didn't dare to say anything. However, his eyes were filled with depression. Chapter 8:13. Taiwa ignored the evil spirit that Hichu spoke of. Instead, she looked at Taisheng and the future Buddha and said, "Everyone, no matter what your reason is, Huashu Island does not welcome any guests. My brother will not see anyone either. Your Highness Taiwa, the current situation is extremely complicated. Heaven's destruction is not far away, and the common people's deaths are just around the corner. We came here to make a final effort. If Fushi does not care, heaven will destroy us." The future Buddha immediately said anxiously. "Humph. Heaven will destroy us. What a laughable excuse. Do you think we will believe you?" Hichu said with a glare. Taiwa also showed an expression of disbelief. "Taiwa, this is no longer something that you can understand. Inform Fushi immediately." The Tongtian said coldly. "And who are you?" "See my brother. I already made myself clear. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being impolite." Taiwa said with a glare. "Humph. Since we are here today, we must see Fushi, no matter who is in our way." The Tongtian said with a hint of pressure in her cold voice. Taisheng did not say anything. Clearly, the situation was critical, and Taisheng did not care about etiquette. The Tongtian looked coldly at Taiwa, seemingly wanting to barge into Huashu Island. "You dare?" Taiwa glared. Clearly, Taiwa did not know the Tongtian sect master yet. Her eyes were cold and unyielding. "Tongtian sect master, please calm down." Gu Hai immediately stood in front of the Tongtian sect master. After all, this was his wife. Although Taiwa did not know the situation, she was his wife, so he should protect her. "Huh?" The Tongtian sect master looked at Gu Hai with a frown. Everyone had the same goal. Why did Gu Hai jump out to stop me? Taiwa looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Turning around, Gu Hai looked at Taiwa and said, "Taiwa, I know you don't know us, but we are very familiar with you. I'm sure Hichu has already told you that we claim to be from 800,000 years in the future." Taiwa frowned. 800,000 years later. Don't think I don't know that the laws of time are controlled by the heavens. Time cannot be reversed. The moment there's a slight mistake, the entire immortal dome might collapse. Even the heavens don't dare to casually use the laws of time. How can an old man Guanxi control it? Although we don't know the situation, this is the truth. How about this, I'll tell you something that only you know to prove it. You can ask me anything that only you know. Solemnly, Gu Hai said. Gu Hai. "Empress, don't listen to him. He's lying." Hichu said anxiously. "You shut up." Taiwa glared at Hichu. Looking at Gu Hai, Taiwa's eyes flashed with curiosity. How could this person be so confident? "Alright, then tell me, what's so special about my bloodline?" "Only my brother and I know this." Taiwa asked. Gu Hai transmitted his voice to Taiwa's ears so that no one else would know. Hearing Gu Hai's words, Taiwa's expression changed. "How did you know?" "I know a little more, I'll tell you everything." Gu Hai smiled bitterly. As he spoke, Gu Hai transmitted his voice to Taiwa's ears. Taiwa's expression grew more and more shocked. Then, she stared at Gu Hai. "Impossible, how do you know these things? You can't possibly know." Taiwa glared. "Empress, he's definitely lying to you. He might be able to see the future, just like how I was able to see the other party's methods using the dreamscape. He knows what you're thinking." Hichu immediately said. "Impossible, before he said those things, I didn't even think about them. Moreover, there are so many private matters." Taiwa glared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai bitterly smiled and fell silent. He was worried that if he said some things, Taiwa would not be able to accept them. He was afraid that he would frighten her, but after some thought, Gu Hai chose to speak. "This is the concentric knot you gave me on our wedding day." Gu Hai took out a red concentric knot. Ah. Wedding. Gu Hai and Taiwa, wedding. The surrounding people suddenly widened their eyes. You. Hichu was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Gu Hai was too shameless. How could he say such things? Who was he kidding? The Tongtian sect master gaped at Gu Hai in shock. Did Gu Hai make this up? Didn't Gu Hai kill Taiwa 800,000 years later? Before he killed her, they got married? Or was it a ghost wedding? The Taishang sect master and the future Buddha were silent. Clearly, even the two of them felt that Gu Hai was exaggerating. Only Kong Xian believed in Gu Hai. His expression changed as he looked at Taiwa. If that was the case, would Taiwa be the second empress of the Dahan Empire? Who's married to you? Who's married to you? You're courting death. Taiwa shouted angrily. Taiwa was still a virgin. Although she had always worshipped her big brother, she had also looked forward to what her future husband would look like. However, today, someone suddenly jumped in front of her and said that he was her husband. Furthermore, this man looked sickly. He was completely different from the hero in her heart. Taiwa was instantly enraged. In her anger, Taiwa wanted to tear the concentric knot. Phew. Gu Hai carefully put it away. This was given to him by Taiwa, so he couldn't break it. Gu Hai, you're shameless. How dare you humiliate the Empress? Master will not let you go. Also, none of you can escape today. No one dares to make trouble on Huashu Island, and no one dares to slander the Empress. Island guards, take down all these madmen. Hichu shouted angrily. Gu Hai stared at Taiwa and smiled bitterly. It's okay if you don't believe me. Humph, believe you. How dare you slander me? Go to hell. Taiwa was furious. He reached out and took out the cauldron of heaven and earth. As the cauldron of heaven and earth turned, a huge suction force was generated, as if it was going to suck everyone in. Taiwa! Gu Hai shouted. Gu Hai, there's no need to waste time with him. She's still a girl. Humph, let me do it. I'll take down Taiwa. Let's see if Fushi comes out. Tong Tian shouted. As he spoke, he waved his hand and the 7 immortal slaying swords flew out. Tong Tian's sect master, Taiwa is my wife. You can't. Gu Hai stared. Boom. The immortal slaying swords collided with the cauldron of heaven and earth. Suddenly, the cauldron of heaven and earth trembled slightly. Taiwa, you're not like 800,000 years later. Although you have the cauldron of heaven and earth, you can't use its full power. Tong Tian sect master said coldly. Boom. The celestial trapping swords collided with the cauldron of heaven and earth. Suddenly, the cauldron of heaven and earth trembled slightly. Taiwa was immediately pushed back by the force, his face flushed red. Bastard! Hichu was furious. Boom! The immortal slaying swords collided with the cauldron of heaven and earth. Puff! Blood flowed out from the corner of Taiwa's mouth. Kong Xian, do it! Gu Hai stared. Island guards, you're dead. Come here quickly. Hichu was anxious. Tongtian's 3 swords were enough to injure Taiwa. There were 4 more. What should they do? Here, evil demon Gu Hai asked evil demon Kong Xian to do it. Was it over? Although Hichu was not strong enough, he still rushed out to protect Taiwa. Cauldron of heaven and earth? You don't know how to use it. Tong Tian's sect master snorted. The celestial slashing sword slashed down. 5-colored divine light. A ray of 5-colored divine light rushed to the sky and went straight for the celestial slashing sword. Huh! Everyone's expression changed. Was Kong Xian crazy? Why did he attack Tong Tian? Hong! The 5-colored divine light crashed into the celestial slashing sword. The divine light and the divine sword were in a deadlock. Gu Hai. Kong Xian. What do you think you're doing? Tong Tian said coldly. Taiwa is the empress of the Dahan. The Tong Tian sect master is the Tong Tian sect master. You don't have the right to interfere in the Dahan's affairs. Kong Xian said coldly. Gu Hai's gaze was cold as well. He put his hand on his chest. Humph, you're still going against me at this time. Humph, you have 5-colored divine light. You have 6 colors. Break! Tong Tian shouted coldly. Boom! The 5-colored divine light was blasted away by the celestial slashing sword. Life Ender. Gu Hai's eyes widened. He pulled out the Life Ender saber from his chest. Boom! He swung the saber at the celestial slashing sword. When he swung the saber, it was not an energy saber. Instead, a mountain of bones appeared out of thin air. Countless bone spikes instantly emerged from the mountain of bones. They grew rapidly and seemed to have enveloped the celestial slashing sword, the Tongtian sect master, the Taishang sect master, and the future Buddha. Boom! The celestial slashing sword returned to its original spot. The countless bone mountains around it also exploded. In the end, only the bone saber in Gu Hai's hand was left. The Taishang looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Gu Hai still had such a trump card. What was that bone saber? Gu Hai, are you crazy? You're going against me for this crazy girl? The Tongtian sect master glared. Although Gu Hai's performance in the 18th level of hell was extremely ferocious, the Tongtian sect master did not care about Gu Hai at all. This was because Gu Hai was not worth mentioning at all. He was just like an ant. How dare he challenge my authority? I'm not going against you. It's just that there are some people that I must protect. No matter who you are, I will protect Taiwa. Gu Hai said coldly. Ha ha, Gu Hai, do you really think you're a big shot? Who do you think you are? The Tongtian sect master was also instantly enraged. Junior brother, you can't. Taishang tried to stop Tongtian worriedly. However, Tongtian had been suppressing his temper for the past few days. Because of his senior brother, Tongtian suppressed his temper. Now that Gu Hai had turned against him, how could he continue to endure? What a joke! Tongtian had been leading the Wanshou Taoism for so many years. How could he tolerate the threat of the sickly Gu Hai in front of him? To turn against him for a woman he had just met, Gu Hai was slapping his face. Humph, you want to be a hero and save the beauty? You don't even look at the situation. If you want to save the beauty, let's see if you have the ability. Tongtian glared. Immediately, the Immortal slaying sword slashed at Gu Hai. The moment the Immortal slaying sword was unleashed, 2 cracks appeared in the void. If Gu Hai didn't dodge, he would be cut in half by the Immortal slaying sword. Gu Hai extended his hand and took out the life entrapment blade. He sneered and said, Tongtian sect master, I know you have your pride. Just now, when I said that Taiwa was my wife, I was mainly saying it to you. I was worried that you would be impulsive and hurt my beloved wife. However, you didn't take my words seriously at all. Perhaps, in your eyes, I'm not worth mentioning. Yes, I'm not as strong as you, but don't forget that this was 800,000 years ago, not 800,000 years later. There are rules of the way of chess here, and I haven't met a match in the way of chess until now. Humph. As soon as Gu Hai said that, the nearby Taishang sect master's expression changed. He wanted to stop Tongtian, but it was too late. Tongtian had already made up his mind to save face. His sword was already aimed at Gu Hai. On the other side, Gu Hai swung his life entrapment blade. Above the starry sky, a large number of stars suddenly bloomed with dazzling starlight. They arranged themselves into an extremely huge way of chess formation. 34. The future Buddha's expression suddenly changed. What? 34. The Taishang sect master's expression changed as well. That was because the Taishang sect master knew about the changes in the way of chess formation. Back then, when he fought Rokudo Shinkuan, Gu Hai was not willing to use 34 formations. Now, Tang Tian had provoked Gu Hai to go all out. Could it be that Taiwa was really Gu Hai's wife? Chapter 8:14. 34. Humph. The Tang Tian sect master snorted coldly. Seeing the stars arranged in the starry sky, the Tang Tian sect master instinctively shivered. Although he did not care about Gu Hai's strength, he could not help but admire Gu Hai's Go Dao formations. After all, that freak who created the Long Zhanggua earlier only had 33. Now, he had 34. The Tang Tian already felt some regret. However, his many years of pride made it impossible for him to lose face. Tang Tian sect master, I can't control the 34 great formations well. Please withdraw your swords. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what will happen. Quickly, withdraw them. Gu Hai said anxiously with a frown. Tang Tian, don't try to show off, the Taishang sect master also called out anxiously. However, the more this was so, the more the Tang Tian refused to accept it. Ha! Very well. This sect master also wants to see how powerful your Go Dao formations are. Are you going to create another Long Zhanggua? The Tang Tian said coldly. His hands did not stop moving. The 7 immortal slaying swords continued to slash at the struggling Taiwa. Taishang, future Buddha, dodge. Gu Hai shouted. As he shouted, he waved his hand. Buzz! The immortal dome of ancients instantly enveloped Taiwa, Hichu, and Kong Xian. My cauldron of heaven and earth! Taiwa exclaimed in shock and anger. Gu Hai had left the cauldron of ancients outside the immortal dome of ancients. Taiwa's hand immediately became lighter, and he showed a horrified expression. It was not that Gu Hai could not put the cauldron of heaven and earth away. The crux was that the 3 immortal slaying swords had already stopped the cauldron of heaven and earth and could not be brought in. Unless the Tang Tian sect master was brought in as well. Buzz! In the starry sky, the 1,000-odd stars suddenly converged, as if they had been reduced to dust. Then, a huge beam of light condensed in the center. The beam of light descended from the sky, heading straight for the crowd. When the future Buddha heard Gu Hai's warning, he instantly flew far away. However, this was not the case for the Tang Tian sect master. The Tang Tian sect master might have been extremely arrogant in front of Gu Hai because of his pride. He could even fight against Rokudo Shinkuan, but he had to run away when Gu Hai made a move. What a joke! Tang Tian did not leave. He increased his strength, wanting to force the cauldron of heaven and earth back. However, the Taishang sect master had always been a good judge of character. He instantly took Gu Hai's warning seriously. Tang Tian, are you being disobedient? Taishang waved his hand angrily. Boom! The power of Taiji immediately pulled Tang Tian away from his original location. Eldest senior brother. Tang Tian shouted uncomfortably. If it were anyone else, they would definitely break free. However, this was Taishang, so Tang Tian was not in a good position to struggle. However, at this moment, the white light, which had cost more than 1,000 stars in the cosmos to be reduced to dust, had already arrived in front of Gu Hai. It did not appear to be very powerful. The light white light instantly landed on the immortal slaying sword that was slashing towards Gu Hai. Chi! With a buzz, the immortal slaying sword instantly evaporated. Evaporated? Tang Tian was slightly stunned. The immortal dome was activated by Gu Hai's illusory ability. The white beam instantly passed through it as if it did not touch the immortal dome. Taishang, Tang Tian, and the future Buddha all avoided it. The 4 swords of death, slaughter, and extinction skillfully avoided it. Then, the white beam passed through the immortal vanquishing sword and empty immortal sword one after another. Chi! Chi! The two swords also evaporated. A portion of the white beam was consumed when it came into contact with the swords. After 3 swords, half of the white beam was consumed. The other half rushed into the sea. Whoosh! Suddenly, a large amount of fog surged out of the sea. A huge whirlpool was formed. Tong Tian and Taishang's expressions turned ugly. However, they saw the immortal slaying sword, immortal vanquishing sword, and empty immortal sword evaporate, turning into a wave of energy and dissipating. Tong Tian's expression changed when he sensed it. Because at this moment, the connection between the 3 swords was gone. Had they completely disappeared? 34 arrays. Taishang's sect master's eyelids twitched. He thought that Gu Hai had already reached his limit. He did not expect that he still had a backup plan. That bone saber and the 34 arrays? So violent? The void-slaying sword is one of the strongest swords in the world. It is much stronger than everyone's physical body. What would happen if the white beam landed on us? The surroundings were silent. Gu Hai released Taiwa, Hichu, and Kong Xian from the immortal dome. Hichu immediately hid far away from Gu Hai. Taiwa was stunned when he looked at Gu Hai. His anger suddenly subsided a lot. The person in front of him was not sick at all. Boom! Above the sea, there was a loud noise. From the bottom of the sea, a volcanic pillar shot up to the sky. It pierced through the sea and reached the earth's core. Is the evil demon so powerful? Hichu's expression changed. It pierced through the earth's core. Taiwa was also stunned. In the distance, Tong Tian put away the remaining 4 swords and looked terrible. Taishang also looked at Gu Hai warily. Tong Tian's sect master, I'm sorry. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said. If you have such a move, why didn't you use it against the 6 Dao? The Tong Tian sect master glared at him. At this moment, the Tong Tian finally looked at Gu Hai seriously. If not for eldest brother holding him back, he might have been vaporized as well. Against Rokudo Shinkuan? Ha, can't the Tong Tian sect master see it? Gu Hai laughed bitterly. The Taishang sect master frowned and said, this white light can only be used as a surprise attack. Once used, it will be ineffective against Rokudo Shinkuan. Rokudo Shinkuan also has the immortal dome. If he is prepared, he can use the immortal dome to dodge like the ancient emperor. Ancient emperor, what is this white light of yours? So powerful? I don't know either. After I set up the 34 great spirit designs, I was able to condense this white light. But I can't control it. The white light can decompose matter and vaporize directly into energy. Ha, I call it the disintegration light. Gu Hai laughed bitterly. The disintegration light? The 34 great spirit designs? If I'm not wrong, when you set up the 34 great spirit designs, you can directly use the laws of the Tao of chess to disintegrate everything. You can use the power of laws. The Taishang sect master raised an eyebrow. Perhaps. Gu Hai nodded. Tong Tian sect master, I'm sorry to offend you. Taiwa is indeed this one's wife. Anyone who offends my wife, no matter who it is, will be dealt with all my might. Gu Hai bowed to the Tong Tian sect master. The Tong Tian sect master snorted. At this moment, the Tong Tian sect master finally believed what Gu Hai had said. But he could only swallow his pride. Since the ancient emperor has said so, then let the ancient emperor deal with Fushi. The Taishang sect master said. The Tong Tian sect master turned his head away, ignoring him. Many thanks. Gu Hai smiled faintly. Not far away, Taiwa put away the cauldron of heaven and earth and looked at Gu Hai with a conflicted expression. Hichu opened his mouth, but did not dare to speak rudely to Gu Hai. After all, Gu Hai's Tao of chess design had been too powerful. Taiwa, I know you don't believe what I've said. But that's fine. After all, you haven't experienced it. But this time, we really want to see Fuxi. Time is of the essence, and no one can bear the price of time. Gu Hai looked at Taiwa and said solemnly. Although Taiwa was still against Gu Hai, saying that it was about her husband, after being saved by Gu Hai, her ill feelings towards Gu Hai had lessened greatly. And for some reason, she could see sincerity in Gu Hai's eyes. That sincerity made Taiwa's heart tremble. I'm not stopping you on purpose, but Big Brother is in seclusion. Big Brother said that this is no small matter, and no one is to disturb him. Even if the sky falls, no one is to disturb him. Taiwa frowned. He's in seclusion. Gu Hai's face darkened. Off in the distance, the future Buddha said anxiously, but now, the heaven's primordial heaven is going to collapse. True Monarch 6 Daos is going to kill the heaven. According to what they're saying, the heaven's primordial heaven is going to be killed by True Monarch 6 Daos. Bullsh *T. How could Rokudo Shinkuen kill heaven? Hichu immediately defended Rokudo Shinkuen. Gu Hai looked at Taiwa, hoping that Taiwa would make an exception. But Taiwa was also in a difficult position. Even if Rokudo Shinkuen kills heaven, that's what Big Brother said about the sky falling. But Big Brother said that even if the sky falls, no one is to disturb him. Everyone. Maybe that's Fuxi's exaggeration. Gu Hai said with a wry smile. If the sky is falling, don't tell me we're not to disturb you. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, roars could be heard from Huashu Island. Following that, 1,000 coffins that could be seen with the naked eye flew up from the island. The coffin flew to Taiwa's side and floated in the air, emitting a dense black aura. Boom! 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 A series of loud noises rang out as the coffin suddenly opened. The moment it opened, a surge of corpse chi gushed out. Jiang Chen's zombie. Gu Hai's expression darkened. That's right, it was Jiang Chen's aura. It was this aura that Long Outyen had used to attack the infinite celestial capital with his zombie emperor. Furthermore, each of these 1,000 corpses was no weaker than the previous zombie emperor. It was just that these zombies were dressed differently. 1,000 Jiang Chen zombies with the aura of Heavenly Palace. Kong Xian's expression also changed. As soon as the 1,000 zombies appeared, they arranged themselves into a profound formation, as if they were a single entity. They emitted a torrential corpse chi, which instantly froze the surrounding sea. The vast sea instantly calmed down. Taishang sect master's expression darkened, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He felt a great threat from this zombie formation. Island guards, are you deaf? Why did you take so long to arrive? Hichu was furious. These zombies were the island guards. If it wasn't for Gu Hai, they would have been dead by the time these island guards arrived. Your Highness, what are your orders? The leading zombie asked stiffly. Capture them, quick, capture them. Hichu shouted immediately. However, the 1,000 zombies ignored her and continued to look at Taiwa. Taiwa frowned slightly. Just as Taiwa was about to speak, another voice suddenly came from afar. Oh! Tongtian sect master. Gu Hai. Kong Xian. You're all here. What's going on? What's with all the commotion? Ha 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 ha. A burst of laughter came from afar. They saw 5 figures flying towards them from afar. Jiang Lianshan, the White Emperor, the Scarlet Emperor, the Fire Emperor, and the Murong Yen. Other than the Murong Yen, the 4 of them had some injuries on their faces. Perhaps they had changed their clothes, as their clothes were still clean and white. The burst of laughter just now was from Jiang Lianshan. In an instant, the 5 of them arrived in front of everyone. Jiang Lianshan. You've also fought against Rokudo Shinkuen. The Tongtian sect master frowned slightly. That's right. Previously, I was with Ji Tihong. We killed a Rokudo Shinkuin together. Jiang Lianshan nodded. Chapter 8:15. That's right. Previously, I was with Matriarch Ji and we killed a Rokudo Shinkuin. Jiang Lianshan nodded. You killed a Rokudo Shinkuin? You! Hichu exclaimed in shock. Oh. Taiwa. This is the Taishang sect master. Are you the future Buddha? Jiang Lianshan's expression changed as he recognized everyone. Amateus Buddha. The future Buddha clasped his hands together and bowed slightly. Greetings to Dian and His Holiness. I am Taishang. May I know which body did you kill? Taishang asked solemnly. Rokudo Shinkuin was extremely powerful and yet he was able to kill one out of the group of people in front of him. This showed how powerful he was. Oh. You killed one as well. Jiang Lianshan's expression changed. It was all thanks to the ancient emperor that we were able to kill Rokudo Shinkuin's water god body. Taishang nodded. Jiang Lianshan looked at Gu Hai with a serious expression. I used a chess spell to condense the long Zhanghua. It was a pity that I was just a little short. In the end, 3 Old Man Guanqi appeared before I managed to capture Rokudo Shinkuin's soul body. Gu Hai explained. Old Man Guanqi again. The Fire Emperor stared at them. You met him too? Gu Hai asked curiously. That's right. We met 4 Old Man Guanqi. 3 of them were killed by Rokudo Shinkuin's golden god body. The last one was taken advantage of and managed to capture Rokudo Shinkuin's soul body. Jiang Lianshan nodded. Golden god body. The Tongtian sect master's face darkened. The holy sword could be said to be the greatest pain in the Tongtian sect master's heart. He boasted that he was the best swordsman in the world, but he was so weak in front of the holy sword. And that was not the true body of the golden god. How strong would the golden god be if he used the holy sword? The sacred sword was blocked by the Xianyuan sword. That's how we found the right opportunity. The golden celestial body is extremely powerful. The Fire Emperor nodded his head. Xianyuan sword. Emperor Ji's Xianyuan sword. The 5th magic treasure in the world. Didn't they say that the Xianyuan sword was only a ceremonial weapon, a sword of the way of the king? Why? Tongtian's face darkened. The Xianyuan sword was ranked 5th, while the 7 immortal slaying swords was ranked 7th. Initially, Tongtian didn't think that the Xianyuan sword was that powerful because it was a ceremonial weapon. It was a treasure used by Emperor Ji to gather fate energy and the hearts of the people. It wasn't a divine sword used for battle. But now that it blocked the holy sword, its strength was naturally above the 7 immortal slaying swords. Emperor Ji had hidden her strength so well. The holy sword was taken by Emperor Ji and fused with the Xianyuan sword. The Xianyuan sword should be even more powerful now. Jiang Lianshan explained. Even more powerful? Tongtian felt a wave of discomfort in his heart. If that's the case, 2 Rokudo Shinkuin have died. Taishang sect master frowned. It should be 3. Jiang Lianshan shook his head. 3. Who killed the other Rokudo Shinkuin? Gu Hai asked curiously. I'm not sure. Old Man Guanqi mentioned it before he left. Jiang Lianshan shook his head. Guanqi's game. What a good way to kill with a borrowed knife. Tongtian sect master said with a frown. Old Man Guanqi might not be the strongest, but his schemes were earth-shattering. 3 of the powerful Rokudo Shinkuin had already died because of his schemes. Many Old Man Guanqi have also died. Kong Xian said with a frown. Many died? Hee, maybe even fewer. Jiang Lianshan shook his head. Isn't it 10? Kong Xian asked doubtfully. 4 on my side, 3 on your side, and more than 3 on the other side, right? That's already 10. The other Rokudo Shinkuan are not being monitored by Old Man Guanqi anymore? Jiang Lianshan analyzed. This. Everyone was shocked. Old Man Guanqi also said that the 3 spiritual souls are the main while the 7 physical souls are secondary. Hence, the strongest of the 6 Tao is the heaven, earth, and man body. Even the God King's body is no match for the 3 spiritual souls. He told us to be careful. The Fire Emperor laughed bitterly. In other words, 10 days later, we might face the wrath of an even stronger Rokudo Shinkuan? Gu Hai frowned. The Fire Emperor nodded. Everyone was discussing amongst themselves as Taiwa revealed a look of shock. Hichu, on the other hand, revealed a look of fear. You've killed 3 Rokudo Shinkuan. You bunch of demons, you'll all die a horrible death. Island guards, take them down. Hichu shouted angrily. The group of zombies ignored him and waited for Taiwa's orders. Empress, none of these demons are good people. Let's take them down. Hichu pleaded anxiously to Taiwa. Taiwa ignored Hichu and looked at the group. Since all of you can kill Rokudo Shinkuan on your own, don't disturb my brother. Please leave. Taiwa sent them off. Jiang Lianshan suddenly looked at Taiwa and Hichu. Taiwa, are you sending us off? I'm here today to challenge Fushi to a 64 hexagrams duel. Jiang Lianshan laughed. My brother is in seclusion and won't see anyone. Everyone, please leave. Taiwa sent them off again. What if we don't leave? The Scarlet Emperor sneered. Then don't blame me. Zombie 1, if anyone dares to take another step into Huashu Island, don't show any mercy. Kill them immediately. Taiwa said coldly. Yes. The leader of the soldiers replied. Boom. The soldiers emitted a ghastly corpse aura and looked at the group coldly. Ha, with these stupid zombies. Little girl, you haven't been out yet, right? Believe it or not, if they dare to make a move, I'll disfigure your face and see if Fushi comes out. The Scarlet Emperor sneered and threatened Taiwa. For a little girl like Taiwa who had never left Huashu Island, disfiguring one's face was much more terrifying than being killed. She subconsciously took a step back. In the next moment, Taiwa was furious at her own cowardice. Just as she was about to shout back, Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. Kong Xian, slap her. Gu Hai said coldly. Swoosh. A 5-colored divine light shot towards the Scarlet Emperor. What? The Scarlet Emperor's eyes widened. Before he could react, the 5-colored divine light was already in front of him. Jiang Lianshan and the rest did not expect Gu Hai to suddenly turn against them. Stop! Jiang Lianshan glared. However, it was too late. Boom! With a loud bang, the Scarlet Emperor was sent flying by the 5-colored divine light. His clothes were torn apart and his face was bleeding from the 5-colored divine light. This was after Kong Xian showed mercy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be just his face that was bleeding. Kong Xian. Gu Hai. The Scarlet Emperor's face turned ferocious as he was infuriated. Boom boom boom. The Fire Emperor and White Emperor also took out their magic treasures and looked coldly at Gu Hai and Kong Xian. Humph. Jiang Lianshan snorted coldly. The void trembled and a sound wave rushed towards Gu Hai and the Scarlet Emperor. Screech! Kong Xian shouted and a demonic aura shot up to the sky, blocking Jiang Lianshan's sound wave. At this moment, the Tongtian sect master and the Taisheng sect master did not interfere. The future Buddha clasped his hands together and did not say anything. Gu Hai, what are you trying to do? Jiang Lianshan asked coldly. Gu Hai looked coldly at the Scarlet Emperor. Taiwa is my wife. Watch your mouth. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as a slap next time. Your wife. Humph, ha. The Scarlet Emperor laughed. Jiang Lianshan's face darkened as he looked at the Tongtian sect master and the Taishang sect master. Insulting and threatening his wife in front of him was a slap in the face. Naturally, no one could say anything. However, Jiang Lianshan still wanted to verify it. I don't know. The Tongtian sect master did not step forward and only said. It was as if he was going to sit back and watch the tigers fight. It was obvious that his anger had not subsided. The Taishang sect master smiled bitterly. He did not want to escalate the conflict. Solemnly, he said, maybe it's true. Just now, the Tongtian offended Taiwa and Gu Hai destroyed the Celestial Murdering Sword, Celestial Vanquishing Sword and Empty Celestial Sword. Dian and His Holiness are indeed your subordinates. His mouth is too big. Jiang Lianshan's pupils shrank as he looked at Gu Hai. Previously, he heard from the Taishang that it was all thanks to Gu Hai that the Rokudo Shinkuan was destroyed. Initially, he did not think much of it. Now, Gu Hai destroyed the Celestial Murdering Sword. Those were the Tongtian's treasures. What happened just now? With the Tongtian's strength, he actually suffered a great loss in the hands of Gu Hai. Gu Hai, I'll remember this. The Scarlet Emperor said coldly. The White Emperor looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Murong Yen, on the other hand, was absent-minded. It was as if she did not have an audience to talk to. At this moment, she was looking at the distant sea alone. Her face revealed a hint of sadness. A heartbroken sadness was written all over her face. It was as if she did not care about anything else in the outside world. Although Taiwo was still repulsed by Gu Hai's words of wife, the disgust he had for Gu Hai had lessened significantly. At the very least, when the Scarlet Emperor spoke rudely just now, he stood up for him and gave the Scarlet Emperor a head-on blow. The Scarlet Emperor is at fault for not knowing how to speak. However, it's not up to you to lecture my people. Jiang Lianshan looked at Gu Hai coldly. As he spoke, Jiang Lianshan waved his hand. Boom! The golden pattern of 64 trigrams suddenly appeared in the void around them. It was also at this moment that a goldenly hexagram rushed towards Kong Xian. Kong Xian seemed to be unable to move at this moment. It was as if the 64 trigrams had sealed the void around him. Screech! Kong Xian struggled with all his might and let out a shriek. The void shattered like glass. Kong Xian immediately broke free. However, the golden yen trigram was like a huge fireball. It crashed towards Kong Xian and instantly engulfed Kong Xian. Boom! Kong Xian was sent flying. His robe was instantly torn and he looked extremely pathetic. Gu Hai's face darkened. He waved his life entrapment blade and manipulated the stars in the starry sky. Boom! The stars aligned. A huge wave of murderous intent rushed towards Jiang Lianshan. The starlight shone brightly. It was the light of the 34 trigrams formation that was about to disintegrate. Jiang Lianshan could not tolerate Gu Hai. Similarly, Gu Hai could not tolerate Jiang Lianshan. The 64 trigrams revolved around them. The 34 trigrams formation in the starry sky gathered murderous intent. The battle between the two was about to break out. Stop, the Taishang sect master shouted anxiously. Boom! The Taiji diagram appeared, forming the power of yin and yang between Jiang Lianshan and Gu Hai. Dian and His Holiness. Ancient Emperor, Rokudo Shinkuan is the greatest threat at this moment. Can we settle our personal grudges later? The Taishang shouted anxiously. Taishang came out to stop them. The Tongtian sect master could only reluctantly fly beside Taishang. Separated by the two, Gu Hai and Jiang Lianshan stared coldly at each other. Kong Xian flew over and said in a low voice, Your Majesty, I'm fine. Although Kong Xian hated Jiang Lianshan, he still considered the bigger picture for Gu Hai and did not pursue the matter. However, When Jiang Lianshan attacked just now, Kang Xian knew how strong he was. It was no wonder he could kill the 6 Dao immortals. Ancient Emperor, Kang Xian is fine. He also hit the Scarlet Emperor just now. It's a draw. What do you think? Taishang persuaded with a bitter smile. I asked Kang Xian to slap the Scarlet Emperor because he insulted my wife. That's why it's a draw. Jiang Lianshan also hit my subject. How can it be a draw? Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Hai. What do you want? I gave you face, not for you to be impudent to me. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. Gu Hai was calculative, not because of his grudge. On one hand, it was to seek justice for Taiwa. On the other hand, it was to establish his position in the battle against the 6 Dao immortals. The disintegration light had stopped the Tongtian from underestimating him. Now, Jiang Lianshan was still high and mighty. Although he spoke politely, he did not think much of Gu Hai. For example, if Gu Hai was the Long Zhanggua and the Scarlet Emperor insulted the Long Zhanggua's wife and the Long Zhanggua slapped him, would Jiang Lianshan fall out with the Long Zhanggua? No, because their positions were equal. It was only right for the underlings to be taught a lesson. The battle against the 6 Dao immortals was a battle of life and death. Gu Hai had to emphasize his position so that he would not be a pawn in the upcoming battle. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.